It's time to show them.
Yeah.
You have now mastered the basic skills. It's time for your first challenge.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Happy Sunday, everybody. Make sure y'all can hear me. All right, I think we should be good. Happy Sunday to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody's having a wonderful start to their day. Grand Rising if you're just now waking up. Hopefully everybody's having a wonderful Sunday. Get myself set up here so I can see everything that's going on and speak to everybody properly. Let me show my manners and speak to the people that are in here early. Tanya G, Grand Rising to you, sister. I appreciate you being here. Miss Eve, Grand Rising to you, Miss Eve. Hey, if y'all don't know who Miss Eve is, just think about this. Think about somebody saying this to you. Think about somebody saying this to you, baby. We grown. We don't care about nobody being mad at us and not liking us. But think about a woman saying it to you and she from Louisiana. Yeah. That reminds me of Miss Eve. Anytime I see that, it make me think about Miss Eve because that's the type of stuff Miss Eve be talking about, the kind of attitude that Miss Eve brings with her. Shout out to you, Miss Eve. Grand Rising, thank you for being here. Cheryl Hodges, blessings to you. Sunday blessings to you, Cheryl Hodges. Thank you so much for being here. Tracepectives in the building. I appreciate you being here, Tracepectives. Thank you so much. We're going to get into something that Tracepectives shared with me earlier this week. We'll get into that a little bit later in the show. I appreciate you being here, Tracepectives. Thank you so much. Yeah, shout out to everybody that's pulling up. Appreciate everybody hitting that like button on the way in. It's greatly appreciated. Just a free way for you to help the content creator out. Lets YouTube know that you're actually liking what you're seeing. Helps spread things through the algorithm, all that good stuff. So hitting that like button is greatly appreciated. Shout it out. Shout out to everybody that's coming in. And we would be remiss if we didn't start the show because we talk about this subject quite frequently. with reminding y'all that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And there is a suicide prevention lifeline. If you or somebody that you know needs to dial this 988 number, there are people 24 hours a day sitting there waiting for your call. Just if you need somebody to talk to, whatever it is. Because see a lot of people on these YouTube streets that seem like they need a friend. You know, they be hitting people's panel that they don't know and just be sitting up there forever with somebody that they're not even talking, or they're talking about absolute nonsense. You know, seems like they don't want to let the person go. The person be trying to end their show and they just want the show to keep going on. Some people, I understand, are doing it as jokes. Other people are doing it because almost like it seems like they don't have any friends. And that's a concerning thing. So if you don't have friends and you need somebody to talk to, you got some stuff on your mind, dial 988. I'm not trying to make fun of you or anything. I am as serious as can be. It's the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, and it is available to you. So, hey, you know anybody that needs that information, please pass it on. We'll probably reiterate it throughout the show. But May is National Mental Health Awareness Month, and every day really should be Mental Health Awareness Day, because just because it's May and they're putting an emphasis on it doesn't mean that people are not dealing with mental health issues all day, every day. In some way, shape, or form, a lot of us are dealing with something mentally that we're just trying to process. And it's harder for some to process than others. So Mental Health Awareness Month, make sure you spread that information, 988, if people are really in need of kind of emergency assistance, need to talk to somebody that's going to prevent them from hurting themselves or somebody else. Real talk. Lord King in the building. Salute to you, brother. I appreciate you being here. Peace, Lord King. Hit me McFly, that guy. Yo. Shout out to Hemi McFly. Y'all make sure y'all hit up Hemi McFly if you're looking for beats, anything like that. You know, hit up Hemi McFly. He can definitely get you right with them beats. There's a whole bunch of beat makers out there, a whole bunch of people that I respect and associate with on these YouTube streets. 421 TV made some things for me. We know Thick Cut makes beats, makes dope beats. Shout out to all the dope beat makers out there, man. Appreciate you, Hemi McFly, that guy, for being a member for 8 months as well. Appreciate you. Salute to that. Yeah, we have memberships over here. If you want to get a membership, you can do that, on the YouTube screen. Super chats, Cashapp, all that stuff is all available. Fat T, peace to you. Grand Rising. Carlos Franklin, shout out to Carlos Franklin. Salute. Carlos Franklin been wilding over there on the community wall, but hey, a lot of stuff he's saying, I kind of agree with, to an extent. Some of it makes you laugh, but then it's like, hey, well, it's true too at the same time. Shout out to Carlos, he's doing his own form of content creation, So shout out to Carlos with them things he be posting on the community wall over there. Dang, Trey Speck, this 20 months. That's what's up. Time is flying. Shout out to Trey Spectors for being a member for 20 months. That's what's up. Man, I did not realize that it had been that long. I appreciate that. Salute to Trey Spectors, 20 months a member. That's big. That's big things. That mean we doing something right over here. If people have been able to be a member for 20 months, that means we've been monetized for more than that, right? Or at least that, So shout out to that. I appreciate you, Trey Spectors. I appreciate you so much. Carlos Frank, you say you're just here to serve the people? Hey, that's what's up. Some people need service, man. And your post be having me laughing. Yeah, Trey Spector said he be having her dying. Your post be having me laughing, bro. But again, there's a lot of truth to the post you be posting too. Like, I don't agree 100% with everything, but most of the stuff, I would say 80 to 90% of the stuff you be posting, I be agreeing with, whether it's said in the nicest way or if it's said in the most sarcastic way. Shout out to Isla Milligan from Philly. I appreciate you listening in. Shout out to you. You said, I'm going to need to call that number after Eagles beat the 49ers ass this year, Lord King. We'll see about that. I'm not going to need to call that number about no football game. I can guarantee you that. But we'll see about this whole Eagles beating the 49ers ass thing. We will see about that. But I'm not going to need to call that number after any football game in any way, shape, or form. I don't even get that invested in it. Yeah, I'm a fan. Like, I like the team, but I'm not a fanatic. Where, I'm not a fanboy like we see some people on YouTube that, they'll see somebody show up in their chat or on their panel or whatever, and they turn into a whole different person, like turn into a fanboy. That ain't me by any means. I don't look at any athletes or actors or singers or anybody like that as a celebrity, so to speak, where it's going to turn me into a fanboy. That's just not the way that I'm built. Yeah, I'm saying, man, salute to you. What's the word? Tanya G, you said, have I heard that Spelman College made history in 2026 by naming a record-breaking 7 co-valedictorians for its graduating class, celebrating the wins. That's what's up. So that means 7 people basically all had the same highest grade point average, you know, and whatever all goes into choosing a valedictorian. Hey, that's some competition, number one, because think about it. If 7 people were named it, think about how many people missed out by, like, you know, 1 point or something like that on their GPA, or one little thing here or there. Like, they might have been bullshitting freshman year, and then now they got serious, but it was that little bit that kept them back. Or hell, a lot of these students, once they get to college, they already have taken so many college prep courses that if you not on that so many years, like in high school, you already gonna be behind trying to compete with them valedictorians with the number of classes and, you know, things like that they have. But 7 co-valedictorians, that's big stuff. Shout out to that, man. Shout out to Spelman. Shout out to the HBCUs. Carlos Frank, you said you upset that Mike Evans is a Niner now? Well, I'm not. We definitely needed help at receiver on the 49ers. I mean, injuries has been the main thing. 49ers would have been prepped for a Super Bowl run with the team they had last year, but injuries got in the way. I mean, even with the injuries, they still, you know, played very well. They made it into the playoffs. They won, you know, some stuff. So if they can stay healthy, I, you know, don't see why they wouldn't be right back in the mix for, you know, being on a Super Bowl run. I mean, they're in their window. McCaffrey is getting old. Kittle's getting old. A lot of the players on the defense are, you know, getting up there in age. So they're in their Super Bowl window now. As long as they can stay healthy, every season right now is a Super Bowl run window. John Harbaugh is doing his damage in New York. Hey, he up there talking his talk. John Harbaugh's a good coach. And New York needed a new culture, so we'll see what they can do. Now, Jackson Dart ain't helping them. Jackson Dart is not helping them by going out there and getting involved in politics when most of the players on your team are negatively impacted by the person that you are politically associating yourself with. I mean, there's just certain subjects that, I mean, you can, if you want to be a public person talking about your politics, fine. But at the same time, you can shut the fuck up about it and let your political views be what they are. Daughter of Zion, grand rising to you, sister. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. You know, so, I mean, that's the thing. If you want to be a public person, call it, you know, that has a team. And this is, and I'm talking about people who have a team that they need to protect them, make plays for them, stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying any of these brothers are going to go do anything to throw away their careers and their potential earnings based on him doing that nonsense. But at the same time, it could make some people not really want to be on that team if he's going to continue to be the quarterback of the team, because the quarterback is considered the leader of the team, the one that's going to get the most attention. And there's certain people that are not going to want to follow a leader that is like that. So you said Harbaugh visited the president last season on a whim. Okay, I ain't hear about that. That didn't make headlines, apparently. But yeah, so it depends on how the players take it, you know. But if you want to publicly talk your politics and stuff and you have to depend on a team, then you just have to understand it may have some impacts. So there's been a couple players that have said stuff about Jackson Dart introducing the president and all of that stuff, and they didn't feel very good about it. But hey, we'll see how it all shakes out, right? We'll see how it all shakes out. Let me go ahead and do this because I will forget. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link out there. However, as y'all see in the title, this is an open-ish panel. It ain't just a full open panel. It ain't for any and everybody. And if you get on some nonsense, you won't stay. You know, simple as that. It's just as simple as that. Clarence Banks Jr., what up? Salute to you. Let me get the chat back right so I can see it. But yeah, so let's get on with it. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Let's get on with it. What are we here to talk about, y'all? Well, of course, y'all know we like to celebrate. Like, who was it earlier? Tanya G said, you know, she's celebrating those 7 co-valedictorians at Spelman College. Yeah, we celebrating around here. We're going to celebrate. Perspective, you funny. But later on in the show, he'll be more than welcome because I'm going to talk about some of his stuff. So later on the show, he's more than welcome if he's going to have some extra context to add to what I'm talking about, because I'm going to be reviewing a part of a video that he did. So if he wants to later on in the show, hit the link. He'll be more than welcome to add additional context to some of the stuff that he was saying, right? Celebrations, y'all. Celebrations. We're going to celebrate life right now. We're going to celebrate life. Celebrate life. One of the dopest to ever do it, Christopher Wallace, a.k.a. the Notorious B.I.G., a.k.a. Biggie Smalls, whole bunch of other names. You know, it was his born day just passed, you know, and he's been gone for a while now, but we still celebrate the GOATs. We still celebrate the GOATs out there. Nick Lee, grand rising to you, brother. Salute. JT Moneyman 410, what's good? Yeah, shout out to Christopher Wallace, Biggie Smalls. It was his birthday this past week, and we celebrate life around here. You know, we're not going to necessarily mourn passing. We celebrate life because he's still alive through his music. People still rocking Timbs like that in New York. You know what I'm saying? All of that, the whole style and everything. So rest in peace to the Notorious B.I.G. Yeah, as Cheryl Hodges is saying, now granted, I don't get too much into the holidays that they put on the calendar and celebrating something specifically on a day because the calendar or the government or whatever told you to. But it is Memorial Day weekend, and this is a weekend that we say we honor those who have fallen. This isn't about us veterans who are still alive. You know, this is about those who have fallen, those who lost their life in service of this country. That's what this weekend is about. So if you see the memorials, respect them. If you have somebody that was military in your family and they maybe died in a conflict or something like that, this is the time that we pay homage and respect to them. That to you. Salute to you, brother. Yeah, so this is the time we pay homage and respect to those who have fallen, those who put on a uniform and they maybe died in that uniform. You know, this is the day, the weekend, but we should always respect them, right? We should always pay homage and respect to them. Right. Like Trayspective said, all gave some and some gave all. All of us gave something. All of us who raised our hand, enlisted or commissioned in the military, we all gave something. We all gave some part of our life because we had time away from family, missing events and all types of stuff like that because we were wherever we were. But some gave it all. Some never came back home to their families. You know, their family had to hear about them passing from somebody either showing up at their door, you know, with the bad news or something like that, you know. So that's what this weekend is, to honor and respect all of those who have fallen while serving in that uniform. Steady grind. A salute to you, bro. Appreciate you being here. Yeah. Respect to all who gave it all for their country. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to the chat. I appreciate everybody who actually has respect for those things, you know, because we're not around here just being disrespectful for no reason. We're going to give somebody disrespect if we feel like they deserve it, but we're not just going out here just trying to blatantly be disrespectful towards people, right? As we continue to celebrate life, man, we had big week of losses, man. This has been a big week of losses, man. Rob Bass passed this week. Y'all hear about that? Y'all know Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock? Rob Bass, It Takes Two. All that, man. Rest in peace to Rob Bass, man. Celebrate his life, man. Play his music. Let them records spin. Keep his name alive. Keep his voice alive. Because if you ever dance to the song, if you ever, rap the lyrics or anything like that, rocked out to the beat, then, hey, keep their spirits alive through their music, man. Yeah, Rob Bass, only 59, man. Been a big week of losses. Big week of losses. Like I said, it's Biggie birthday week, but we lost Rob Bass this week. And we had another big loss, man. And this one here may not hit everybody the same because everybody's not into NASCAR. But I live in North Carolina. This is NASCAR country. You know what I'm saying, man? Know what it is. Man, Rowdy, Kyle Busch, man. Kyle Busch is only 41 years old, man. He had a severe case of pneumonia and eventually passed from sepsis. And the thing that makes this even sadder for me is that I got a brother, somebody that I consider a brother. I was in his wedding. He's in my wedding. And he works for RCR. So that's a family loss for them. That is a family loss. Them racing teams, those racing companies, they are like family. So they lost a member of their family. Richard Childress Racing lost a member of their family by Kyle Busch's passing. So, man, big week of losses, man. Big week of losses. And on the Kyle Busch situation, I just had to share this because it's cool. It's sad and cool and, all of the things, right? So, in NASCAR, they don't retire numbers. Like when Dale Earnhardt passed, they didn't retire his number. Like where nobody can race using that number again or anything like that. They don't do that in NASCAR. But what they do is teams have the ability to what is called reserve the number. So they keep that number as a part of their team. They hold on to it, and then they will decide who gets to race under that number again in the future. So a kind of cool thing that they're doing with Kyle Busch's number and Richard Childress Racing. Childress Racing is reserving the number, and he the plan is Kyle Busch has a son who is already racing. He's 11 years old, already racing. So the plan is that when Kyle Busch's son gets old enough, if he decides to, keep going with the racing and get into NASCAR and all of that, that the number will go to him. His name is Brexton Busch. He's 11 years old. Said he's been racing at various circuits since 2020. So he's got about 6 years under his belt. He's won more than 100 races across various states. So shout out to them. Shout out to the Childress family. Childress Racing family. Condolences to y'all. I know that's a big loss. I mean, he's a 2-time Cup champion. He's racing in multiple series, trucks and all of that, man. Just sad times. Big losses this week. Big losses this week. So, yeah. But we celebrating life, though. We celebrating their lives. We're not mourning the loss. We're celebrating the lives. In continuation of our celebration of life, as we do, we keep voices alive around here. So I would be remiss if I didn't keep the voice alive and celebrate the life of the one and only, one of the dopest MCs on these YouTube streets, Lady DJ.
Hey, if I hurt anybody in this live, I'm not sorry. Fuck you bitches. Nobody cares. Don't worry about me. Like Diana Ross, I'll always be here. I like to talk my shit. It move my lips. And let the beat sound right. Get up and shake my hips. One of the baddest bitches you can ever see on this motherfucking YouTube TV. Take it for what the fuck it is. All you niggas is grown, none of you supposed to be kids. So I'm gonna lay it on line one more time. Let you know you bitches ain't fine. Some of you bitches is ugly as hell, and you know the universe ain't lying. Look at Trina looking like Pound Puffy all about all night. If anybody felt your face with the eye closed, it would be a disgrace. They would think you the dog in the house. Walking around, bitch, you ain't got no mouth. That's why you can't even talk. I thought it was because you're from down south, but now I see your jaw's too heavy and you can barely motherfucking talk. And if you ever run up on a bitch like me, I'ma make them motherfucking jaws off. How they hang so low? You really out to sucking dick though? Child, you a sadist. All you niggas out here, you better be glad that you didn't fall in love with this creature from another motherfucking planet. All these bitches don't like the way I rap because they know they can't understand it. How I throw the dirt in their face and they think it's a joke. And I'm trying to make sure everybody out here in the face fucking joke. Yeah. Catch up with me and you'll be next in line. Cause I'm always first, motherfucker. Always flowing and flowing fine. Bitches wanna do the shit I do. But these bitches is losing their mind. And they forgot and they confused. They don't even know what today is. Cause these bitches wanna play. And I'm out here on this YouTube shit dropping content every day. While you sit back and watch and I give you a verbal nod, I bet you one thing, you'll remember next time, bitch, and you will stop. Cause when it comes to me, I'ma stand on top. Everything I own, take accountability. You niggas out here talking all that shit, and really in true life, you look silly to me. Acting like you got an excuse for every motherfucking thing that you do. And we don't even know you, nigga, you's a clown. And nobody never had a clue. So it's Saturday and I'm chilling in my own motherfucking zone. In my own motherfucking home. You bitches better leave me alone, yeah.
Yeah. Rest up, lady DJ. We always gonna keep your voice, your spirit alive. Like GWB said, YouTube sector royalty. Shout out to GWB in the building. Appreciate you. G Mama Body, Grand Rising to your sister. Rachel Banks, Grand Rising sister. Yeah. We gonna keep your spirit alive, lady DJ. You may leave this earth, but your spirit continues to live on. Absolutely. One of the dopest MCs that ever did it on these YouTube streets. We continue celebrating life, y'all. Celebrating the life of these people. We don't mourn their past and we celebrate their lives. We celebrate all the things they gave to us. So rest up, Rob Bass. Rest up, Kyle Bush. Rest up, of course, Notorious B.I.G. And rest up, Lady DJ, man. Continuing our celebration. We celebrate wins, man. We celebrate wins. I'm telling y'all, man, Asia Wilson, she bad than a motherfucker, man. I mean, look at this stuff. This things that you have your coaches and people like that say about you. She makes the main thing the main thing. She always keeps basketball first. All these other things happen because we win, she wins. Understanding that if her team wins, if she helps the team wins and leads them to winning, then she continues to win as an individual as well. She don't put herself in front of the team and say it's all about me. If she leads the team and makes it an environment where they want to follow her, then they will basically follow and they'll all win, right? Shout out to Asia Wilson. And hey, shout out to pictures like this that are going to become iconic over time. You see Asia Wilson, she's the present. But obviously she's a little bit further in her career than Angel Reese. Angel Reese is, looking to follow in those types of footsteps, right? Things like this. It's going to be iconic. 1.24 million people viewed that Dream versus the Aces game to see Asia and Angel play against each other, right? And it's not that they necessarily directly guard each other, anything like that. It's just when you see the present and the future, it's like Michael Jordan is playing against LeBron or something, or Michael Jordan playing against a young Kobe. Things like that. Kiss my cheeks. Grand rising to you. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Yeah, Trey Spectors, we about to get into that. Let's. Oh, hold up, wrong thing. Let me recognize what Trey Spectors is talking about. We celebrate wins around here. Whether it's my team or not, we celebrate the wins around here. NBA Finals. We've been keeping up with the bracket each week. As we see, we in the Western and Eastern Conference Finals, and the Knicks is about to get the Cavs up out of there, boy. My goodness. After the Knicks came back from that big deficit in game 1, it seems like they broke the Cavs' spirit. I mean, my goodness, how you get the game at home? Knicks about to get the Cavs up out of there. They sweep them. Only problem that I don't know. Sweep might be good for them since they had two. Well, I don't know. They've been sweeping people, really. They went long with the Celtics. No, hold on. Up here. They went long series with the Hawks, 6 games. They swept the Sixers. If they sweep the Cavs and the Thunder Spurs series goes 7 games, I don't know if all that rest is going to be good or not. It may be because the Thunder and the Spurs both have a lot of injuries. The Knicks, I don't think they have as many injuries to their key players. Mojo, Moni Mo, grand rising to you, sister. Star, how you doing? Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I love the team camaraderie of the Aces as well, Trey Spectives. I mean, they got 3 number 1 overall picks on their team. Jackie Young, Asia, of course, and I just saw the other girl. She big time too. I love that they got all these number 1 overall picks on their team, and they are all able to make it work. They're able to make it work. So I love their camaraderie as well. I mean, look, let me show this. Look at this team. A lot of these names, I mean, I don't know if y'all keep up with WNBA basketball or women's college basketball and things like that, but a lot of these names you know. Chinade Carter, Asia Wilson, Jackie Young, Chelsea Gray. All these people are names that you know. Brianna Turner. I've heard of most of the Jewel Lloyd. These are ballers in women's professional basketball, and they're all able to make it work. I'm saying you got multiple number 1 overall picks on the team, and they're able to make it work. So, yeah, I definitely respect that type of team camaraderie. You know, is no I's in team. You know, there's no big me, little you type attitude. It seems to be going on. Yeah, Asia might be getting most of the accolades. You know, she's been MVP multiple times, all that. So she deserves the accolades. But at the same time, she ain't shitting on like a Jackie Young or a Chelsea Gray, anybody like that. So, yeah, I definitely respect what they got going on. They are ballers for sure. And I love what they're doing. I love that the direction that they're taking the league. I think they need to have a whole lot more commercials. I mean, I see Asia in some, but I also see Caitlin Clark getting a whole lot of commercials. And yeah, I mean, she shoot the ball really well and stuff like that. But hell, she got a balling ass team that she plays with too. Why is she the one getting all of the credit? She ain't necessarily doing everything over there. The Indiana Fever got a baller ass team too. It's a whole bunch of balling ass teams in the WNBA, and seems like they trying to force Caitlin Clark down your throat when via she grand rising to you, sister. Caitlin Clark has to show and prove first before she gets all of this stuff, but they're just giving it to her. You know, so that's the way my opinion on it. But again, let's look at this NBA bracket. Thunder Spurs 2-1 lead. Thunder were able to get that game back in game 3 because they had given up a game at home. They got them back. So Thunder back up in that series. Next game tonight in San Antonio. And then, like I said, the Knicks is about to get the Cavs up out of there. It's going to basically be another showing of kind of like the James Harden collapse, I guess is how they going to frame it, you know. And I'm not saying that they're necessarily wrong. James Harden has not been a very good player in the playoffs his entire career. He has not been a very good player in the playoffs. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Back in the day, I, used to think he was distracted when he was, running around chasing the Kardashians and all that stuff. I don't know what it is these days. I don't know what it is these days, but, you know, he definitely does not have a great playoff career. Donovan Mitchell's been doing his thing, but it's just not been enough. Jared Allen's been playing very well for the Cavs, but again, it's not been enough. Evan Mobley been playing very well for the Cavs as well, but it's not been enough. So, hey, shout out to the Knicks. They about to handle their business and get them up out of there. And to all the hockey fans out there, hockey playoffs are going on too. You got the Eastern or Western Conference Finals in the NHL. You got the Vegas Golden Knights up 2-0 on Colorado Avalanche. And Colorado, I think is favored in that series. But you got the Vegas Golden Knights up 2-0 on them. They took the 2 games. I think were those games in Colorado? I can't remember. But then you got Montreal and Carolina Hurricanes. They're tied 1-1 in that series. They split. So you got hockey and NBA playoffs both going on right now at the same time. Just a big time in sports if you're into sports, especially playoff sports. Knowledge is Power TV 1.0. Salute to you, bro. Yeah, especially playoff sports, because, you know, some of these leagues, it's like they don't take the regular season as serious. Then they get in the playoffs, and that's when everything turns up. So if that's how they're going to treat it, then that's how I'm going to watch it. I'm not going to watch them if they're not taking regular season games serious. I'm not going to watch it. I'll just wait till y'all get to the playoffs and see who's supposed to be there. NFL, they're different. Every week, it seems like they're coming out there to play. NBA, not so much when it's a regular season. When they get to the playoffs, that's when they show up. So that's when I'll show up to the NBA as well, when they get to the playoffs. I ain't got time to give them all 82 games, and they not even out there really playing like that. They out there BSing. I ain't got time for that. So, again, celebrating the win. Shout out to everybody who's winning out there, man. Shout out to everybody who's winning out there. Here's another lady who is winning, and she's modeling it for you through her actions. Take a look. And so, I mean, sometimes you have to understand that winning in life may be more important than winning one little race, right? I don't know the backstory of that, but I mean, you got somebody running a marathon. I'm imagining. I don't know if it was a full marathon, half marathon. I don't know those types of details, right? But you have somebody running a marathon, and I guess maybe they have been running beside each other, with each other the whole time. Who knows? But when it came time to get to the end, one lady's legs was starting to give out. And the other one stayed there with her and basically kept helping her get up, you know, so she could cross that finish line. The other lady could have just ran off, won the race, and then came back, whatever. But the giraffe is you, of course. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. And if you would like to hit the link later when we're discussing that, you'll be more than welcome to. The giraffe is you, of course. Why wouldn't the giraffe be you? But yeah, so shout out to people looking at winning in life over specifically winning one race. Kwame Brown Bus Life, salute. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully you hit the like button. Shout out to people that's winning in life. Understanding that when you teach a trade to somebody, it empowers the next generation. Take a look. Yeah, I mean, just showing when you start them young, they can pick that stuff up. It's easier to teach a child something than it is to teach an adult. So if you're into a trade and you starting them young on maybe following your footsteps of the same trade or something to that effect, then you're going to see how it can come out. I mean, I don't know how old that kid is, but he's very young and he is obviously doing the whole job that you see any other crew of, concrete guys doing whenever they're laying sidewalks. So shout out to them. We're celebrating the wins because that young man is winning. His family is winning by teaching him that. 415 Tiff, hello to you. Grand Rising. Grand Rising to you. Tanya G, you said, have I heard of the sport Jai Ali? I'm not sure how you say that second word, but no, I have not. I have not heard of that. Let me see if I can look it up really quick and see what it is. Oh, okay. I've seen that before. I don't know how to say it again exactly. Highlight. Yeah, I've heard of that. Only reason I've heard of that is because of a show that I listen to, and they play it a lot down there apparently. I don't know if it's Cuban or what, but highlight. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never actually played it, never seen it competitively or anything like that. Highlight. Yeah. I've heard of that. I'm just not very familiar with it. I don't know the rules of it, anything like that. But I have heard of highlight. Yes. I've heard references to it, I should say. Shout out to all the people out there that's winning, man. Celebrating the wins. Celebrating the people who are pouring positive influence into the youth, right? Pouring positive influence into the youth. Making school a place where kids actually want to be as opposed to somewhere that they're dreading, Take a look. Yeah, shout out to all the teachers, administrators, people who are working with the youth that understand that sometimes they have to maintain a childlike spirit or, youthful spirit to connect with the children and to make the kids want to be there. Because not all kids want to be in school. They may be having a bad day, Maybe they got stuff going on at home that the teacher or administrator doesn't know about, but them coming to that school makes them feel like they're in a safe space, a place where they can be themselves, show whatever emotions they have. Shout out to teachers like this. No sound on this one. Some kids need a hug. Some kids just want to dance. You let them tell you what they need. Shout out to the teachers who understand. And let them make choices. Yeah, shout out to the teachers that understand and allow the kids to make choices. Shout out to that. When you act like that, y'all say grow up. Y'all are confused. What are you talking about, Kwame? I don't know what you're talking about. 40 to splatter, salute. When you use words like that, I don't know what the that is you're referencing. When you say when y'all, or when I act like that, I don't know what you're referencing. So I can't really comment too much on that because I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, shout out to all of the teachers, administrators, the people who are working with the youth that understand that sometimes you got to give the child a choice. sometimes you have to just be understanding that they may not want to be there that day, but they gotta be, so you can make it the best experience for them that's possible. You know, right? She's actually getting to know her students. She's getting to know what her students need on that individual day. Because the ones that needed a hug, they got a hug. The ones that just wanted a high five or just wanted to dance or whatever, they got to do that. You know, but it is her getting an introduction to them students on that given day, and it'll give her a little insight to what that student needs. Because if she does that, let's say she does that every day with those students as they enter the class, and there's a student that don't ever want a hug, but all of a sudden they do. All right, just something to think about. Then they come back the next day, they want a hug again. Like, is there something that maybe going on in that child's house that's making them feel like they need a hug now, when all year this child has never wanted a hug? They just wanted to dance or fist bump or whatever, but now all of a sudden they needing hugs. Or maybe the teacher knows about something that's going on in that child's life, right? Maybe the teacher actually knows that the child is having some difficulties at home and the child needs a hug constantly. You know, that's that teacher getting to know what that child needs, being able to monitor it throughout the day, you know, and if the child needs additional assistance, again, Mental Health Awareness Month, if they need to put them in touch with a counselor or something like that, they can do so by learning what that child actually is needing. Hemi McFly, you said you're a skills coach on the weekends. Some children just want to feel wanted. That's a fact. Because some children are not feeling wanted at home. So if they have a teacher that is showing a bunch of care and empathy for them, then, hey, if that's where they can get it, then that's where they can get it. You know? Yeah. VSC, you said, same with the kids who constantly fall asleep in class. It's a red flag. Absolutely. These are things that we need our teachers to keep an eye on. And we're going to celebrate the good teachers and administrators who do actually watch out for things like that and take action whenever they notice it. They take action when they notice things like that. We're going to celebrate them. We're also going to celebrate the people, whether it's athletes, entertainers, whoever it is, that understand that they're not bigger than the program. And they are wanting to be the reason that somebody smiles. Take a look. How happy this kid is. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody who understands that they're not bigger than the program and they just are the reason that somebody smiles. That kid in that last one, he just got a little high five slap by all the teammates as they ran by. And he was so excited at the end of it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all of them who understand they're not bigger than the program, that without the fans, the money doesn't come. You know, none of these sports that we watch, NBA, NFL, hockey, baseball, any of them exist without the fans in terms of the way they exist today. The money would not be there if the fans were not going to the games, if the fans were not buying the products associated with it, right? So you got to understand sometimes that you're not bigger than the program and that without the fans, your celebrity, fame, money, all of that does not exist if the fans don't exist. And if you don't remember that sometimes it's just about showing compassion and putting a smile on a fan's face. In the tennis situation, those are the they call them ball boys, you know, that chase the tennis balls that go flying and shit like that, right? But that one, his job was to hold an umbrella over the tennis player so he ain't getting soaking wet during the little like timeout break or whatever. He's like, no, come sit down with me. Why are you standing out in the rain while you're holding the umbrella over me? How about we just sit on the bench together while you're holding the umbrella? Here, take some water too while you're at it, you know? Just shout out to all the athletes, the professional, and whatever it is, the musicians, the movie stars, actors, all of them who actually show compassion. Drop Squad, Pro 901, salute, bro. Appreciate you coming in. Y'all know if y'all need some drops, Pro 901 Drop Squad is a dope drop maker. Let me make sure this the right person. Hold up. All right.
This the one and only.
Yes, sir. I just had to make sure. I ain't want nobody coming up faking like it was you. That's all.
So you say I'm the giraffe,
Yeah.
and you the fake nerd. So what is this so-called giraffe right about?
What is this giraffe right about? We'll talk about that later. I ain't
I
at
said
that point in my
so-called.
show. Well, I'm not at that point in my show yet, so I'll talk about that later.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to be around for it because, well, I don't want to say what's going to happen because I don't want you to think that I'm trying to promote. So
Right.
I had the time now. So if you wanted to discuss it, I was going to discuss it. But I know I'm right about a lot. You guys are going to be revealed a lot because I was also right that wasn't Gilbert Arenas' show. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know anything about that situation.
Oh, so the thing that went viral where Gilbert Arenas said himself that he's mad at Skip Bayless because Skip Bayless is taking over his show and he's on vacation at home on his couch while the playoffs is going on. You guys have nothing to say, huh?
I don't know who you guys is. I have nothing to say because I don't know anything about that situation. Things that go viral in your algorithm don't necessarily go viral in my algorithm. You see the type of videos I've been sharing.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, the way you talk and the way you remind me of Hakeem Jeffries. Like anytime you ask a direct question, you like pretend and fake like you don't know nothing about it when everybody in this sector know about what happened with Gilbert Arenas.
That can't be true. Everybody doesn't know because I don't know. So everybody can't possibly know because I don't know.
What you doing on your off time? Spending time curing cancer or something?
No, not that specifically, but it's not really your business what I do in my off time.
I'm just saying, you got a lot of free time. I mean, you're a married man, no kids running around the house. What do you do that's so important on your free time? Do you just volunteer all your time away or something? Because if I was just with a wife with no children, I would be, I have so much shit to do or not do.
So what makes you think that I'm not doing all of these things? If I obviously said that I have not seen this thing that you claim went viral, that obviously means I'm doing other stuff, right? So what makes you think I'm not doing all of these things that you say I should have time to do?
That's true. You could be doing a lot. You could be growing shit. That's why I asked, but you said it wasn't none of my business. So I understand that.
Right. No, on some real shit though, and like I said, when I get to that part of the show, you are more than welcome to hit the link to add some context if there's anything additional you'd like to add. But on some real shit, and it's totally up to you. Again, something that's just been on my mind, right? I would in real life like to holler, not in person, anything like that, but I would like to holler at you not on YouTube, if that's a possibility.
No problem. With all the insults and the things that you said to me, I got thick skin. I'm not really a sensitive person.
I mean, because you've insulted me back plenty. So, I mean, we've both insulted each other at this point. But I would like to holler at you on some real shit off of YouTube. So I don't know what the best way is to contact you and not have to go through somebody else or anything like that. You can feel free to either email me or whatever, and I will reach out to you, if you give me a good method of contacting you.
All right, not a problem. All right, I'll let you go on with the show. I'm gonna drop down so you can finish doing what you're doing.
All right, appreciate you.
All right.
Salute. Gina with a J, grand rising to you. Appreciate you being in here. Shout out to everybody who hit that like button. Let me see, make sure I didn't miss anybody. I don't think so. All right, so before we transition into our next part of the show, because we're continuing to celebrate the wins right now, I gotta shout out. This just like a shameless plug, let's say, advertisement of some of the people who in my life, and they got their business, they got a gym, and why not advertise them in front of an audience if I have the opportunity, right? They're building their business, and I want to support that. So y'all just indulge me for a moment.
Come with me to one of my favorite black-owned gyms in Greensboro, North Carolina called Fit Collect Athletics. So today I came to take their body sculpt class, and I was not prepared for the butt whooping I was about to receive. So the class focused a lot on glute and leg work, and baby, by the time I was done with this class, I never want to see another squat again in my life, okay? But it was really those slow glute kickbacks some posters that were truly taking me out. My girl Nick said she was gonna go easy on us, but I should have known that would be a lie. I'm still sore days later as I'm editing this video, but baby, I know them results about to be tea for the summertime, so I ain't even mad. If y'all trying to get fine for the summertime, book a class with my girl Nick and her husband, but fair warning, they don't be playing no games, okay? So take my warning, okay? But make sure y'all go and support them and take a class, okay?
Yeah, shout out to Fit Collect Athletics right here in Greensboro, North Carolina. Fit Collect Athletics right here. What you looking at, bro? Talking about yes, Lord. What you looking at talking about yes, Lord? I don't know what you're referencing with that yes, Lord, but D Grand rising to you. I hope you ain't talking about old girl in the video. I don't know her. I don't know the young lady who made nothing. I don't know the young lady who made the video. I know the people who run the gym. Shout out to them. Shout out to the young lady who made the video as well. Yeah. Shout out to celebrating businesses, people starting their businesses, people, chasing their dreams. People chasing their dreams, chasing their purpose in life, right? Shout out to that. Shout out to that. And as we transition here, we're going to switch gears just a little bit because I found some other videos that we're not so much celebrating anything, but we're also not getting into anything crazy negative, anything like that, right? I just found some videos that is a quick subject I wanted to cover with y'all. And it's in reference to, us dog owners. Like, I don't have any dogs right now. The ones that we have passed. When we move, we will plan on getting more. DJ Cleveland, salute. We will plan on getting more. We plan on getting a whole bunch of animals, as y'all can tell. I've shown y'all a bunch of the stuff we plan on getting. We plan on getting a lot of big dogs, really. But here is just an example of what it's like if you have a dog, because dogs, they're companions and they're protectors. And they don't put up with no bullshit when you messing with they people, right? So let's take a look at this. A little kind of funny skit with a dog.
What? Yo, I'm not hurting her, my nigga. I'm just playing.
The dog won't playing. That dog's like, hey, you don't get to hurt the baby now. You hurt the baby, I'm gonna tell you up. Watch it again.
What? Yo, I'm not hurting her, my nigga. I'm just playing.
Yeah, that dog was not playing that shit. You do not get to punch at the baby, and I don't take a bite out of your ass. That's what that dog said. Shout out to Moonlight in the building. Grand rising. Yeah, shout out to Moonlight in the building, y'all. I mean, I know they get infatuated watching Moonlight jump rope, so I saw that, and that became the Moonlight welcome drop over here. Cause they be getting infatuated with Moonlight and her jump roping and stuff. So hey, why not, right? Moonlight and her jump rope, boy, they be getting crazy about that. Another video about dogs. And again, this is for all the dog owners, man. For all the dog owners or people thinking about owning a dog, people who maybe have fear of dogs, don't understand your dog. Just something to keep in mind.
Do not follow you around the house because they are clingy. They do it for 3 deep reasons almost no owner truly understands. And the third one will break your heart when you finally get it. The first reason is safety. To your dog, you are their entire world. When you move from room to room, their instinct tells them that if they lose sight of you, something could go wrong. They do not follow you because they are dependent. They follow you because where you are, everything is okay. The second reason is vigilance. Your dog is constantly reading your body, your breathing, your posture, the rhythm of your steps. They detect stress, pain, or changes in your mood before you even notice them yourself. Following you is not a habit. It is their way of staying alert for you. And the third reason is the one that hurts. Your dog does not understand time. Every time you disappear behind the door, for them, it could be forever. And yet they still look for you. Yeah. And yet they still choose you every single time. Yeah. That kind of love has no comparison. But here is what almost nobody stops to think about. Your dog follows you to protect you. And they cannot tell you when something inside their own body starts to fail. I spent years in performance sports watching athletes give everything they had while their bodies quietly broke down from the inside. And then I started seeing the exact same thing in dogs. The dog following you from room to room right now is doing something extraordinary. And their body deserves the same attention they give yours. One of the biggest silent threats I have watched steal years from dogs is collagen decline after age 4. It drops every single year. The joints stiffen, the gut lining weakens, the connective tissue that holds everything together slowly breaks down. All while your dog keeps following you from room to room like nothing is wrong.
Yeah. So again, if you kind of question why your dog acts the way it does, why it follows you, why it's always, seeming to be scanning and things like that, because that's the way that they are. And again, they don't understand a sense of time the way that we do. Time is a made up thing by humans. None of the rest of the animal kingdom gives a damn about time. Humans are the only ones that, go by a clock and, what time it is and all of that stuff. For the rest of them, when it's time to eat, it's time to eat. When it's time to hunt, it's time to hunt. All of these things are just natural instincts of them. Mating season is mating season for animals. It's just natural in their instincts. So understanding that your dog is doing those things for a reason. When they follow you, because they don't know if you're ever going to come back. Because when you close that door, they don't know if that's the last time that they're ever going to see you again. Because time doesn't mean these things. You can't sit there and explain to the dog, I'll be right back. What the hell does that mean? How long do I have to wait here for you to be right back? Those types of things. So just something for if you don't understand that about your dog, and it may be other animals as well who that applies to. But if you don't understand that about your dog, just something that maybe help you understand why they act the way they do. Because most times they are thinking about protecting you. You are their person. You are their companion. You are the one that they want to be around all the time. And when you go away for however many hours to run errands, go to work, whatever, they don't know if you're ever coming back through that door. So shout out to everybody who understands that their dogs are looking to protect them typically at the end of the day. You see, lady, she got 5 Rottweilers. And whenever they were just laying there chilling, But whenever she walked away and they couldn't see her, like, oh, hell no, let me get up. Where you going? Oh, a car pulled up too? Oh, hell no. We not having that. They was ready. Hey, if they needed to hop that fence because something was happening to her, they would have broke right through that fence. But since they saw that she was good, nothing was happening, they just had to keep an eye on her. But if anything would have gone down, if anybody would have tried anything, they would have towed through that damn fence and all 5 of them would have been on somebody's ass real quick. So shout out to, again, the people who understand, people who have dogs, the dog owners out there who understand that, you know, their dog, while we have a purpose as humans, the other animals in the animal kingdom have a purpose as well. When you bring a dog in as a pet, that dog becomes a protector, especially the big dogs like them. But hell, even the little dogs, a little dog will bite your ass faster than a big dog a lot of times. You know, so shout out to everybody who has that understanding. And shout out to all the moms out there. Again, we don't celebrate Mother's Day just one random damn Sunday in May because the government says that's when you do it. Oh, hell no. We celebrate moms all the time because you don't stop being a mom because that one day has passed. You became a mom without that day and you continue to be a mom whether that day is celebrated or not. So, yeah. Shout out to all the moms out there. Shout out to all the moms. Yeah, Hemi McFly, we haven't gotten another dog either since our dog passed. We had a mix. We had a couple dogs actually, but the last one that we had, he was a mix. He was, you know, love of our life, just like all of the dogs are. And when he passed, we haven't gotten another one. We knew we'd be doing this building process at some point in time. Uncle L, salute to you, Grand Rising, brother. But yeah, once we get out there on the property, which staying about 2-3 more weeks, y'all. So hopefully within about a month or so, your boy will be moving and the look back here will be changing, all of that, you know, because I'll be in a different place. So hopefully in about a month, your boy will be moving. But yeah, once we get out there, we definitely plan to get a bunch of dogs, tell you the truth. We got a whole bunch of different breeds in mind that we want. Some of them are for specific purposes. Others are just to be a pet, you know. But yeah, a lot of them are bigger breeds, but we got plenty of space, you know, out there for them to be able to run around, be able to do different things, all of that stuff. But yeah, a lot of the dogs that we've been talking about are a lot of the bigger breeds of dogs. So yeah. But shout out to all the moms, like I said, and we discussed a few weeks ago what a mother is. It's a nurturer, you know. The mothers are the nurturers out here. Fathers are typically a provider. You know, sometimes you have to do double duties, and that doesn't mean one can't be the other, you know, but, you know, when we define what a mother is, you know, they bring life into the world. They nurture all of these things, right? But nurturing comes in all different forms and shapes and sizes, right? And it even applies in the animal kingdom. And this is why sometimes your perspective on things matters. Your understanding of what things mean and what it means animalistically, right? Take a look. So what that video shows is a dog taking a piece of bread from like a market and then takes it over and then drops it on the ground for some baby kittens to eat. A dog that is caring for kittens. I don't know the situation. It doesn't matter. It just shows the animal instincts of a nurturer. Let's watch it again. Yeah. So perspective matters. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Father's Day. Because as long as you're a mother or a father, or as long as you're a nurturer or a provider for somebody else, hey, you are those things. And you should be celebrated and recognized every day, not just some specific day of the year because the government put it on the calendar or whoever. The calendar makers put it on the calendar. Let's not even put this on the government, right? The calendar makers put it on the calendar. And, you know, that's the reason why people are celebrating it or following it or whatever the case may be. No. We're going to celebrate the people who need to be celebrated all the time. We're going to give credit to those who need to have that credit given all the time. Not just when a calendar or a government or somebody like that tells you to do it. So as we transition, gonna play a couple, two different little tracks here that I found, and I don't see any of the YNs in the chat so much, but maybe some of this will help them understand why a person like me don't really listen to like a Drake, something like that, you know? Because me, I feel like lyrics have meaning. And if your lyrics are just some BS, then I can't listen to that. Lyrics have meaning. So let's hear some lyricists. Pay attention to the lyrics and understand why these are the types of flows that I can get with. Check it out.
Give me my mic. Yeah. Goddess. Look, I'm a resurrected God relic, multilingual and eclectic. Fuck around and find out that hood come out me when I'm tested. Proficient in ebonics, afro-poetic with the phonics. Obliterate Shakespearean sonnets, cause it was written sober, literarily gifted. Cranial equipment hit like Second Amendment, a direct threat to ignorance. This a ghetto pilgrimage, walking that bitch like I own it. I'm indigenous, global citizen, ordained by the wind. Fly these hoes, can't tell me nothing. Bitch, I go in so aggressively, I'm thickening plots. You either shitting or get out for the pot. And bitch, I'm ready to squat with precision. These niggas left in awkward positions when they finish dead last. That's under Saba's ass just to kiss it. I'm a menace, mental man. On your ass adding tags. Divide to conquer with my better half. See, only time I'm softening. Then it's back to armoring our namesake. Boldly black, light skin. But nigga, this is not Drake. Wait, let me clear this up. Strike no fear in us. He devised the plans of co-conspiracy.
And now we got that Fuji-la demeanor. Breaking self-redefinition. It's that Coochie Chocolia. The spook by the entrance. Camouflage that attention. Flexing under tension, we breaking out the prison. Lyrically, my true intention, skewing my view of senses. Every sibling sending my siblings to new dimensions. Brothers getting woke to higher levels of thought. Then we return into the earth to politic with the salt. Dispensing these healing raps, I'm in my medicine bag. You know I'm multiplying grain to spinach, lettuce, and cab. A soldier in the garden, trained till I'm ready to scrap. I roll with dangerous cats, black leopards and jags. The goddess wife and I assembled in the panther pantheon. Tearing buffoons and coons, bring the bandages and gauze. It's some hammers being drawn and some damages involved. What I'm brandishing can vanquish any stamp of disregard. Unfiltered when I pop my shit. I'm incontinent, constant, dominant. I've been Wallace incompetence and spit postulates that uplift confidence and build with my tribal kin on the African continent. Know what time it is. Kisile.
The goddess.
Yeah. Lyrics matter. Lyricists matter. MCing matters. We got that De La Soul 3 feet high and rising on the wall. Custom vinyl. The custom vinyl. You know, classic stuff. And so here's another one. Again, lyrics. You got to listen to the lyrics, y'all, because the goddess and, you know, and her husband there, yeah, they is all dappered up and stuff. But see, perspective, just because how somebody look don't mean everything, right? Somebody could be dressed nice as can be and got trash bars. Hell, Drake wear nice clothes, but his bars be trash, right? We got this brother here. I never heard this before. I saw this called Lima Beans. Y'all heard of Lima Beans? Have y'all heard of the rapper Lima Beans? I never heard of Lima Beans, y'all. But Lima Beans got bars. Check this out.
I'ma get in that ass like a colonic. You make a negative comment. Now you my ex nigga. I'm Elijah Muhammad, untouchable.
Hold on. Oh yeah, okay, Lima Beans off the with the X bar. Now Elijah Muhammad X. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to desert store. Bring it back. Wait a minute. Maybe I was I don't want to prejudge you, Lima Bean. All right.
I'ma get in that ass like a colonic. You make a negative comment, now you my ex-nigga. I'm Elijah Muhammad, untouchable. Married to the mob, no prenuptial. Hard and humble, living comfortable as a Huxtable. My state of mind is mafia.
Let the lima bean cook. Let the lima bean cook.
Living comfortable as a Huxtable. My state of mind is mafia. Luca Brasi sleeps with tilapia. Feds following watches with binoculars.
Luca Brasi sleep with tilapia, sleep with the fishes. Luca Brasi. Hold on, bro. Y'all ain't tell me lima bean was this nice.
This is
I'm
crazy.
kind of liking lima bean.
This is going to be a 10-minute reaction on
I know, bro.
bars.
For 16 bars. He doing his thing. All right.
This is crazy.
No prenuptial, hard and humble, living comfortable as a Huxtable. My state of mind is mafia. Luca Brasi sleeps with tilapia. Feds following watches with binoculars. A keen judge of character, one of my best virtues. You got Urkels in your circle who have intentions to hurt you.
Yo. So, I'm sorry. That bar right there, he killed me with that one. He said, you got Urkels in your circle who got intentions to hurt you. What? What? Lima beans got bars, y'all.
I like lima beans. I need more lima beans, bro. I need more lima beans in the bowl, bro. We got to find another lima bean. We're going to find another lima bean.
You know what
bro.
this is? You know what's the basketball movie with Kyrie?
Uncle Drew? This the Uncle Drew? Yeah, he looking crazy and then get out there and cook your ass. Yeah, lima beans definitely Uncle Drew in it right now.
You got Urkels in your circle who have intentions to hurt you. A mister from color purple, I'm an asshole. The biggest fish up in the pond trying to swallow all you tadpoles. Home run hitter, get the ball up out the bleachers. I don't rap with amateurs, I'm charging 50 for a feature. My young niggas are killers, they gon' pop you when they peep you. From the murder capital, we just not popular for pizza. Nigga, ain't nobody smiling, do I look like Mona Lisa? I'm accepted everywhere, just like a MasterCard or Visa. Come to church late on Easter, smelling like reefer. Take over the pulpit, nigga, and eat to the preacher. I would've left your baby mama, but it's cheaper to keep her. I'm so respected in these streets, they think I wrote for Aretha.
I'm so respected in these streets, they think I wrote. Oh, no, bro. Oh, no, bro.
God. Hey. Lima beans. Lima beans got bars. That motherfucker in there dressed like Uncle Drew, but he got bars. I'm telling you, bars matter, words matter. Wordplay, being able to flip the words and all of that. Talking about tilapia and talking about sleeping with the fishes and all that. Yay, lima beans got bars. It ain't about just what you put out here all, again, we got some fanboys. We got some fanboys out here who be chasing celebrity fame, so to speak, right? As opposed to actually paying attention to what's going on. Lima beans got more bars than some of these people out here that's got deals. Some of these people that got deals, lima beans got more bars than that. Him and McFly, you said you got bars too. We about to see. All right, hey, we on the lookout. We definitely on the lookout. I'll be more than happy to rock them on this show too. I'll play it on the show for sure. But hey, it's about what you saying more so than about all the media push and all of that you get. The media can make you like or dislike anybody. But you got a brand of your own and you hearing what they saying. Lima beans got bars. You said you got Urkels in your circle who got intentions to hurt you. What? Just the wordplay. But shout out to that, y'all. Like I said, that was our transition. Team Easy, I see you. That was our transition. So we're going to get into some things here now that are a little bit more kind of what we talk about in tampon, man. Yeah, that was some wild shit. Arabia Barbosa, Grand Rising to you. Salute. To some things that, again, if y'all are not subscribed to Triple S, of course, is my favorite editor out there. Y'all not subscribed to Deja Vu, Halima, Tracepectives, Leticia, then you're missing out. You are missing out on getting knowledge. Because again, it's not going to be a whole bunch of BS over there. It's going to be actually dropping knowledge. So shout out to those sisters who actually drop knowledge and looking to educate the people essentially with the stuff that they post, whether it's on a community wall, a video drop, whatever, right? So found some little things, right? So one little picture or whatever that I found. And it's important for us to continue to have these conversations because the conversations are not being had in schools. They're not being had in churches. They're not being had in doctors' offices because a lot of our women of color especially are neglected in the doctor's office. They're not doctor's offices and the medical studies of America, for the most part, are not centered around the bodies of women of color. I don't care whether you're brown, black, whatever it is. The medical studies of America are typically centered around European women or European men, really. And then they shifted it to European women. But just making sure that you take care of yourself. Self-care isn't selfish. I see Kiss My Cheeks saying that it hits different. Self-care isn't selfish. You have to take care of yourself. Because if you go with this attitude, I'll focus on me later, you're going to be dead when you get around to trying to focus on you. You go from being a young girl that say, I'll focus on me later, to you go straight to, getting pregnant, being a mom and all the stuff that does to do things to your body, to now you're taking care of the kid for 18 or more years. And if you got multiple kids, that just keeps getting stretched out. To now you go to being grandma because your kids having kids. When are you going to actually stop and take care of you? When are you actually going to take the time to take care of you? That's my question. You got to take care of you first before you can take care of anybody else. Because if you're not taking care of you, then you're not going to be here. But self-care isn't selfish. Take care of you so you can keep showing up for them. If you want to keep showing up for them, then putting you first in your care has to be paramount. You got to be above the kids. You got to be above the spouse. You got to be above the parents or the grandparents or the siblings that are pulling at you. Self-care. And this is both men and women. But this picture, it hit dead on. I see it's making an impact for some of the people in the chat as well. So I'm glad this is the one I chose to share. But the message is the same for both men and women. Self-care isn't selfish. You got to take care of you first. I mean, we already talked about earlier celebrating the lives of people like Kyle Busch. And I'm not saying that he wasn't taking care of himself. He's a professional athlete. But he's not here now. So with him not being here, that's extra pressure on his wife to take care of the family that they created, right? Self-care is important and stress is a killer. Absolutely, VSG. Stress is a killer. Self-care is important. So make sure that you're taking the time to focus on you now. You can't wait till later. If you say, I'll focus on me later, you are on a path to destruction with yourself, with your life. Because you got to take care of you now. Fuck later. Take care of you now and later. But right now, worry about the now. Fuck later, worry about the now. Take care of you now. And another one I found is that a man with dreams needs a woman with vision. And I stand by this. I agree with this. I have a woman with vision in my life. I'm a man with dreams. She's a woman with dreams. I have vision as well. But you need to have that support in your life. Because if you're a man with dreams and your woman that you have in your life has zero vision, then it's going to be hard for you to really get anywhere because she's not going to see it. Therefore, she's not going to be able to be fully supportive of it the way that you need her to be at the times you need her to be. Like VSG said, not dead weight. So a man that has dreams needs a woman that has vision. And then there's no stopping what the two of you can become together. There's no stopping what the two of you can become together. So make sure that when you're out there making that selection, people can have whatever comments they want about my marriage. That doesn't impact my marriage because my marriage is between my wife and I. Her and I understand that. We're approaching 25 years of being married and been together longer than that, obviously. But we both understand that we have dreams that we need the vision of one another to be able to be successful in those dreams. We need each other to see the visions, you know, and see the dream. So make sure that as you're making that selection, as you're going through life, whether you're dating, whatever the case may be, if you decide to settle down with somebody, make sure that that person sees your dreams. Make sure that person sees the vision of your dreams so they can help support that and not be something that's an anchor holding it back. VSC, you said, in your opinion, that goes for the type of people we allow into our lives in general. That's a fact, VSC. That's 100% fact. The meme is just talking about the woman specifically in your life, you know, in, you know, type of relationship. But that is 100% fact, what you're saying there. This goes for all of the people that you allow into your life. Again, whether it's a sibling, a parent, aunt, uncle, anybody, a child that, you know, has that type of influence. Anybody at all that is dead weight in your life and on your dreams and your vision and your purpose in life is somebody that you may have to consider cutting off. And not necessarily cutting them off, because that might not always be necessary. Sometimes you don't have to cut them off. Sometimes you just have to keep on growing and they'll just fall off because they won't be able to keep up. So you don't have to cut people off all the time. Sometimes you just have to grow and they'll just fall off, because as we know, people talk about me and gardening and stuff like that. I don't know how that could ever be seen as some kind of negative. The fact that I get out in the garden, that I grow food alongside my wife for, you know, what we want. I don't know how that could ever be painted or seen as a negative, but if you know anything about how plants and trees and things like that grow, as they continue to grow, some of the lower limbs and stuff like that, especially on plants, you know, young seedling plants and stuff like that, some of the lower ones, they end up kind of just falling off. Or if you just touch it, it'll fall off because it's not getting any life, really, energy that is being given to that lower branch or, you know, stem that doesn't have anything growing on it. You know, for example, a tomato plant, one of the simplest things to grow, right? Well, if you know anything about pruning a tomato plant, you have to trim off some of those lower limbs so the energy can focus on the higher ones where the actual tomatoes are growing. Different types of varieties and stuff like that grow different ways. You'll have certain limbs that don't have any flowers on them. The flower is where the tomato is going to grow on a tomato plant. So if you see a flower, that could potentially become a tomato. You have other leaves and stems that look different and they don't have any flowers. Some of them you can get rid of so the energy can go to the ones that actually have the flowers and producing the tomatoes. So yeah, absolutely, KMC, fun to watch them all grow from seeds. I got a whole container garden on my back deck right now, all grown from seed. All grown from seeds. I got a damn box right here full of seeds. This whole box right here that I made is full of all different types of seeds because I like to grow most of my stuff from seed if I can. I can't tell you the last time I've bought a seedling from somewhere else. You know, I typically buy the seeds myself and I will germinate the seeds. I'll do all of the stuff I need to, and that's what I've been doing. So shout out to everybody who understands that. I mean, I just don't understand, like Trey Spector is saying, I don't understand anybody who thinks it's some kind of insult to say that I'm that guy out there in the garden. Where's the insult in it? Like, I can't be offended by it because I don't see the insult in it. And like Kiss My Cheek said, seeds don't expire. And I talked about it last week in one of the videos. Like I said, I plan on covering later. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna get into that one. Yeah. One of the videos I plan on covering later, but it's after the fact. So after Kwame came on my panel last week, right, we had a cordial conversation. He went live the next day. He was at the farmer's market. or like some like farm stand or something like that. I ain't gonna say it's the farmer's market, but his title says something about being at the farmer's market, right? And he was looking at watermelon stuff like that, and somebody in the chat had asked if because I actually commented in the chat, but I don't think he saw it because he was moving around. But somebody commented something about, the watermelon have seeds and stuff like that. And we talked about this last week in reference to the Lonnie video and why it's important when you're getting watermelon to get seeded watermelon. Because if you get seedless watermelon, what did that grow from? Because if you take a seeded watermelon and you collect those seeds that are in that watermelon, clean them off, dry them out, and then store them, those are seeds that'll grow more watermelon later in that season, the next season, whenever. But if you have a seedless watermelon, what did it grow from? Most of the seeds that I have, well, I ain't gonna say most, but some of the seeds that I have in my box over here, I bought some. I bought a big thing. It was like 200 different varieties of seeds at one few years back. But all of the seeds that y'all see in these little old 35 millimeter film containers that I bought, because I like to keep them in a cool, dark place, store them in a cool, dry, dark place. All these seeds y'all see in these little 35 millimeter film containers are seeds that I took out of a vegetable that we were eating at some point in time. Whenever, we clean vegetables for food we're cooking or whatever, I don't throw away all of those seeds. Hell no. Got money. All of those seeds and that pepper and whatever it is that you're eating is money. Because it's future growth. So I keep as many seeds as I can. I'm about to have the biggest damn seed repository that there is once we move. Keep all of the seeds that you can get, especially from the organic fruits and vegetables that you are eating. Keep all of those seeds, learn how to dry them out properly, and then how to store them properly so they'll last for you, and they'll last forever if you store them properly. Shout out to Lovelace in the building. I appreciate you being here. Y'all know we got Lovelace in the building.
Oh, hell is hot. Ain't no water there. Hell is hot. Ain't no water there. No ice, no tea, no lemonade, no Coke, no Sprite, no Gatorade. Hell is hot.
Yeah, shout out to Lovelace in the building. Yeah, I know. Hey, those old 35 millimeter film containers, I get the black ones because I don't want light getting in there. They have some that are that it's not clear, but it's kind of opaque or whatever. I don't want light getting into my seeds, so I like to keep them in a cool, dark place, right? So I use those old 35 millimeter film containers. I mean, you can buy those things online, a big container of them for not very much money, the empty ones, and boom, label them. I mean, as you see, I got them. I got labels on them. I got numbers on them because I have a list basically telling me, all right, this number, because once I get moved and everything, I'm probably going to have them up on shelves. And I know, all right, if I need this type of thing, number such and such is that. So that's why I got them labeled and numbered and all of that stuff. But yeah, that's a way you can keep them in a cool, dark place. And I keep them inside that wooden box. So it's, again, protected from light even more. Stays cool. So, hey, I feel good about it. And I'm getting good production out there from these seeds because all of that stuff that I'm growing out back right now, I grew from these seeds. Later on, it's been raining the last 2 days and stuff, so everything don't look that great out there right now. But once we get stuff moved and everything, I'll definitely start doing more videos and showing more pictures and stuff of the garden. I might give y'all a picture on the community wall of the little stuff I got going on out there right now. The only things that really look significant right now are the tomato plants. I got 3 different varieties of tomatoes out there. I got some zucchini, squash, cucumbers. Those are starting to get a little bit bigger. Or a couple of different varieties of beans. Those are starting to get a little bit bigger. The pepper plants are a little bit further behind, but I got all of the different colors of bell peppers. I got some jalapeno peppers. I got some red hot peppers, you know, a bunch of different stuff like that. So we got a variety of things. Of course, once we get out there to the property, we'll start to do some more of the bigger things, some more of the root vegetables, some of the potatoes. Once we get further in the season, we'll get into some more of the lettuce and greens, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, we're definitely spinning ourselves up, winding ourselves up to have full garden. We'll end up building a greenhouse out there eventually. And we plan on growing as much of our food as we can right there on our property. We'll get the chickens, we'll get all of that stuff. We plan on having as much of our food right there. We're going to know where it's all been sourced from start to finish. We're going to know what the animals are eating, all of that stuff. All of y'all that are saying y'all afraid of bees, I understand you, but them bees ain't really fucking with you. They're not. They're after the plants. The bees want to go to the plant and pollinate. They're necessary to move from one to the next because a lot of things require cross-pollination. The bees ain't messing with you. Just don't swat at them. And they will leave you the hell alone. All of you that are saying you're afraid of bees, the bees are not thinking about you. They will fly around curious, but then they're going to go off to the plant because the plant has what they want. You don't have anything that they want. So you could just ignore them, let them fly around and be curious, and then they'll go on about their business. Again, like us who we were talking about the dogs earlier. Those of us who have dogs, or those of us who know how to interact with somebody else's dog, what is the first thing that you allow the dog to do whenever a dog that you don't know, but maybe somebody else's dog wants to come up to you, or you're going up to that person? What's the first thing that you do? You let the dog sniff. The dog wants to smell you because that's how that tells them a lot of what they need to know. They use their nose for a lot of their senses. So the dog sniffs you, and then after you let the dog sniff you, then you can probably pet the dog. If the dog ain't getting no negative vibes from you, if you allow that dog to sniff your hand, the dog will probably allow you to pet it. With the bees are after the plants. Right, kiss my cheeks, I put my hand out. You put your hand out, let the dog sniff your hand, and then the dog will probably allow you to pet it. You said a bee stung you in your house, it didn't make it out, self-defense. Yeah, so if the bee is in your house, then it probably is agitated, you know, because it's trying to get back outside more than likely. So it might be a little agitated. In that instance, you might need to take it out, you know. Tanya G, you said, have I heard of the swarm of bees in the front of the White House? No, I had not. I try to pay as little attention to the White House as possible. And shout out to the homie Ears in the building. Shout out to the homie Ears. But yeah, so those of y'all who are afraid of the bees, what I'm saying is you don't have to be afraid of the bees. It's your own fear. Because that bee is not intending on hurting you. The bee is not really interested in you. The bee is interested in the other stuff around. I'm out around the bees all the time. When I'm out there dealing with my plants and stuff, there's all types of bees around. And I welcome them. I welcome them. We probably eventually get into some beekeeping as well out on our property. We'll probably have some bee boxes out there along the wood line and stuff like that. So we can, what? Produce our own honey. All of these things. You said it was in your hair. Yeah, so that bee that was in your house, it was probably a little agitated. It was probably agitated. More than likely. But yeah, bees have a strong purpose, and really our life would not continue to exist without the bees being here. They are more important to this ecosystem than a lot of people know. They are definitely more important to this ecosystem than a lot of people know. Do I have a pollinator patch in my garden? I I don't know specifically what you're referencing, but if you're saying like the flowers and things to attract pollinators, yes. You know, different flowers and stuff like that you have in your garden to attract pollinators to come to the garden. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So getting back to what we were talking about, again, like a man with dreams needs a woman with vision. And I found a couple videos, and I just like to see, I'd like to get some conversation going, see what y'all think about this, right? So here's a situation, and I just want to see what y'all think. Some of these next couple videos that I'm going to play, they're probably going to rub some of y'all the wrong way. But I want to hear the conversation associated with it, right? I'm going to play the video. I'll see what y'all are saying in the chat, and I'll give my commentary as well. But some of these videos are probably going to get some mixed reaction. So let's take a look at this first one.
I'm not sitting in the back seat. You need to get out.
My mom's coming, so I ain't gonna lie. You gonna have to get in the back. What you mean?
What you mean you're not coming?
No, I'm not sitting in the back seat. It's not that deep. Just sit in the back seat.
Okay, no, y'all not married anyway, honey. I mean, we just going somewhere. You act like you gotta sit in the back seat forever. Okay, bye.
I know this one right here is gonna ruffle some feathers. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I think my wife, knowing my wife, she would just got in the back seat. Even now, my wife gets in the back seat if my mom is getting into the car. We live in a different state, so it's a little different for us. But even when she was my girlfriend, I can remember my baby getting in the back seat. Now, I know some of y'all going to be like, no, my wife should get up front. No, my mom should get up front. I don't think there's a right or a wrong in the situation. I think there's a way of doing it. I think there's a way of conducting yourself. But I think her just storming off, saying, I'm just not going to go, that's a little immature in itself. The way the mom responded, Mom, you ain't got to do that. If the son should have been like, he should have shut it down. Look, this is my mom. That's my wife. I am a firm believer, and I stand by this. Your wife comes before your mom. That's how it goes. God, my wife, my children. Let me say that one more time. God, my wife, my children. But even in that, you can still have a respect for both parties. Mom, hey, let me handle this. Baby girl, look, this is not a big deal. Can you please sit in the back seat? My mom would like to sit up front. You got to diffuse these kind of situations, but you can't let it get to what it just got to. Just my opinion. But hell, I could be crazy. I could be crazy. Tell me what you think.
So what y'all think? What do y'all think? Is mom supposed to sit up front? Is, in this instance, girlfriend, they weren't married, you know, according to what mom said, supposed to sit up front? Who's supposed to sit up front? But let's say it is wife. Let's not even say girlfriend. Let's say it's wife. Mom's supposed to sit up front, or is wife supposed to sit up front? What y'all think? So Lovelace, shout out to Lovelace. Appreciate your response. Lovelace said, I always offer my daughter-in-law the front seat. She sits beside my son when he is driving, and it is fun to see their interaction. Hemi McFly, my wife is going to sit up front. I agree. I agree. You said you missed it, Tanya G? Let me play the beginning of it for you again. Let me just play the beginning.
I'm not sitting in the back seat. You need to get out.
My mom's coming, so I ain't gonna lie. You gonna have to get in the back. What you mean?
What you mean you're not coming?
No, I'm not sitting in the back seat. It's not that deep. Just sit in the back seat.
Okay, no, y'all not married anyway, honey. I mean, we just going somewhere. You act like you gotta sit in the back seat forever. Okay, bye.
I know that.
So that's the situation. So, I mean, I'm fortunate enough that, I mean, my wife and my mom love each other. That wouldn't have never become a situation in my relationship from the very beginning. I met my wife. I mean, she wasn't my wife at the time, obviously, but at the same time my mom met her. We all met at the same time. You know, and my wife and I developed our relationship. Obviously, my mom wasn't a part of it because I was off in the army when my wife and I were developing the relationship. But my mom and my wife would never have had any kind of interaction like this. At the same time, my wife, like he said at the end of it, comes first. And my mom understands that. I mean, that's the way it's been for 20 plus years now. And like a lot of y'all saying, mom was definitely wrong for the way that she was handling that. The verbal disrespect, all of that. Mom was coming in with all this attitude and all of that. And it just, you know, it turned things to a place that it didn't need to go. If mom knew that she wanted to sit in front, then mom should have had that conversation with the son. You know, it's not mom's place to be trying to check the wife or the girlfriend or whoever about where she's sitting. You know, but again, mom is not understanding that that type of a response is not doing anything to help her son in his relationship. I don't know if that lady, the young lady that is in there is the child's mother or not, because I think he's putting a child in the back seat. So I don't know if that lady is the mother of that child, but mom has to understand that son is not little boy anymore. Son out here making babies and got, you know, wife or girlfriend, stuff like that. So you, mom, don't get to be number one in his life anymore. I mean, that should have been gone a long time ago, but obviously something is going on in that relationship where she still feels like she should be number one in his life. And he's never going to be able to grow and become a man if mom is always going to continue to be number one in his life over any other woman. It's just not going to work. There's not going to be very many women out there who are going to accept mom always being number one. He's not going to have successful relationships as long as mom is number one in his life. Yeah, real mother teaches her son about the divine order. Facts, Jimmy McFly. Facts. There's a divine order of things, and Boston Baby, you said that's because mom is the wife. You think maybe why the girlfriend acted that way? Hey, that's a good statement. Mom is acting like she's the wife. Mom is literally acting like she's the wife. And girlfriend knows that ain't the first time that he has put girlfriend to the side to go do something for his mama because his mama called at some hour that she probably ain't need to be calling, or she just wanted him to do something when the girlfriend probably didn't ask him to do 2-3 different things. And he, nah, I can't do that, but I can go over here and help my mom. You know? So that's a fact. He's treating mom like wife and girlfriend like child, and essentially. So that may be why she reacted that way. I'm not going. If you just gonna let your mom disrespect me and now you just gonna jump on her side with the disrespect, then I'm not going. Because he needs to know that wife comes before mom at this point. If you want that young lady to be your wife ever, she has to be seeing herself as higher level than mom, as far as the women in your life. That's just the way I feel about it. This next one, again, going to rub some of y'all the wrong way. I'm going to let it play all the way through, and then we'll discuss. I mean, y'all can, again, comment in the chat as it's going on, and I'll read the comments and comment on, you know, the necessary ones. But it's definitely going to rub some of y'all the wrong way. DC Block, salute. And the title of this is, I refuse to let my son date a black girl. And this is coming from a black woman. So take a listen.
Let's give a round of applause for how you black queens are raising these girls. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. You guys are raising them with no dignity, a sense of entitlement that they should not have. And on top of that, the rudeness level that you are raising these young girls with is honestly disgusting. It was a gift exchange at school for my 11-year-old son who's in 6th grade. right? So we had to sign a paper. You signed the paper and said, hey, yeah, my daughter wants to participate. We're going to do a gift exchange, $25 maximum, whatever, right? So my son gets the Roblox. I should have known something was up. We're going to call the girl P. P's thing said she likes baddies. Yeah, she likes baddies. That's her favorite show. She's like 11 or 12 in 6th grade, but her favorite show is Baddies. That to me should have rang a bell. We should have been like, no, we're not participating. But I said, hey, you know what? Let's give it a go, right? My son really wanted to participate. Let's do it. So we go. I'm like, hey, here's the $25 Roblox gift card that she asked for. Here you go. She asked for clothes. She asked for shoes. This girl asked for a lot of stuff. I'm like, hey, the budget's 25. Like, I don't, I'm sorry your parents don't give you clothes and shoes, but asking another kid's parents to buy you clothes and shoes during a gift exchange is kind of like, girl, like, what are you thinking? Anyways, so the days are getting closer. My son's like, hey, like, I noticed that my gift, wasn't under the tree. I said, hey, maybe her parents are waiting to the last day. Last day of the exchange comes. My son's gift is still not under the tree. I said, hey, you know what? Maybe she's going to bring it the day of, right? The day of shows up. My son gives the girl her gift. And so my son says, hey, where's my gift? She goes, I didn't get you a gift because I don't have to. My son says, but it was a gift exchange. She goes, I don't care what it was. And she takes the gift card and walks away. Mind you, P is black and she wears lace front wigs. And again, her favorite show is Baddies. So at this point, my son's like, whatever, bro. So I'm like, it's not whatever. First off, it's not the point that it was $25. That's neither here nor there. It's the point of her level of entitlement and the fact that she's a scammer at the age of 11 or 12 years old. Over here scamming, she knew she was not going to get a gift. Her parents knew she was not going to give him a gift. And so it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, what was the point of this? For a $25 gift card and to make someone feel what? What did you want him to feel about himself? You know what I mean? And so I go down to the school because I'm like, absolutely not. I say, call her mama and tell her to come up here because we need to know if her mom actually got him a gift or not. The mom was like, well, I didn't know. I forgot. Mind you, mama in bonnet and pajamas. Daughter must have been wearing a lace front that belongs to her and the mama because the mama had a bonnet on her head. Her hair wasn't done at all. And she's like, I don't know. I mean, we was talking about the gift exchange and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, ma'am. I'm like, you don't have to get loud. We're just asking for the gift card back. She's like, oh, it's just a funky ass little $25. It's not even that serious. Okay, well, give us the gift card back. She's like, well, my daughter already put it on her account. Okay, well, give me $25. And I don't have to participate. I said, you know what? At the end of the day, baby, you're right. You guys needed more than us. You go to keep. We don't need nothing, baby. We balling. She's like, we balling over here, baby. We got money. We got racks, baby. You don't even know. My baby got Jordans. My baby. I'm like, okay, my son owns an acre of land and a home, so he has a trust fund. So what are we really comparing here? You know what I mean? And that was her mindset to bring up that her baby has Jordans. I don't care. I said, you know what? You're right. You guys go ahead and have fun. I said, little mama, you enjoy the gift card. I have a Merry Christmas. I took my son. I said, you know what? You handled that very well. He was like, you know what, mom? Like, I'm not into drama. I'm just not into it. I said, I understand, baby. So I took him to the store. I got him a $25 Roblox gift card and we went home. That was it. But at the end of the day, like I told the teacher, I said, you were supposed to be monitoring the situation. I said, when you noticed that the deadline had passed and she had not brought a gift, you could have saved everybody some drama and some trouble by saying, hey, P, you don't have your gift, so we're going to rearrange the gift exchange because you don't have your gift. You know what I mean? So instead of putting my son in a position and me in a position where we had to confront somebody over a $25 gift, you know what I mean? So again, it's just like I said, like the little girl, for her to just have that sense of entitlement, that sense of I don't give a F at this age is kind of crazy. Like, how bold are you to say, oh, I don't have to because I didn't want to? How bold are you to do that? What kind of people are you guys raising? You know what I mean? And it's not like an isolated, it's not an isolated. They almost all act this way. It's not an isolated event. You know what I mean? And mind you, she literally, and I'm gonna have the school check that address because my daughter knows her older sister, and she was like, oh yeah, no, they're not even supposed to be at the school. She's like, they commute. They were using the grandma's address, and because they live in like a different city or whatever, right? And they were using the grandma's address, but the grandma moved too, so they're not even supposed to be in our school district. Let's start with that. So again, I'm about to have them check that address, baby, because you're not gonna be up here with your ghetto ways stanking up the place.
So again, she titled that basically I refuse to let my son date a black girl. Hey yo, Coach Splitter in the building. Salute to you, bro. So Kiss My Cheeks, I see that you had a lot to say about it. I don't agree with the full categorization of all black women, you know. I don't agree with that title being that way. I understand the point that she's saying. I understand that there are some people out there being raised that way. Boston Baby, you make a great point there. She said it's not about the drama, or she mentioned not about the drama, but confronted the other parent instead of just having a conversation with her son. I agree with that statement as well. So I mean, if she wanted to confront the teacher and say, you know, this is a gift exchange, you should have been monitoring it, all of that stuff, I can agree with that. Boston Bobby, I apologize. My apologies. Boston Bobby, my apologies. Yeah. If she wanted to talk to the teacher saying, look, this was a gift exchange that you set up, you should have been monitoring it, you should have done the rearranging and stuff like that if necessary. If, you know, a child didn't show up with their gift or whatever, I can understand that, contacting the teacher. All of the contacting the child and the child's mama and all that stuff, that's a whole lot of extra for me. You know, again, she could have had her conversation with her son without any of that other stuff happening. Because I'm imagining all of these conversations happen in front of the kids. The conversation between her and the other mama probably happened in front of the kids. All of that. That was not necessary, in my opinion. And again, for her to categorize it as why she won't allow her son to date a black woman, that's just ignorance, because all black women aren't like that. Just because you ran into one or two or however many, I don't care what number you put on it, all black women are not like that. So here's another video from the same young lady, different subject, right? But this might help you get some insight into the way that she's thinking about the world, life. I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her background, anything like that, right? But this is another video on a totally different subject that might give you some more insight into the way that she thinks about life.
No matter how many times you bitches come on my page, you black bitches to be specific, come on my page, talk about how much you don't like my hair, talk about my teeth, talk about everything about me, I still show up looking the exact fucking same every time. Wanna know why? Because I'm not gay like you weird ass bitches. You bitches will sit up here and a man will say, oh, we don't like them lace fronts. We don't like them 6-inch nails that y'all wear. Y'all like, we don't care what a nigga like, because I do it for me and my bitches. Can we be honest? Let's be honest, all right? You bitches is gay. Because otherwise, you would be like, oh yeah, if a man's telling me he doesn't like these things, obviously I want to be married to a man, right? But no, you bitches want to be married to women. That's why you hype up what women say over what men say. Because there ain't no way a woman gonna talk me into wearing no straight lace front. Because why? If men are saying they like my hair curly, if men are saying, oh, we like natural women, why would I do the exact opposite of what I likes about me? It does not make sense. It makes no sense. And then black women, you like to over-sexualize yourselves and then get mad when people give you sexual attention and wonder why you're not married. Baby, like that's what you're giving out. You're twerking online, you're drinking, you're acting the ass, like, and you're expecting to be somebody's wife? Absolutely not. And y'all made it 100% clear that y'all not breastfeeding. Whatever black women got against breastfeeding needs to be studied mentally, because at the end of the day, I breastfed all 3 of my kids for a year. And the black women were the main ones being like, I would never, ooh, girl, I would never, ooh, I want to go party, or, ooh, girl, that's nasty. How was that nasty? Like, where else did y'all think that the babies were eating from back in the day? But only black women think like that. Black women have the lowest rates of breastfeeding in the world. And it kind of goes hand in hand with the lowest rates of marriage in the world. And I know you're going to be like, oh, you're not even married anymore. Legally, I am, ho. So I can still speak up on it. But like I said, it's giving gay, it's giving over-sexualized, and it's giving ignorant.
So there, she's talking about a couple different things when it comes to, again, a full category she's putting on black women in terms of how their marriage rates and their breastfeeding rates and stuff like that. And now, while it may be true statistically, as far as numbers of marriage or breastfeeding and things like that, while those things may or may not be true, I don't know, I have not studied them because I don't care about what the marriage rate is or the breastfeeding rate. I mean, yes, breastfeeding would be better for the children, obviously, than feeding them milk from another animal. But at the same time, I ain't gonna tell no woman what to do with her body, right? But the thing I would say in reference to this sister, I mean, she's probably getting a bunch of clicks and views and stuff like that because of the way she looks and the provocativeness of her titles and stuff like that. But she's speaking it in a lot of hate. There's a lot of hate in her voice, a lot of hate in the way that she's delivering her message. So therefore, she's not going to get reception from people. She's not going to change people. And so, hey, yo, you said you think she's speaking specifically to those black women that attack her. That's not the way she's framing it. That is not the way she's framing it. She's framing it as all black women. The reason she will not allow her son to date a black woman. That's the way she's saying these things. She's being totally broad in it. She's not saying y'all specific black women that do this, y'all specific black women that do that. She's saying all black women in her statements. We can't give her a pass saying, I think she's saying this or she's probably talking about this. No, words have meaning. When you say all, just like earlier, Kwame came up and said, everybody knows about this viral thing that's going on with Gilbert Arenas and Underdog. Everybody doesn't know it because I don't know it. I'm a part of everybody and I don't know it. So, you know, it just words have meaning. So when you put that absolute on things, which we know not very many things are absolute, but when you put that absolute on things, then you got to understand that you're going to get the absolute response. Let's see here. No, they said at some point you got to have discernment, Iceberg, because she's a black woman. Clearly, it's taboo for black men to say anything towards whatever black women do. False. Seems like it's taboo no matter what to hold a woman accountable for the decisions and actions. False. Again, you're being just like her with that statement. You're saying that all black women can't take any kind of criticism or comment from a black man, and that's an ignorant statement. I got a black woman who takes my advice all the time. There are multiple other black women who take my advice all the time, and I take advice from them. So saying statements like that is what leads to more division as opposed to anybody wanting to hear what you have to say. If you go into a conversation saying, well, don't none of y'all black women listen to any of us black men anyways, and then start trying to tell them something, they don't want to hear shit you got to say. Or you could actually approach the situation different, and then somebody might be receptive to what you're trying to say. So I can't agree with that statement. Yeah, she said all black women. She painted the picture of all black women. And that's why she is wrong for the way she's saying it. Does it apply to some black women? Yes. It also applies to some white women. It also applies to some black men. It also applies to some white men. That's why we got things like Karens. We call them Karens. That's a white woman being just as fucking ratchet as the black women she was describing. That's a fucking Karen. They just being ratchet in their own way. I mean, look what you're doing now. Anytime anybody says anything about what women do you have a problem with them doing that? I don't understand that statement. It's not about giving advice and spot holding them accountable, making them own up to their decisions and their choices. Anytime anybody does that, it's a problem. Knowledge, you're speaking from a place of ignorance. You're speaking like you do it all right all the time. And these women do it all wrong all the time. And anytime you say something, it becomes a problem. That's not true. And if it is, it's probably something about your approach that makes them not want to take the advice from you. Because again, I have conversations with black women all the time. I can give them advice. They can give me advice. It's not an issue. I can check them on something. They can check me on something. It's not an issue. So that may be something about your personal approach with the women that you deal with. But if you continue to put all of the women of a certain ethnicity or whatever in that bag because of the experiences that you've had with however many women, then you're going to continue to get the results that you're getting because you're going into it expecting that. So you go into that conversation leading with that type of energy, expecting that result from them, then that's exactly what you're going to get from them. You bring it upon yourself. That's what you're not understanding when you say these things. Because you come in here a lot, and I don't have no problem with anything you're saying. You're stating your point of view and your opinion. But a lot of times you continue to say things about how black women can't be checked and black women can't take criticism and black women can't take advice and black women can't this and that. And you lead into a conversation with that. Why is any black woman going to want to hear anything you have to say when you've put all of them in a box saying that they can't take advice, they can't be checked, they can't be corrected, they can't be this, they can't be that? Why would any of them want to hear anything that you have to say to them? That's what you have to understand when you look in the mirror. Why am I getting this response from black women? Because I approach them with this energy that nothing they say can be checked or corrected or disputed without it becoming an argument. And yeah, I understand what she was saying too, Ayo Splitter. I understand what she's saying. I understand the point she's trying to make. It's just the way that she's going about it, it's not going to be received because she's put all black women in that box from their very first statement, when that's not the case about all black women. So she's already alienated a certain portion of the audience because she told them that this is who they are. And they ain't ever wore a lace front or none of that shit in their life. They ain't ever backed out on a gift exchange or anything like that in their life. But she went into it saying that all black women this, all black women that. So she's going to get the type of response that she gets because she decided to be absolute with it. So let's go on a little bit and see something that's a little more positive. It doesn't have sound to the very beginning of it, but what you're about to see is, I'm not going to explain it because it explains it itself. Take a look.
Guys, I'll be honest with you, this is one of the most important videos that we've ever shared, and there isn't even, you don't even know what they're saying, but you know what they're saying, and the backstory is that the gentleman is actually this young man's uncle, and you know he's there for a reason, right? This young man made some decisions that got him in a situation, and you can see that his uncle is giving it to him a little bit, right? But at the end of the day, he's also challenging him and saying, hey man, we raised each other better than this, right? I raised you better than this, you know better than this, right? And you can just see that anguish and all that anxiety just drain out of that boy when he gets a hug from his uncle. That, yes, you got some things that we got to work through, but we're going to do it together, right? He's not there to shame him. He's not there to let him be alone. He is there to walk through this with him, guys. And that's what we need. That's the father figures that we need. That's the men that we need for these young boys to make sure that we are changing things right now. So shout out to this man. And I absolutely love this. It's one of the most impactful ones we've ever shared. And there's no voice to it. Love it.
Yeah, so like I say, it's Father's Day every day, just like it's Mother's Day every day. Shout out to all the fathers, providers, people who are in people's lives. Being a mother, being a father is not about spreading seed. It's not about carrying a baby. It's about the things that happen after that child is here. A nurturer and a provider. So there's plenty of men out there who are uncles, friends of the family, whatever, that are father figures in people's lives, and they're necessary. So shout out to everybody out there again who is a nurturer, who is a provider, who is a mother or father figure in some young person's life. And they ain't even gotta be a young person. But, you know, just somebody out there that is actually in your life. Him and McFly said having his dad, stepdad, uncles, coaches show him that they gave a fuck, made his decision making process much easier to not make emotional or impulsive choices. That's a fact. That's a fact, Hemi McFly. I had dad, stepdad, my grandparents passed, you know, when I was a teenager. Both my grandfathers passed when I was a teenager. But yeah, dad, stepdads, friends of the family that are like uncles. I have uncles as well. You know, all of them are in my life. I was able to watch their different journeys. You know, some of my uncles made mistakes and went to prison and got out and became different people. All of that type of stuff. But having them in my life, having them be real and keep it real with me at all times is what helped make me who I am. Yes, blessed that you can still hug your father. Absolutely, Ayo. I just saw my dad a couple weeks ago. It was Mother's Day weekend that I saw him, right? I talk to my dad, I communicate with my dad every single day. My stepdad has passed, God rest his soul. Like I told y'all, my grandfathers have passed, you know, but I have my dad, I still have uncles and people like that I still have communication with on a regular. And they still pour into my life and still teach me things to this day. So shout out to everybody who, again, is a mother, who is a father. It's Mother's Day, it's Father's Day every single day. If you're a nurturer, if you're a provider out there, you're being a mother or a father to somebody and you are a mother and father in their life. They may see you as that type of figure, whether you birthed them or not. Shout out to that. And as we continue to transition, y'all, I gotta pay homage to one of my, who I think is the GOAT MC. We not about to listen to any of his bars. We just about to listen to him keep it real. Going way back into the day, the one and only Reggie Noble.
Now they call you Red Man because something happened in your childhood almost, right?
Yeah. I was like a real high yellow brother, you know what I'm saying? Homegirl hit me in the face with a snowball. My whole grill was just red. So, you know, they just started calling me Red, and I put on the men. You know what I'm saying?
Red Man, what do you try to say as a rapper, you know, in terms of the message that your songs carry?
Well, I don't really try to direct the message. Like, I wouldn't get up on a record and be like, okay, tell young kids not to do drugs and not to do that, da-da-da. What I like doing on my album is just talk about what's going on now. You know what I'm saying? Like putting yourself in situations like what you would do, what really goes on in the hood. You know what I'm saying? What really goes on, how you catch this. Everybody talk about safe sex and da-da-da and use rubbers, da-da-da. Nobody really tell you how to do it, you know, how you get it. So what I like doing is just talk about what goes on the street, how you catch this, how you smoking this, da-da-da. And then just show people, you know what I'm saying, that it's not about just telling you not to do it. It's like pitching yourself in situations that you can't do it. You know what I'm saying, that you won't catch it, and to avoid the whole thing.
Red Man, let's hold up. Like, who are your favorite people in the music industry? Who do you really like?
I still like EPMD, they're my group. K-Solo, Das Effects, Naughty by Nature. You know, all the new up-and-coming artists that's coming up right now.
A lot of those brothers are from Newark, Onyx, where you from, right?
Yeah, Onyx, Boss, newcomers that's coming up right now. Mm-hmm. Everybody that's coming up, all new artists that's keeping hip-hop live, I like. You know what I'm saying? That got the flavor.
Do me a favor. Next time you're in town, come back and see us. Let's do some more music, okay?
Definitely.
Red Man, ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to Red Man. Shout out to the old Soul Train clip, man. Again, I think Red Man is the GOAT. He's still doing it today. He's never changed. What you see right there is still Red Man today. Yeah, he older, more, you know, wisdom and stuff like that. But he still make the same type of music. Just go back to before, I think some of these people in this sector were born. 93? Was Anthony even born in 93? King Stone and some of them young YNs, were they even born yet in 93? Man, shout out to Redman. Again, Redman is the GOAT to me. Just his versatility, his ability to jump on any track, kick some bars, to work with so many different artists. Redman is the GOAT in my opinion when it comes to the whole MC game. But again, we all have our own people who we think are the greatest, right? I just think his style is, you were born in 93. Hey, yo, that's crazy. In 93, I was already in high school. I was already in high school in 93. You were just born in 93. Ain't that about a bitch? Carl Belton, salute. Shout out to all the tradesmen out there. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Shout out to all the tradesmen. That's crazy. I was in high school in 93. You were just born. That is crazy. Crazy work. Crazy work. Things have changed a lot since then. May 18th, 93. So you just had a birthday a couple weeks ago. Happy belated birthday to you again. Yeah, Carl Belton, you were 17 in 93. You see, 93, I would have been, 14? Yeah, I was 14 in 93. Yeah, so that's crazy. That is crazy. So as we transition on, we got to have some fun, y'all. I found some more. Hey, we got some more Robert Earl. Where Lovelace at? Where Lovelace? I hope you're here. We got some more Robert Earl and Granddad. So Robert Earl messing with Granddad again, y'all. Let's have some fun.
Who the fuck your granddad is?
Bet.
Hello.
Granddad. So why Bailey got suspended from school? We want to tell them why you got suspended?
She hit me first.
It don't matter. You don't supposed to hit nobody back. When somebody hits you, you let them hit you.
What the fuck you talking about? Ain't nobody supposed to hit somebody back.
Granddad, this girl done got suspended from school.
Robert Earl.
Like, why couldn't I hit her back? She hit me first. If somebody put their hands on me, I'm supposed to hit them back. I'm not supposed to just let them hit me like they can just bully me or something.
Exactly, Robert Earl.
Listen. You don't hit nobody back. If somebody smack you in your face, you just look at them and you let them smack you.
You got me in these white folks' establishment for the act of damn fool. Do you hear me talking at you, boy?
Yes, sir.
When somebody hits your diss ass, what you do?
I hit them back.
Exactly. So why the fuck you gonna tell my grandbaby that she ain't supposed to hit somebody back if they $6 ass put they stinking ass hands on her?
At the end of the day,
at the end of the day, you can put a condom in and fuck what you heard. Baby girl, you ain't did shit wrong. And if she's suspended, you can send her over here and she gonna be just damn fine. She ain't did shit wrong.
No, you on punishment. Give me your phone.
And he said he was gonna give me a whooping for hitting her back and I didn't even do nothing.
Let me talk to my baby.
She can hear you.
Bailey.
Yes, Papa.
How long they suspend you for?
Like 2 days.
Oh, you all right. You won't come over here by me?
Yeah.
Cause fuck what your bitch ass daddy talking about. He talking about some don't hit nobody back.
Hey, I don't care. Well, I'm taking
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I'm taking her.
Motherfucker, you just dizzy. You gonna let somebody hit your baby and say just
Man, listen, man. I'm taking her phone. Give me your headphones. Give me all your stuff.
You take her phone and watch I break my foot off in your ass. Somebody gonna be taking you to the hospital.
Granddad, when somebody hit you, you better let them hit you, because violence is not the key.
But you can hit them back.
Somebody hit me, I'm gonna put that pistol on their ass. You just don't know who the fuck your granddad is.
Man, at the end of the day, I don't teach my kids violence.
Well, at the end of the day, somebody should taught your diz ass, but I must ain't whoop your ass.
Granddad, matter of fact,
I didn't beat the shit out you.
I don't even know why I called you. This is my daughter, so I'm punishing her the way I want to punish her. Bye, man.
That's my granddaughter. Let me tell you something. If I find out that my grandbaby on punishment, I'm gonna come over there and lock up Thunder and handcuff night and beat the fuck out you.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, she don't put. Hey, get off that phone. Give me your phone.
Stop talking to her like that. You dizzy some of my bitch.
Bye. Anyway, y'all, the message is, Bailey, what I taught you growing up? If somebody do what?
Hit you, you hit them back.
And we don't do no what?
Bullying.
We don't bully people, man. Y'all meet me at the top.
lunchbox packing with some apple juice in a diaper. I'm finna come pick your little bitch ass up.
Look, y'all, he calling. I'm gonna hit the ignore button. Say, stop calling, Granddad.
Yep. My bad, y'all. I was on mute. Robert Earl and Granddad. Robert Earl and Granddad, y'all. Robert Earl and Granddad. Granddad said you can put a condom in and fuck what you heard. Granddad don't be playing. He be spitting. He be spitting, yo. He be spitting. So we got another one. Robert Earl and Granddad again, y'all.
Pack him in his lunchbox, packing with some apple juice in a diaper. I'm finna come pick your little bitch ass up.
Look, y'all, he calling. I'm gonna hit the ignore button. Say, stop calling, Granddad.
Sorry, Granddad.
Oh, he calling back, huh?
Hello?
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 What
Hi, Granddad.
Why are you asking Robert Earl's phone?
Cause Robert is in timeout right now, so if you want to talk to him,
Hold on, baby girl. Run that back. You say he in what?
he's in timeout. He's in the corner.
Hi, Granddad.
We talking about RJ or we talking about Robert Earl?
Hi.
Robert.
I know you damn well you ain't talking about my grown ass grandson.
Yeah, he did something and we discussed about it, and I just told him he needs to go sit in timeout, go to a corner, and he could come out in like the next 2 or 3 hours.
Leah.
Sir?
I want you to hear me when I say that.
Yes, sir.
You got to be a dizzy motherfucker. Think you finna put my grown ass grandson in timeout. I'm the only motherfucker disciplining him. Yeah.
Robert, I'm on the phone with your granddad. I told him he got to call you back, okay?
Get a phone to him.
He can't talk to you right now.
Give the goddamn phone to him. Do you want to lose
got
your
30
teeth?
seconds.
All right, I'm going to give him 30 seconds.
30 seconds, my ass. Give him a goddamn
I'm going
phone.
to give him 30 seconds.
Granddad. Hey, Granddad.
Robert Earl.
Yes, sir.
Robert Earl. What the fuck is that dizzy heifer talking about you on timeout?
Oh, yeah, Granddad. I came in late last
You
night.
got 20 seconds.
What are you doing?
Robert Earl.
Yes, sir.
Who is your granddaddy?
You is, but Granddad, you gotta hurry up. I got.
You got 5 seconds.
Upside down dizzy motherfucker. You let a motherfucking woman put you on punishment? Huh?
Okay, the 30 seconds is over. Go back to the corner. Go back to the corner, Robert.
Robert, you get your ass in that corner, you won't jump and slap the shit out you.
Go back to the corner, Robert.
Leah, you can put a condom in and fucking church. I'm finna come pick him up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Robert, drop your fucking nuts. Acting like a bitch. This don't make no motherfucking sense. You wait till I get in the house and I tell your grandma. You just wait.
All right. Okay. Well, Granddad, I'm gonna have him call you. I'm gonna have him call you.
Pack him in his lunchbox, packing with some apple juice in a diaper. I'm finna come pick his little bitch ass up.
Okay, that has to be in the next 2 to 3 hours. Okay.
I'm finna be on the goddamn way to pick him up. Get the fuck off my goddamn. Y'all some dizzy motherfuckers. Goodbye.
Granddad said, pack up some apple juice in a diaper. I'm gonna come and pick him up. Granddad don't be playing that shit, boy. Hey, shout out to Robert and Granddad. You can find Robert Prime. I think that's the name, man. Robert Prime over on IG. That's where you can go follow them. They got merch, all that good stuff. Yo, they be having me dying laughing, man. Granddad don't play that bullshit. He don't care who you are. I don't care if you the granddaughter, if you the wife, if you Robert Earl himself. I don't care who you are. Granddad is not playing that bullshit with you. He don't want to hear it. Granddad does not want to hear it. But shout out to everybody who can have fun with their family. Shout out to Carl Belton on that $20 super chat. Appreciate you. He said, salute Iceberg Thoughts, salute all veterans, Memorial Day weekend, salute. Yeah. We definitely pay homage to all of those who have gone on, who have fallen wearing that uniform, who some all gave some and some gave all. This is for the ones who gave it all, who did not come back home in that uniform. So, man, shout out to everybody. Again, if you see the memorials and things like that, make sure that you respect them and you honor them, because we don't continue to exist without the people who are going and putting it all on the line for you. So, again, shout out to Carl Bell. And I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to all the tradesmen out there. Appreciate all of the support. And as we continue to talk about, family fun and people who, as you see, Robert Earl, his whole family is in on it. His granddad, his children, his wife, they all in on it. They're all in on it. So shout out to everybody who has a family who, again, understands the vision. Again, a man with dreams needs a woman with vision in his corner, right? Shout out to everybody who's out there who can have fun with their relationship. Shout out to everybody out there who's got a wife who might just be a little too spicy for some people to handle.
And she's just spicy honest. Is anybody else married to the nicest, meanest person that you'll ever meet? Introverted extrovert, like ADHD, OCD, does it look like I give a D? Or like, how dare you over-question the details? Because she's a homebody who loves to travel. She's somebody who has tummy issues but wants to try every food truck at the festival. Hates crowds, but also wants to go experience things. Wants to get the VIP lanyard but leave early because she just wants to keep it for the memories. She's a people person, but only her people, because she doesn't particularly care for people, because she's realized that not all people are worth peopling for, and not everybody's worth putting a brawl on for. But somehow she'll walk into a party that she didn't even want to go to and then become the life of the party. And now she's standing in the kitchen talking to strangers about their divorce stories while she was packing a to-go plate because she was ready to hit the road. She's also frugal and bougie. Her impulse control is hanging on by a thread. Don't let this girl see TikTok Shop or Amazon have a video about a life-changing kitchen hack. Because now, instead of buying that one thing that didn't come with free shipping for $14, we're going to spend $173 at Hobby Lobby so she can make it cheaper. FYI, it's never cheaper. She will also go somewhere strictly out of spite. Oh, she wasn't invited? Cool, what time we leaving? She's old school as hell. She don't really care about your feelings, but if you hurt the feelings of somebody she does care about, she'll turn into a deep-fried Liam Neeson. And buddy, she will overthink at an elite level. Her brain has already doom-scrolled every worst-case scenario. She has had 3 fake arguments in the shower. She has played out 3 kidnappings, an allergic reaction, public embarrassment, and she still decided to go. And if we're talking trust issues, absolutely, because the one friend she trusted broke that trust. Now she doesn't trust anybody, so trust me, if you're in her circle of trust, you've made it. Sarcasm and insults, that is her love language. You better have thick skin because she is a friendly, unfriendly person. If she ain't just a little bit mean to you, she probably don't really like you anyway. And honestly, that's why feral husbands, they should feel appreciated. Because these dilly-gaff divas, they've already done their homework, and you get to be their gaff. They've already investigated you, right? They found your ex. They read your comment section from 2014. They know more about you than you do. And they've built a goodbye Earl alibi just in case. And they still looked at you and said, you know what? That'll do. That should mean something, because normally when it comes to the island of relevancy, she don't vote for people. When it comes to this real-life game of Survivor, she votes against them. And somehow, you still got elected. Feral women don't just fall in and out of love. They investigate. They do a background check. They overthink. They are like the FBI with unresolved childhood trauma. So if one of them chooses you, congratulations, buddy, because this was not a casual decision. You are now the emotional support husband, spider assassin, snack runner, the reassurance department, the 3 a.m. go see what that noise was detective. Protect her peace because you're it. Bring her snacks, buy her flowers, fund her tattoos, and charge her phone when she forgets. Because feral women, they don't belong to everybody, but they chose you. Merch link and tour dates in bio. Come see it live down here. Love you, mean it. Bye.
Yeah. Shout out to all the people out there, all the gentlemen out there who are married to feral women. Kiss my cheeks, Lovelace. Y'all sound like he was hitting y'all with them stones. Sound like he was hitting y'all with them stones he was throwing there. Y'all had a whole lot of comments for that. Yeah, man. You got you a woman like that, you got one of the most awesome things in the world. You got one of the most awesome things in the world if you got you a woman like that. Real talk. I wouldn't have it any other way in my life. I wouldn't have it any other way. You might end up with one of them other types, I'd rather have a woman just like that. And Lovelace, we got one for you. You know, this one here is just for you, Lovelace, because you express how much you love seeing these. So I found another one.
Asked me for my heart, I told him no. But something in those brown eyes wouldn't let me go. He wanted what I wouldn't give that day. So he stayed until he stole my heart away. Antoine, you're the only one I see. 26 years and you still got all of me. Through every up and down, you make me laugh.
Man, you came up with our own song, really?
My other half. Babe, I never looked at another man. 'Cause loving you is who I am.
What you do? How you do that? Magic. You know some magic.
From 16 and 17, just kids in school. You cut that hair, broke every rule.
That's Jenny, right?
I try to just be friends, I try to resist, but your love was something I couldn't dismiss. We built a life, a family, a home, raised our daughters, and finally a son of your own. Antoine, you're the only one I see. 26 years and you still got all of me. Through every up and down, you make me laugh. Oh, you're my best friend, my other half. Babe, I never looked at another man. Oh, loving you is who I am. You asked for a necklace, I gave you my soul. You wanted a piece, ended up with the whole. Every single day I choose you again. My teenage love, my forever friend. Now I look at you with these same eyes. Still get butterflies, still feel that rise. Our baby's got your smile, they got a heart. What started in that lunchroom became alright. Antoine, from that first note to the endless years, you turned my whole life into our greatest bliss. Every up and down, you make me laugh. You make me laugh. You're my best friend, my other half. Babe, I never looked at another man. 'Cause loving you is who I am. Still the king of my heart after all this
I've been doing singing lessons.
Forever
Oh man, you gonna make me? I feel a cramp coming up. That was beautiful, man.
Shout out to everybody out there who has someone in their life that makes them want to do things like that for them. You know, shout out to seeing couples having fun, a beautiful, relationship. You see them laughing together, smiling together, doing things to make the other one happy. Hey, sometimes that even means being a little weird, right? Sometimes what we talked about last week, the weird couples are the ones that tend to make it because you can be yourself and be weird around your person, your spouse, right? So sometimes you got to be a little weird.
I mean, I like it. I think it's a good idea. I like her. Yeah. I think I like her. I like her the best. I think it's Laura and Sam are probably my two favorites, but
uh-oh.
Yeah, okay. Can you hold on 1 second? I think I hear my dog outside. Just give me 1 sec. Sorry, I'm gonna put you on mute. What in the actual F are you doing?
I thought you wanted those things.
A potato? This was applicable, and then I have to finish this call. I need you to take these back and let me finish working.
My bad.
Freaking weirdo. I don't know if the father account actually makes sense, because I think she's just... Listen, yeah. Okay, hold on. You know what? I think I'm actually getting another call right now, so just let me put you on pause real fast. I'm so sorry, I promise. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, give me 2 minutes. Okay, bye.
I don't know why it's buffering. I don't know why it's buffering. What's going on? Don't start tripping around. We are almost at the end of the thing. I don't know what it's doing right now, y'all. Hold on in the back chat. Let me get this thing figured out first.
Thank you.
Rewind it back. I don't know why it buffered like that.
What is this?
It's a gift for you.
Thank you.
You like it?
I do. That was very sweet.
Yeah. Shout out to the weird couples out there. Shout out to the people willing to be weird with their spouse. We got Ayo Coach Split in the building. What's going on, bro?
Can you hear me?
I do.
My bad. Hey, yo, what's up? What's happening?
Chilling. What's going on?
Another day, man. Taking it easy. I just came up here to chill out, man.
That's what's up. Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
Openish panel. So.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That just let the riffraff know that they may or may not be welcome, you know, because some people put open panel, and that's, you know, different people have different rules for their open panel, you know, so that's just to let the riffraff know that even if they hit the link, that does not mean that they get to come up here and just distract the show with their nonsense, right?
Yep. I mean, hey, you gotta make rules known before anything crazy happens. So I get that.
Absolutely. So yeah, shout out to all the weird couples out there, man. Sometimes you got to do little weird things to get her attention or whatever, and that's okay. That's okay, right? And then shout out to everybody who understands this. Like, I'm about to play this brother here, what he's saying. I gotta agree with it. I just gotta agree with it. This is the kind of response you're going to get from me to if I am with my wife and you call me. So take a listen to what he says.
Married, okay? If you call me and my wife is right next to me, boop, I'm putting you on speaker. 3 reasons. Reason number 1, because there is nothing that you or me can discuss that my wife should be able to hear. I ain't got no secrets. You might, but she gonna hear them too. Reason number 2, it's easier for me to put you on speaker than for me to have to remember everything that you said so I can relay it to her later, because it's gonna get relayed. It is, in detail. Well, not great detail, because I don't be remembering everything. That's why you going on speaker. Then me and the wife are gonna discuss your life and probably come up with some theories on what's gonna happen in your life next. And
come on.
we're a team. We got to decide if we want to contribute, help out, or stay as far away from you as we possibly can. We're a team. We got to figure that out together. Reason number 3 is probably the most important reason of them all, because if I have you on speaker, you going off on a tangent, I don't really know how to respond. Boop. Mute button. You can't hear nothing that's coming from me. I can hear everything that's coming from you. She can now talk to me openly and say, hey, don't forget to ask him this question, or hey, make sure that you respond in this way. And then I sound like a good friend to you. I am a good friend. I just don't be knowing how to. You don't ever wonder why you don't really. I am a good friend. I just don't be knowing how to respond sometimes. And she be helping me, you know what I mean? And you don't ever wonder why you don't really hear me breathing or nothing like on the other line of the phone and it just be real quiet, brother, the mute button is active anyway. So just know, if you call me and you say, hey, don't tell anybody, I ain't gonna tell nobody except her. This is gonna be between me, you, and her. You just don't know that the her is involved in that, but I do.
Yeah, so you call me and my wife is there, more than likely it's going on speakerphone, especially, I mean, if you're some random person, not random person, because random people don't even have the ability to call me, but if you call me and say you're a female, right? You know, you're not my mom, you're not my sister, or anybody like that, it's going on speakerphone. So she can hear what the hell you saying too. Even some of the dudes that call, you know, if she's right there, she can give me input as well that I value. I probably value it more than whoever it is I'm speaking to on the phone. So there ain't no point in me just trying to, like he say, hear that whole conversation, have that whole conversation, then relay it to her later, because I'm going to relay it to her. I'm going to relay it to her. Simple as that. I'm not holding those secrets back from her because I'm talking to you, no matter who you are. So just know that going into the situation, that's the experience that you're going to have when you're dealing with somebody like me. Simple as that. We are a team.
I think it should just be like that just in general.
Yeah.
At least just me personally. But I mean, let's be real. Come on, man. If you married, we know if you got a homie that's married, you know he telling, you know, his wife about whatever it is y'all was talking about. He may not tell all the details, but he, she, whoever, there's a husband in the opposite end of the spectrum or whatever. But yeah,
right.
That's the part of being a team, like you said.
You should expect that. And if you are a person that calls yourself in a relationship with a person and you feel like you have to hide conversations and things like that from them, you might need to do some looking in the mirror. Asking yourself why you need to hide these conversations or, you know, situations from her if you're the man, or from him if you're the woman. You know, I mean, how again are you going to have a full trusting relationship if you are having to hide things from this other person who's supposed to be the other half of that relationship? It's the two of y'all that come together to make the whole. You know, I don't care what percentage of the weight one of you feel like you're carrying. It's the two of you together that makes the whole, you know, and without that other person being able to contribute their percentage to the whole, you know, you are shorting yourself in the entire relationship. But again, that's just my opinion about the situation. So before we transition again, shout out to Tracepectives. She shared something with me that I had not heard. A lot of you may have heard it before because it's a, you know, pretty old video, but I'm gonna share it anyways because I feel like it's information, it's good, and something we need to hear. So take a listen.
I am host, so I am toast to the birth canals of babies born with alligator smiles because they've known too many miles before they even walked one. So I am thank you, mother, father, for conceiving daughter, son that got us all believing that a run-on sentence is the way we should all run. I am too much to get done with so many wordsmiths on the prowl, so I am welcome. Kick your dirt off on our stage and stay a while. And no, not one to hold a grudge nor judge, but I am still host to your trial and whomever you deem fit to tribulate. And the dream will not be televised, but rather it'll be spit while you, the audience, ask to salivate. So here it is. I'm the page upon which stanzas stand, and I'm the mirror in which the slick dancers dance. I'm the insecurity upon which we all sit, while those equally insecure articulate about how many unrequited loves and daddies gone milk carton they've been tethered to before they could find a mere morsel of whole. And I must some part of their story told. I am King Lear's broken pole stuck between a rock and a hard song they sing. So I've become a prodigal poet, and I've gone too far to return back to poem without at least hosting. So here I am. Yes, here I am, and I'm bringing you artists who demand more hope than those spoiled by too much applause. I am the hand-picked to hand-pick the new voices of the cause, and I am a some part of their story told. I am free of your cost, yet still sold. I'm the cell, hosting the virus set free, yet still lost and cold. Yes, it is me, asked to warm up your soul, keep the flame near, but a part of me just wants all these damn lights turned out, pitch black. With none of y'all here, just a poet on the stage with his violinist and his dancer dancing in the mirror with no words to say except welcome to our theater. We hope y'all enjoy the play.
Shout out to Amari Hardwick. Shout out to Trey Spectors for sharing that with me. We love some good poetry, good, artistic use of words. Again, bars come in many different forms, whether you're rapping, whether you're a poet, whether you're singing. It is all about the message and what you are actually saying, which is more important than, any of the rest of it, So shout out to the people who have an appreciation of good artist work. Trey Lovelace says she loves a good violin. Right. It's artistry.
Speaking of that violinist, that dude is really good, obviously, as you can tell. But he's I've seen him on many forms and many different stages and stuff like that. One being WWE wrestling
really?
A couple years ago. Yeah. So there was a Japanese wrestler who they made his theme music came out to, and it had a violin part in it. So they got that guy to come and play the violin live. So he played the violin live with the music during the entrance, and the wrestler came out, and they was dancing and doing all that stuff.
That's
that
what's
dude.
up.
He's really good. He's really good. But I'm gonna just say, Omari, stick to poetry and not dancing, brother, because you definitely lost me when you tried to get that, whatever that was you tried to do. That was Just stick to acting and speaking.
Yeah. The spoken word, the instruments, live instruments, stuff like that. Me, actually, I just this week, and I'm not going to tell y'all what it is, but just started learning a new instrument.
Can you already play some instruments?
So no, not specifically. So back in elementary school, I played the drums. I did not keep up with it, anything like that.
Same.
So I mean, I could probably pick it back up if I, studied obviously and stuff like that. But I did pick up a different instrument, and I'm starting to learn that. Maybe eventually down the road y'all might hear something. But it just proves that you're never too old to learn something new. No matter how old you are, if you stop learning, then you're going to stop growing, and then you're going to start dying, So I like to keep my brain active, keep my mind moving, and learning a new instrument is just one of the ways. Obviously, I'm learning new stuff constantly with the gardening. I'm learning new stuff constantly with woodworking. I have a job that's not associated with any of that stuff. Learning new stuff there all the time. But that's just me. I'm always trying to learn something new. You say you play the violin, Lovelace? Don't tell me that if you for real.
Oh, man.
You got your degree in music knowledge playing the drums. That's what's up. And the piano. That's what's up.
That's insane. Shout out to y'all.
Lovelace, if you play the violin for real, we going to have to connect once I learn what the heck I'm doing.
That's great. One of my best friends growing up, he played multiple instruments. He played the drums, piano, guitar, violin. What else did he play? I mean, really anything. Because once you understand music, and like how to play music, you can pick it up on any form. Like I've seen people who I've just thought that, you know, all they could do is play guitar, and then they'll go over there and they'll play drums, or they'll go and they'll, you know, hit the bass or something like that. I actually picked up the bass for a little while when I was a teenager. And I taught myself one little chord, or not chord, but a song. And then that's when I decided I wanted to be an athlete for real. And,
right.
Yeah.
So you let it all go. Right. But yeah, and that's the thing, you know, once you learn, like Knowledge is saying, you know, you read that sheet music, you know how to read it, then you can go from there in terms of knowing how to play the certain notes, the chords, whether, you know, whether it's a string instrument or whatever the case may be. So yeah, that's the thing I'm working on now. And again, it's all about consistency, you know, just practicing, whether it's 15 minutes every day, whatever the case may be, just consistently practicing those things, learning proper placement of your hands on the instrument, all of those different types of things.
Yeah. That's cool that you shared that though, bro. I've been wanting to do the same thing. I've been considering different forms of instruments or music to try to pick up, just to tap into my artistic side.
Absolutely. I mean, my wife and I, you know, we're building a new house, and one of the things, because she actually is going to start learning a different instrument from the one that I'm learning. So one of the things we look forward to is being able to sit on the porch and just jam out together, playing
I'd
whatever.
love to be able to do something like that, man.
Yes, that's one of the things we look forward to doing.
That's what my friend Cortland, his dad, Mr. Ray knew how to play all instruments also too, but he would do that. We'd be out there on the trampoline, he'd just be sitting on the porch just strumming the guitar, or he'll pull out the little hand drum and just start beating on it, and he just listening to, you know, us and, you know, nature and everything, and he's just vibing off that.
Right. That's what's up. So yeah, that's one of our plans. Shout out to Triple S popping out of the bushes to say hello. I appreciate you. My favorite editor in the building. Shout out to Triple S, man. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Triple S. That is definitely my favorite editor on the YouTube streets. Hands down. No disrespect to anybody else.
None.
But that's my favorite editor. Happy Sunday to Triple S. Congratulations again to you for all of the wonderful things happening in your world. I appreciate you so much.
My bad, y'all. My chair's fucking up, so it feels like I'm fidgeting, which I do fidget, but my chair is a little, this chair's seen better days.
So Knowledge, I don't have any shame in that. I don't have any shame in that, Knowledge, at all, because I'm learning to play the banjo.
You gonna learn the banjo, bro? For real?
I'm learning to play the banjo,
bruh. That's what's up. Salute to that.
That is exactly what I'm learning to play.
Folks don't understand, man. The banjo is a very complicated instrument to play. You got to have a lot of dexterity, and that right there.
Exactly. That is exactly what I'm learning how to play. Knowledge is the banjo. I would show it to y'all, but it's downstairs right now. But yeah, like I said, I just got it this week. I just started my little lessons, you know. I just found a dude on YouTube. That's, you know, that's where I'm right now learning to learn all of the different things, learning how to read the music, learning which string is which chord, all of that stuff. So yeah, that's absolutely what I'm doing now. And I damn sure look forward to sitting on the porch with my wife, with our dogs, and she's playing guitar, I'm playing banjo. I want to, after, you know, I get the banjo down, I would like to learn the bass, you know, so we can, you know, switch things up. She also wants to learn the bass. So, I mean, if I got the banjo, she's got the guitar, we both know the bass. We can switch off on who's playing the bass line, who's taking the lead with a guitar or a banjo. Hey.
Oh, you use a drummer then.
Right. Got the drummer. We bring Lovelace in with a violin. Hey, we cooking. So while Knowledge is laughing, I am 100% serious. People can say whatever the hell they want to say about me. The banjo is exactly what I'm learning right now. And it, like you say, it is complicated. I didn't realize how complicated it was, but that's exactly what I'm learning.
Bro. Takes dexterity.
I'm learning that.
I know you're a music head. You're familiar with Rage Against the Machine, right?
Yeah.
Tom Morello.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen his warm up for his just playing it.
I have
Look that
not.
up. Look that up.
Okay.
Look that up. Look up Tom Morello, just any of his guitar, anything, and not just like his tricks or anything, because he does some crazy stuff on the guitar. But just look up like his warm up, his chops builders, you know, and he's just doing fret training where he's just going up and down the neck of the guitar.
And that's, you know, that's one of the things that I'm learning right now. My early stages of learning to play the banjo is like I'm pretty good on as far as the strumming of the strings, but knowing how to feel the frets and which being in the right place, you know, on them, stuff like that. That's what I'm trying to, you know, work on and get in my head and stuff like that. Cause can't be looking in two places at once, obviously. You know, I can't be looking down where I'm stringing and up at the frets at the same time. So, you know, trying to get all of that, you know, worked on here. But again, I've been playing for less than a week now, you know, so I know all of these things come with practice, consistency, and time of continuing to, you know, do that. So, but yeah, that's absolutely what I'm doing right now. I'm learning a new instrument that I've never played any string instrument ever, you know, but I'm definitely, that's where I am right now.
Yeah.
Would you say honestly, the best one to start because it has the least strain?
I think you talk about the bass. Yeah, you talk about the bass.
Oh, the bass.
The bass, you can get a 4-string, 5-string bass. Because when I started, I had a 4-string. And my uncle, he actually taught himself how to play bass and how to read music, how to do all those things back in the hair band days.
Right.
And now he's going to like, he told me the other day, he called me on my birthday. He was like, yeah, man, I went to this open mic night and it was more like, you know, rappers and hip hop guys and stuff like that. And then I'm like the only white boy going up there. Yeah, it's my white uncle. And he he was like, yeah, I go up there with my bass and I started doing my thing and singing my song and everybody start clapping and coming up, crowding the stage and stuff, man. And they liked it and they keep telling me to come back and all. And I was like, yeah, you need to go up there and keep doing your thing, man.
Yeah.
You'll find what you're looking for up there. Because he wants to get another band, but he wants a band that goes at his lead, not whatever the band wants or whatever.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah.
He's old.
But yeah, shout out to live music, man. Shout out to instrumentalists and live music. I definitely appreciate that. I understand it's an art. It takes a lot of practice and all of that. And I have an appreciation for it. And again, that's why I am now in the process of, you know, kind of training my brain to be in that realm of things, you know. But yeah, so I just bought the banjo. My wife has a guitar. We'll get us a bass here at some point in time and get into that. And hey, if that may be the easier way to go, because I have a 5-string banjo. So, you know, and the guitar my wife has is a 6-string. But yeah, so looking forward to it. Looking forward to learning how to actually know how to play things and be able to hear something and be able to pick it up and all of that, as opposed to having to read the music and stuff like that, you know.
That is the coolest thing when you just see an artist just listen to something and then they're like, oh, that's okay.
Right.
I love watching those videos on YouTube when like you take a famous drummer and they try to play a different song that they've never heard, like Chris Smith from Red Hot Chili Peppers. They'll have him play like some crazy metal song or something where there's like a lot of like drum rhythms and cadence and stuff, and he just listened to it and he's like, what's that? And then he just picks up boom 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 boom. Right. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%.
Prince was great at that.
Facts. I think Prince is one of the greatest at that. I mean, I played a video, I don't know if it was last week or the week before, where it was a Q-Tip.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, it was that. I was telling somebody about that video the other day. It was you that showed it. Yep.
Yeah, Q-Tip was doing his thing, and Prince just walks up on stage, takes the guitar, and just starts killing it.
Could you imagine?
Man, no. House of Blues, just some little hole in the wall type of show. It ain't no big concert.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like
and Prince just walk in.
Just come gliding on stage like it ain't nothing, and they just throw him a guitar, and he just starts.
Right. Yeah, that's. I couldn't imagine it. I could not imagine it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I don't know where.
Yeah, bring that back, man. That video right there is worth.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
That should be like a part of the intro of your show.
Here you go. Here you go. I can't remember if I get the copyright on it or not, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. I found it. Let's see.
Don't be haters, YouTube. Let us jam out.
Yeah. Check this out. I mean, that's just amazing. That's just amazing.
That is amazing.
When you have one of the greatest out there, you know, just show up, bless your stage, and start rocking out with you. That's unforgettable type of memories type of stuff right there, you know. Shout out to and rest in peace to Prince, man. Definitely a musical genius, you know, when it comes to them instruments and all of that type of stuff, man. Shout out to that. So we're going to skip a portion of the show. I was going to go into a whole bunch of other stuff, but we're going to skip that and move on to what we really came here for. Before we do that, I got one more video to show y'all, so take a look.
Old saying that says, never mistake a calm man for a harmless one. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of people have underestimated my intelligence. Just because I lead with love and I lead with kindness and I'm helping people, they somehow mistake that love and compassion for a weakness. And a lot of people see somebody who's approachable, somebody who give game for free or move with respect, and they start thinking, oh, he green, he too nice. He probably easy to play, and he don't peep shit that's going on. No, you got me misunderstood. See, they say still waters run deep, meaning just because somebody ain't loud don't mean they don't lack depth. Just because somebody ain't reacting don't mean they're unaware. And just because somebody chooses peace don't mean they can't recognize the snakes in the grass. See, some of us didn't become nice because life was easy for us. Some of us became nice because we seen enough of that pain, enough betrayal and struggle and all that fake love. And we know exactly what that darkness looked like. So now we choose to lead different, not because we naive, but because we disciplined. Not because you soft, but because you're secure. And not because you're blind, but because you have reached a level of discernment to know that you don't have to bark in order to bite. See, the most dangerous people in the room, they ain't always the loudest. Sometimes it's that person that's smiling, observing, helping everybody, but seeing everything. Because intelligence doesn't always announce itself. Wisdom doesn't always need validation. And real strength doesn't need to perform. So if you ever mistake my kindness for weakness, or me being green, or my patience as a weakness, and me being quiet for me not noticing what's really going on, that's your miscalculation, not my limitation. Move with integrity, lead with love, but never let people mistake your kindness for lack of intelligence.
You muted, brother.
Dang, sorry, I was muted, y'all. What I was saying is, that just goes to show you, don't let somebody's silence or lack of immediate response out of emotion make you think that they're in some way, shape, or form weak because they are not, responding immediately to what you're saying. That does not have anything to do with strength or weakness when a person chooses to not give an immediate emotional response to somebody just because you said something, whether it's offensive or whatever the case may be. That doesn't mean anything about that person. So those of you who think a person is weak because they don't immediately respond to what somebody else says, no, that's an actual emotional maturity that person has to understand that maybe I need to process this. Maybe I need to listen to it again and hear it from a different perspective. Maybe I need to hear somebody else's perspective on it before I give a response. But I'm not always going to be running to try to go live or respond immediately back to that person in the moment just because they did or said something. That just puts me right there on their level. And I'm not trying to be on the same level as everybody else. I'm trying to be on the level that I'm on. So just a message for the people out there who think they're going to get an immediate response out of every person that they say or do something to. It don't work like that for everybody. And that does not mean anything specific about us in terms of any kind of weakness or anything. That just means that we are at a place where we don't feel the immediate need to respond to everything you say or do. Simple as that. Simple as that. So, transitioning into the end of the show, or the last portion of the show, I should say. And the thumbnail, the title, even giraffes are correct sometimes. You see the giraffe getting a math equation correct on the chalkboard. And the point and purpose, I don't know if any or everybody read the thumbnail or the description. Hold on, y'all, dropped my pen. I'm trying to reach it. I don't know if y'all read the description or not, but I do put descriptions on my videos, and there's a reason for that, because I don't want to waste y'all's time. I want y'all to an extent, know what I'm talking about without giving it all away. But at the same time, I'm trying to actually make a message in these shows. I put together a show. I have a list of things that I plan to cover. And like I said, I'm cutting out a big portion of it to just move on and get to what I'm about to talk about here, because I want to review some videos and I'm not trying to be here all day. So the first video that I'm going to be reviewing is, and this is the part again, if Kwame decides to come back, he's more than welcome if he wants to add any context. So I'm going to be reviewing some of his videos, some portions of some of his videos. If he decides he wants to come back and add any context, additional context to anything, if he feels like he just wants to, or feels like I'm taking something the wrong way or whatever, you're more than welcome to come and speak on it. First video, this was 6 days ago, so I think it was probably Monday. After he hit my link on Sunday and we had our conversation, and it was a cordial conversation. We actually were in agreement about pretty much most of the stuff that was being talked about in that instance, which I expected it to be that way. And I'm trying to help some people maybe in this sector, whether they want to listen to me or not, understand that everything ain't always got to be beef forever. Like Kwame was up here earlier and he said, I said to him, I would like to have a real talk conversation with him off of YouTube. whether it's via email, whether it's phone call, whatever. I got a real thing that I would like to say to him. You know what I'm saying? And it don't need to be for everybody's YouTube consumption because we are two men at the end of the day. He said things about me that I feel are disrespectful. I've said things about him that he feels is disrespectful. That's okay. At the end of the day, we don't have to forever and ever act like we got some real beef, smoke, hatred, or anything like that for one another because we don't really know each other in real life. We know what's been shared on YouTube. We know some of the narratives that have been spread about us over the course of time, whatever the case may be. But I don't go through my days with any kind of hatred for him or anything like that. I just had been pointing out where I feel like he's being disingenuous and, you know, some of the things, some of the people he associate himself with, stuff like that. I'm free to point that type of stuff out. But let's show how even a person who has said negative things about him, has said things that he considers disrespectful, and he said things about me I consider disrespectful, I can still see where I feel like he is correct in a situation. Just because he has said things about me that I don't appreciate and I've said things about him that are negative doesn't mean that I believe that he is 100% incorrect in all situations, right? So let's hear a little bit of this video where he was at the farmer's market. Well, he had left the farmer's market at this point, but he had just left from the farmer's market. And some of the stuff that he's covering here, I just wanted to give a response to, a reaction to. And it's not necessarily stuff so much about me, but just things in general, right? So let's get into it. Get it straight. Oh, hold up. All right, so let's go.
Ulterior motive. I know in a couple of years I get a pension from that NBA, and I don't want it to implode. I want it to turn into that overseas market and get rid of all these American players like they about to do anyway. When I tried to warn of this diva behavior, and when I try to say, nigga, you shouldn't be toting no pistol as one of the best players in the NBA, everybody called me a coon. So everybody want to keep it real, you know? And they're going to show you something about that keeping it real. Because in order to make millions of dollars, your behavior comes into play, okay? Let me just explain something to you. I told you I watch behavior from the get-go. And that's why they're not fucking with us American players. I talked to my brother about it on his page. Where is the American player that's the front runner in the NBA? There is none. They steady trying to hold on to LeBron. They paying so much money trying to hold on to LeBron as the face of the league, but we all know that's some bullshit. Them foreign players is running the show. They ain't toting no pistols. They showing up, whether they move slow or move fast, they showing up, they playing basketball, they kicking your ass, and they leaving. They ain't in the media. They ain't in no drama. They ain't trying to make 75 babies. I'm guilty of that too. They ain't trying to goddamn who ride on nobody, and ain't nobody bothering them. So another thing that those foreign athletes don't have to worry about, they don't have to worry about taking care of the whole hood, because some of it is done by design. You have these players that can't go back to their own community without having to open up their wallet and pay for everybody there. And the ones that do it, they love them, they embrace them, and then they go broke. But the ones that don't, they call them sellouts, they call them coons, they say they ain't down for the blacks, when really.
So as we were talking about a little bit earlier, we were talking about the people that you have in your life, the people you surround yourself with. And sometimes you have to grow so they just fall off. Sometimes you may have to physically cut a person off. But sometimes if you grow enough, those people will just fall by the wayside and you'll continue to go on without having to physically cut them off. But I don't disagree with him that there are a lot of situations where you have a person who, quote unquote, made it out of the hood. You know, they grew up in the hood, they played whatever sport or did whatever, and they kind of made it out of the hood, but they weren't able to cut off the necessary people. So they end up going back to that hood and trying to take care of everybody in the damn hood when those people, some of those people are not trying to take care of themselves. You know, so you can spend all of your money and all of your energy and give away all your peace trying to take care of people who are not trying to take care of themselves if you're not careful. And money is not going to solve everything, because you can give a broke person that does not know how to handle money an unnumbered amount, whatever number you can think of, the biggest amount of money a person has, and they'll still blow all of that money because they don't know how to handle it properly.
It's the way that they're framing it in the media. These small towns, I'm from a small town, so I know. They take in federal funding, they don't do what they're supposed to do for it with it, and then they try to get athletes to fill in the gap. And if you don't, even the local politicians will start fucking with you. So the shit crazy. It's a setup. It's a lose-lose for these black athletes if they don't play their cards the right way. You know, it's a lose-lose. Steph Curry, he get a pass because he light skinned. He look damn near white, so he don't have to have this hood mentality, this persona that he a hood nigga. But Ant-Man.
See, now there I disagree with you. His skin color don't have anything to do with Steph Curry's skin color has nothing to do with whether or not he gets a pass on going back to the hood. Because Steph Curry didn't grow up in the hood. Steph Curry grew up the son of a professional basketball player. So why would he be in the hood? There's no reason for Dell Curry to have taken Steph Curry and Seth Curry to the hood. So, you know, I don't think Steph Curry is a good example to use here. I understand the point that you're trying to make, but that's a bad choice of person because there was no reason for Steph Curry to ever be growing up in the hood. Dell Curry was a professional basketball player when Steph Curry was a little kid.
And better get that money up. Shit, especially if he want to go to the strip club and get some more strippers. He better get that money up. Or they're going to rob him next time he in the strip club.
And so isn't that a problem with the frame of mind there? Saying that Ant-Man better get that money up and go into the strip club and strippers and all of that. Isn't that a problem with the state of mind of a player like an Ant-Man? If he feels like he has to stay in the hood, if he feels like he has to go spend his money in the hood on things like strippers, as opposed to things, if he wants to spend his money in the hood, why wouldn't it be for something that is building the hood? And not saying that he has to choose to spend his money in the hood. But if he does, and he's spending it on strippers, feeling like he's giving back to the hood, then that's a problem with frame of mind.
That's our fate. We get robbed. But yeah, ain't no black players in the NBA or American period. Besides Cooper Flag. I think Cooper Flag is from America, but we're not going to accept him as our goddamn player of the league because he white. Let's keep it a bean. We all that we can say that's our motherfucker. But now, ain't no more that. Giannis, he black, but he ain't from America. KD, he can't win because he too busy tweeting about motherfuckers. And I'm telling you, most of these players don't know how to play basketball in a team setting. They don't know. You see superstar players crying about the ball. Nigga, you on a team with other giants like you. When KD went to the Golden State Warriors, he won, but that was the most frustrated KD I ever seen. He wasn't happy playing basketball. He happy just shooting the goddamn ball. That's his rendition of playing basketball. Shooting the ball every time I touch it, being the guy that everybody look up to as a scorer. That's his rendition of good basketball. Not about winning. Draymond Green was up in his face telling him, nigga, we don't need you to do all that. We got Stephen Curry. We got Klay Thompson. So what, we supposed to just ice Klay out in the corner? Cooper Flag from Maine? All this drive and kick basketball. You have 7-foot centers that we think ain't no good. And I hope y'all don't think the competition level is that far off. You telling me JaVale McGee done went overseas at 38, 39 and then turned into Giannis. JaVale McGee is bringing the goddamn ball up the court. JaVale McGee is living his second NBA career or second professional career overseas, and he's loving it. You know why? Because they don't got nobody doing the rendition of Shaq and the Fool on JaVale McGee. The guy can just sit back and play basketball. He don't have legends attacking him. He can just play.
Now, that statement I can kind of agree with. JaVale McGee, when he's in the NBA, they basically made him the punchline of jokes. You know, some of the plays and situations that happened around him on the court and stuff like that, they made him the punchline of jokes. Whether or not he deserved it constantly as much as he got it or not, you know, is a whole nother story. People go different ways on that. You know, it could feel like the same way that people looked at Kwame with his career and, you know, the Stephen A's and Skips and people like that coming out and saying he's a bust and all of these other types of things, right? They kind of maybe gave JaVale McGee that same type of treatment. So if he's able to go overseas and not be ridiculed in the same way and just play ball, then yeah, it may be, he may have a point there is all I'm getting at.
Basketball without a care in the world.
What's up?
I just wanted to add real fast. Have you ever noticed, like, out of all sports, professional sports, basketball players criticize other basketball players way more? Like the past players criticize today's players way more than you see in any other sport. Have you ever noticed that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can see that just from any conversation, really. Only time that I hear, I ain't gonna say only time, but the main time that I hear, for example, NFL players criticize another NFL player is when that NFL player who is being criticized directly did something, you know, that opens up the door to that criticism. But when it comes to actual play on the field or whatever, most of the time an NFL player will talk about that defense is trash.
Yeah.
You know, that offense, you know, that offensive line ain't doing what it needs to do.
They won't criticize the player. Yeah.
Right. Every once in a while, they may get into saying, you know, such and such is letting you down at this position or whatever. But in most cases, they'll say that defense is playing like trash. That offensive line is doing this. Yeah, the quarterbacks are going to get individual criticism. The running backs are going to get individual criticism. You know, they may say that receiving core is a little weak or they ain't doing what they need to do. They not making things easy for their quarterback, you know. But yeah, I agree with you that a lot of times when you see former football players and they have a podcast or whatever, a lot of times when they are criticizing a team, or they'll criticize the team as a whole or a portion of a team, one part of that team, because, for example, you know, watch the arena. I watch the arena, and Aqib Talib will be on there, right? He's a corner. He played corner. You know, he's very successful at corner. So he will criticize DB groups on a team.
Yep.
They DBs are trash.
Yep.
You know, if he says it, he'll say a whole bunch of names on the whole squad of DBs on that team, not saying that, you know, this one specific DB on that team is trash and everybody else is good. He don't do that. He say they DB, they need some help in they, you know, on the safety, on that third level, whatever the case may be, as opposed to saying this specific player is trash. You know, he'll just say that whole DB squad is trash, you know, on that team.
Yeah. I think it's more or less because former players for football, you know, they understand how hard it is to, you know, make that ball move an inch, but also too how hard it is to stop that ball from moving an inch. So the continuity of team, I think, still means something to them as they're not playing anymore and they still respect it, versus in basketball where it could be more of an individual sport, right? Because in basketball, you can play around one player or two players or whatever. But in football, everybody has to be moving at the same speed, pace, whatever, just to get the ball to move an inch, not even a yard, an inch.
Absolutely. Mom Boss, how you doing? I appreciate you being here. Shout out to you. Hopefully all is going well with the new chickens out there. Been seeing you do some videos with the new chicken coop and the chickens and stuff. Hopefully all is well. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like you're saying, moving the ball just an inch, for example, in football. And going back to the whole DB conversation, for example, right? You know, you got your DBs and your safeties in the secondary, right? So if you got a shutdown corner on one side, a decent safety, and your other corner is a little weaker, obviously, you know where the help is going, whether it's a safety drifting that way, the linebacker pushing back there to assist. But that other corner on the other side knows that he has to continue to do his shutdown job or it all falls apart. You know, it's all the whole team aspect. There's 11 guys on both sides of the ball for a reason, you know, and if any one of that link is weak, we can build our team system to make that weakness not something that the other team can pick on. You know, you don't see very many games where this one corner gets burned and then come back later in that same game, he get burned again. And it happened 2-3 times in the same game. That don't typically happen. He might get burned once, you know. The next time, if say they catch a touchdown on him, it's probably another person over there too that's helping. You know, that safety that came in and, hey, if it just happened to be Mike Evans and he a big receiver and it's a small corner and a small safety and they both hit him and everything, but he still catch the damn ball, well, shit, Mike Evans is just a damn great receiver. It is what it is.
He made a play.
Right. He made a play. It is what it is. But that don't mean that them players are trash that's around them. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I do understand what you're saying. That in football, it doesn't seem to be so much of an individual pick on this player unless, again, the quarterbacks, they get it like that. They're always going to get it like that. That's just comes with the nature of the game. If you the quarterback,
that's just the media.
Very true. But if you're the quarterback and you are, for example, turning the ball over a lot,
Oh yeah,
you're throwing picks to the other team, and we ain't talking about tip passes or nothing. We talking about you throwing it right to the other team. Then yeah, you're going to get that criticism, you individually, because you are the one who had the ball in your hand. You threw it right to the other team. If you're the running back and you're fumbling the ball all the time, yeah, they're going to say something about you individually because you fumbling the ball don't have nothing to do with your offensive line. If the quarterback made a good, connection, it don't have nothing to do with the quarterback. That's you not protecting the ball properly. But when it comes to the entire team in that aspect of it, typically you're not going to get that. Again, they'll talk about the entire offensive line because they got to operate as a team. All 5 of those guys, and if they bringing in tight ends to be on the ends and stuff like that, they have to operate as one unit. Because if they don't, that's where the gaps show up, and that's where the defensive players that are good take advantage of that gap in the line. And that's how you get them sacks on the quarterback and stuff. So it's that offensive line. They have to operate as a unit. That defense has to operate as one unit, knowing how to hand off in basketball, it's easy to see when they do a little pick and roll, and whether or not you're going to fight through the pick or y'all going to switch, right? In football, it's a little more complicated when you got a receiver running a crossing pattern. It's like, well, shit. The linebacker, do I got to go with this receiver?
I was just about to
do
tell
I pass him off to the safety?
Yep.
What am I doing here? They got to operate as one unit when it comes to that. So
and I was going to mention that.
It's a failure on all of them as a defense if they don't execute it right. It ain't a failure on, I got to blame the linebacker specifically on this one. Well, that was a miscommunication between the DB who maybe pressed them on the line and released them. The linebacker, whether or not he's going to keep going with him, and the safety, and whether or not they're going to pick him up. It's communication among all them players on 3 different levels.
That's right.
That's right. So, yeah.
And having played all those levels and how passing has evolved, not to try to go too deep because I know you want to get the show on, but it's all assignment football at the end of the day, and that's just what I've heard my whole entire career. From when I played Little League all the way up now, still, playing semi-pro, arena, whatever I flag, whatever I'm doing. But yes, it's all a job. If you're in a zone and this receiver crosses your zone, but he doesn't stay there, do you pick him up? Do you ride him? Do you keep him in your, your reach, whatever? If you're a corner and you're playing off and somebody runs past you, you're supposed to run with them, but maybe the safety's not there, so you're on the island. Like, there's so many things you have to process in an instance. And I still say DB is the hardest position in football. I still say it. I get quarterback. I know everybody argues quarterback. Quarterback is hard, but I still say DB is the hardest position because a DB has to cover someone going backwards with not knowing anything. It's like, okay, I just know I got this zone or I got this man, and I got to go with him wherever he go, whatever. Like, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't speak specifically on what is the hardest position, but I can go with what you're saying for sure.
That's just a big debate amongst football players on the internet, right? For years right now, like what's the hardest position? And most people say either DB or quarterback. And of course, me being a defensive back, majority of my career, I've always said, well, that's harder. But then you got a lot of people who are like, nah, quarterback's harder because you got to process this, and you got to remember this, you got to remember that. I'm like, bro, you got to do all the same stuff on defense. You
Absolutely. But see, here's the difference. For me, as a quarterback, you know what's coming in terms of the play because y'all on offense. Y'all are the ones deciding what the play is. The DB, you got to guess what the play is. Like, you may know some things from the setup, the way they line up and stuff, and how they've been coming out in this lineup and how they've been acting in previous plays. But say they come out with that exact same lineup. The last time the receiver ran a slant pattern. This time he's running the go pattern. Exact same lineup. Whatever. He may run a stop and go. He may do a whole bunch of different things. You as the DB have to not only pick up on whatever it is they're doing, process it, and stay with him. That receiver knows what he's going to do before that ball is snapped. You as a DB, you don't know what that receiver is going to do. You got to figure it out on the fly react and stay with his ass, or again, like we were talking about, or pass him off to the linebacker in that zone, pass him off to the safety, whatever the case may be. You have to do all of that, not knowing what's coming at you. So yeah, quarterback does have to process a lot. They got to see a lot. They got to be able to read a lot, but they also dictate what's going on because they're the one that called the play. They know what every receiver is supposed to be doing, where they're supposed to be on that field at a specific point in time because they've practiced and ran these plays before. So in their head, I don't have to know that Mike Evans is over here on the outside and he about to run a go pattern. I don't have to look at him to know that. I know where he's going to be after so many yards or so many seconds in this play. I know where he's going to be because I've watched him do it. I can look over there, see who's covering him. Okay, he got single coverage, safety up top, see what the safety does. So I snap the ball, I'm looking at the safety. Safety drifting away from him. Oh, hell yeah, I'm going to Mike. He got this guy beat. You know what I'm saying? But I can just know that as a quarterback off top, as opposed to the DB having to guess what the hell Mike Evans is about to do.
Yep.
Yeah, so I definitely agree and can see how it could have the argument of DB being a harder position. Yeah, quarterback may require more
you have to remember more things. You have to remember more things.
Right.
You have to process things on the fly.
Right.
You know, sometimes a little bit more, but that also comes with experience. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody doesn't have the free reign like Tom Brady had, or Drew Brees, or Peyton Manning, Matt Ryan, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That they can go and they usually in the huddle these days, they give you 2 plays, and then out of those 2 plays or out of that formation, they know, okay, well, I can audible out of this and I can go to that, or I can do this based off, the defensive coverage or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. They're in more control.
Right. Are we going to play this? Are we going to run this play? Or are we going to check to the other play?
Yep.
That's my options.
Yep.
I'm either going once we come out of the huddle, we see how they line up on defense. Do I like this play? Because I know at 3 seconds in this play, my receivers are going to be in these different places. I know whether or not I got a running back that's giving me protection on this side, or a tight end that we brought in to give me protection or whatever. Or do I want to change things up and run the other play because of the way that the defense is showing us the look, So yeah, absolutely. Kiss my cheeks. I don't know why he's showing the corner of a floor in his avatar. I have no clue. If he comes back, we can maybe ask him that question, but I have no clue why he's showing that.
Hey, can Lovelace ban herself? Can she time herself out for about 3 minutes? Could she do that?
Talk about Cowboys.
You said it. I wasn't gonna say it.
No,
you said it.
I'll jinx the hell out of them. No, I will say
why
it.
You said it?
I will say it. I would
now
jinx the hell out of them.
Now she gonna come up here talking all this. Oh, Cowboys.
She can come on. She can come on.
Yeah, she can.
She know the Cowboys are trash.
I know you heard it, Lovelace. That's why I said it.
Yeah, she knows the Cowboys are trash. She lucky I can't find the video I'm looking for.
What a Dak and his drama.
No,
some of them Cowboy quarterbacks, man, and their partner drama. They always Romo had it, Dak got it, but
it's
had it.
Everybody can't handle everything that comes with having that star on your back. I mean, being the quarterback of the Cowboys is a different thing than being a quarterback of pretty much any other team in the league.
That's right.
Based off of their fan base, the fact that they haven't won anything in 30 years, all of that. So
and counting.
Right. So everybody can't handle that. It's not made for the faint of heart. Everybody is just not prepared for it, and maybe some of them get the big head. I don't know. I really don't know what the reason is behind that. It has been a thing. It has been a thing. I can't remember what I named that one video. I was about to get you, Lovelace, but I can't remember what I named that video to play it.
Oh man.
Yeah, you got lucky this time, Lovelace. I can't remember what I named the video and where the hell I put it.
I can't wait to start posting those memes. I usually wait about like 2 weeks before the season, and I started doing all those. Cowboys have already been eliminated from the playoffs and stuff like that. I love sharing those.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you got lucky this time, Lovelace. I can't remember what I named the video to play it for you. I was gonna get you, but I can't remember what the hell I named the video.
All right.
All right. Let's get back into it.
Bro, and play the sport that he loved without being fucked with. And that's not what the reality is for him. That wasn't the reality for Stephon Marbury. How many American players have to go overseas? And I know what y'all thinking. Oh, well, overseas they like NBA basketball. Well, then how come the overseas players are better than the NBA players right now? Man, McGee over there hooping, boy. McGee hitting threes. Now, of course, he's not gonna get the touches like he does over there in the NBA. But you telling me that this guy's shot just improved overnight like that? You think he just improved overnight like that? No. The guy ain't offensively improve overnight. It's just that's the type of style of play that we want to play in the NBA where the big man is obsolete. They feeding that boy. That boy having games where he getting 37 blocks, 27 rebounds. That boy over there killing. And guess what happened? Ain't nobody talking about it. Because basketball is basketball. I don't give a damn what you say. Go out there and try it. If basketball ain't basketball, go get one of your older legends that's JaVale McGee age or close to it. Send them overseas and see what they average. You still got to be in shape. You still got to put the ball in the basket. Ain't nobody letting this man score. It's all about who get that look. That man getting the ball every play. He has a good rhythm. He's feeling good about his game, and that's the result that you're going to get. It's hard to play with guards that just want to shoot the ball every time and tell you to go rebound the fucking ball. I don't want to go get not one rebound, bitch. You ain't give me the ball. Fuck you. You know? A lot of people don't understand. There's a lot of things that come into the game. And all these guys that sit up here and have the luxury of taking 20-something shots a game. I remember telling Rudy Gay this. I said, Rudy Gay, I said, you young guys that have the team by the horns, and when y'all first come in the league, you know, it's your show. You got to look. You don't know if you're going to ever have this again. And there's a difference when you that guy and they're giving you all the looks compared to where you just another guy. If you just another guy, you're not going to get featured. You're not going to get that ball. You might miss 2 shots in a row and they snatch your ass out the game because the guy that's featured need the ball. Now, if you that guy, you miss 2 shots, they're going to let you shoot yourself into a rhythm. I done seen guys that's a scorer miss 4, 5 shots in a row. And then after that, they get that heater going. So don't judge a book by its cover, Jack.
He's not wrong. Some players gotta get the feel of the game. Teran, salute to you. Tom 18188, salute. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to everybody. Hit that like button. I found it, Lovelace.
Damn! Ow! Oh! That man hit the brick wall faster than he was running. Damn. Hey, Mr. Police Officer, man, what you doing?
Oh, damn. Come on now.
What you doing?
What's wrong with this?
What you doing come fall? Because, the Cowboys could use somebody to know how to tackle. And, that don't look like that's the first time you ever done that, sir. So, like, I know he's still hurting.
Yeah, Lovelace. Yeah. No, you bring that cowboy talk around here. That's the first thing I think about. That's the first thing I think about.
You know, that reminds me of, did you see the brawl that happened between the Angels and the Braves a couple months ago at the beginning of the oh man. So our manager, the Braves manager, I'm a Braves fan, obviously.
Okay.
Braves, it was Jorge Soler who hit the home run that won us the World Series in 2021. Plays for the Angels now, right? And then our manager was the first base coach or like a batting coach or something like that at the time when he played. Soler's like 6'6", 6'7". Like, this dude is huge, right? And then he got hit by a pitch, and then the next at bat, you know, him and the pitcher, they just look at each other and they start speaking, you know, Spanish or whatever. And they just charge at each other and start trying to fight, right? So our manager comes and he just double leg tackles Soler like it wasn't nothing, right? Just kind of like that, right? Mm-hmm. And the next day, Atlanta Falcons, they reshared the meme like, "Hey, coach, what you doing on Sundays in the fall?" Yeah. And I was like, yeah, man, we need Weiss out. We need Walt Weiss out there, you know, to go play linebacker or safety or something. Go out there and make some form tackles.
Yeah. Some teams that could use some tacklers for sure. There's some teams that can use some tackles. I know Mom Boss, she's a little bit behind. She's catching up in the video, but I agree with what Mom Boss is saying there. she a little behind talking about the video where the black lady was in the car talking about all black women this, all black women that. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Mom Boss. I know you're a little behind though. All right, let's see a little bit more of this.
Some of these guys ain't as good as y'all think they are. And the evidence show it. As soon as they get traded from the team that they was on, as soon as some of these guys get traded to where they don't have the comfort of shooting the ball every time, they turn into trailer park trash. They turn into trash. It don't matter what I was. I've been there though. I tell you, some of y'all that don't understand sports, y'all believe anything they show you and they tell you. Y'all believe anything they show you and they tell you. You think Jalen Durant getting traded? I have no idea. I'm telling you, it's hard for me to watch NBA basketball. Shit, most of the games I fall asleep on. I can already predict what they're going to do. Drive and kick, drive and kick, drive and kick, drive and kick. I don't want to see that shit all the damn day.
He ain't wrong. He is not wrong. It's hard for me to sit and really watch NBA basketball games. I can watch a little bit now during the playoffs, but like I said, regular season, it's hard for me to watch at all. I can't stand how everything has become about shooting threes. I mean, guys will have a wide open lane to drive and lay the ball up, and they will kick it out to somebody for a three. Y'all know scoring 2 points is still good, right? All them 2 points add up. You scored 2 points twice. That's more than somebody going down and missing a three on the other end because you done scored 4. You know?
And analytics have ruined the game.
Yeah, for sure. Analytics definitely, media because they allow it in. Analytics for sure, thinking, well, 3 count more than 2. Okay, but if y'all missing all these damn threes and you got wide open 2s available, you got big men down there in the lane or big men who won't even go in the lane. Like, for example, he been playing pretty okay in this series, but I'm not a Karl Anthony Towns fan. I'm not an Anthony Davis fan. I just think they play very soft. Yeah. They are too damn big to be always hunting around the 3-point line and not getting their ass down there in the paint, especially when they got a smaller guy guarding them. And they're not only are they tall, but they have big bodies, So a lot of times they may be playing against a player who is much smaller than them, overall weight and all of that. Throw your weight around. Get down there on that damn block and throw your weight around. Make them send a double to you and then kick it out to the open player or score that damn layup. But
no one plays in the post anymore, man.
Right. Nobody's playing in the post.
DeRozan is probably the only player that still dominates in the post. AE definitely DeMar DeRozan.
Okay.
Anthony Edwards, of course, he still gets his
but they not even big men.
Not the guards.
Right. They're guards who are just bigger than the guards that they're playing against, so they're smart enough to know to take it down to the post. Same way Jalen Brunson to do that. Jalen Brunson to score his points in the paint because he'll get a smaller guard on him.
He's a slasher. He wants to get to the cup.
He'll
take the open shot when he needs to, but that's the thing. And I talked to some of my clients. I got a few clients that are big basketball fans, so I'm always talking basketball with them. And I was telling them, I was like, I think he's the best point guard in the league right now because of the fact that he is that cup attacking guard that's going to pass out, or he's going to get the 2, or he's going to, take his open shot when he needs to. He's going to play defense.
That's what a point guard was in the 80s and 90s, especially a scoring guard. That's what they were in the 80s and 90s. They were going to the cup. The defense is collapsing in around them, and then that's what opens up your 3-point shots for your shooters, But now,
oh no, go ahead, my bad, bro.
I was gonna say now everybody, no matter whether they're a damn guard, center, whoever, they all just hang out around the 3-point line and play one-on-one basketball. Whoever's got the ball, they one-on-one. They might drive in, but they more so look like they driving to kick it out as opposed to actually driving the score.
I blame a couple things. I blame the Heat, those years with LeBron and D Wade, Bosh, and all of them, because those boys showed a completely different style of basketball that the NBA tried to adopt, right? Playing small, doing things, but then also too, I don't blame Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Mark Jackson and all of them. I don't blame that. What I blame on that is, like I said, the media and the analytics trying to produce okay, look, you see this type, the Heat, you see this type of ball where you could play a small ball style and still win championships. And then boom, you come back to the Warriors and they did the same thing. Well, you had two combo guards that played, they have the same skill, but they played completely different, and they played well with each other. I'm talking about Clay and I'm talking about Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Clay
and Curry will both go to the hole and score layups on you. But at the same time, they were just lethal three-point shooters.
Yeah.
Not everybody is a lethal three-point shooter. They're trying to make it like all these players are just these great three-point shooters, and they out there shooting like 20% and shit like that from the three, but they still jacking them up left and right because the analytics have told them that threes are worth more than twos. Yeah. Well, again, if you don't have all different levels of your game where you can go and actually score that layup at the cup, then you're more of a John Paxson, going back to those old Jordan teams, a BJ Armstrong, where we just need you to be out there on a corner to maybe hit a three, but you ain't doing nothing actually breaking somebody down and going into the paint. Like you say, a Curry and a Clay and them were doing, you know? So I agree.
But that was just the genius of Mark Jackson also too, man, because he saw what he had. You know what I'm saying? He saw, I'm like, wow, I got I got a combo guard that both of them can create their shot from anywhere on the floor. Mm-hmm. One's a lockdown defender, wing player. The other one is he's just a menace wherever he is on the court. He's a presence. Mm-hmm. And then I got Draymond, who's just a gremlin in the hole, even though he's undersized, but he's just, he meshed that well. And that was the genius of, like I said, Mark Jackson. And then Steve Kerr, he just came in and just like, all right, y'all just keep doing what y'all was doing.
Right.
Exactly. Keep doing what y'all was doing.
Exactly. Just keep it going. Keep Mark Jackson's what he, saw and put into play. Just keep it going. Like you said. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's all it is. Yep. Bring in the people that fit around that, fit around, okay, Curry, basically, one of these three people going to have the ball, Curry, Clay, or Draymond, depending on what set we run. And we might have Draymond bring it up as the point guard so Curry can do whatever he needs to do to, get his open shot. Clay's still going to be over there in the corner. So if I got these two deadly lethal shooters, Curry running around creating issues, I got all these people that's trying to keep up with Curry, the player that's over there guarding Clay, maybe shying away from him because Curry looping around and doing all this shit. They don't want to give Curry an open shot. Boom, Clay wide open. And Draymond has the vision to make the passes, So, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree.
I know exactly what these niggas gonna do. Drive and kick, drive and kick. Drive and kick, drive and kick. Center be wide open, running the damn court, drive and kick, drive and kick. I remember Oak used to tell me, hey, don't leave the paint. Motherfucker don't want to give you the ball, stand there in the paint, get a 3 second. That's what the old school bigs used to do. They used to be like, Kwame, stand there. Oak used to tell me, stand there in the paint, get a 3 second. And I'll make them motherfucker give you the ball. Fuck what they talking.
Again, I can't disagree with them here. That's what these big players, you 7 foot fucking plus tall.
Yeah.
Why are you out at the 3-point line? Even if you can hit the shot, why aren't you out there just dominating the paint, making the entire defense collapse on you so it'll be all wide open threes for the rest of your team who, can shoot that shot if you want to kick it out there?
Yeah. Definitely they, with Giannis and Jokic and Wemby, the European style big man, they've tried to emulate that here in America. And I've just been like, no, man, we need to still stick to what Kwame's saying. Just the straight up sticking in the paint, bruising it, post up, play the old school ball. Let them boys come here and do all that. That's fine, but that's what they want.
It's a lot of teams that are shooting themselves out of games because the only thing they're doing is living and dying on that three. I mean, I watched, like I said, some of these playoff games. I watched Cleveland, they just shoot themselves out of the game. There ain't nobody in the paint on the Knicks that they need to be afraid of. They don't need to be afraid of. Right. They don't need to be afraid of Karl Anthony Towns or none of them.
Nah.
They drive looking to kick it out. I understand OKC doing it with Wemby tall ass in there. That's a little different. But when it comes to the Knicks, they don't have nobody on defense that's down there in the paint that's just killing everything that comes in there. So why aren't y'all going and scoring those 2-point plays? James Harden is a bigger guard. Get your ass in the paint and score as opposed to missing threes all game long.
That's been his style. His style ever since he went to Houston. I was a big fan of him when he was in OKC, but when he went to Houston and they just let him just do that ISO, cross up, spot up three, all that stuff, man, I was like, man, no, that's
right. Exactly. He would be much more of a lethal player if he took advantage of his body. I mean, he's getting older now, but back then, if he took advantage of his body size, he is typically bigger than the guards that are guarding him, unless they switch
He's
over.
the shooting guard. Yeah.
Right. Unless they switched a player on him that was bigger. James Harden a lot of times is bigger than the guard that is on him. So why ain't his big ass down in the post posting up that little ass guard? And then you can get your shot. You don't have to get a layup. James Harden can shoot anywhere on the court. So if he can shoot threes as good as he can, you tell me he can't hit the shot from the nail, from the line, all these different places that are inside that 3-point line on a little ass guard.
But he
Letitia, third eye POV. Salute to you, Letitia. Thank you so much for being here.
He used to attack the cup.
That's what I'm saying.
On them MVP seasons, like that was the thing. Harden was the king of the Euro for a while. The Euro step. He would attack the cup. Ha ha. Boom.
Everything's gotten one-dimensional now, and it's all about look for that three. Look for the three every time. Penetrate and kick it out to somebody for the three rather than scoring the 2 points that's right there waiting for you. Them 2 points add up.
Yeah.
That was open. Now they ain't teaching big man that. They just got big man is obsolete. They just the big doofuses that get the guards the ball. Motherfucker don't even know how to play with a big man. They think you got to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to be a good big man. No, he's just a scoring big. It's been a long time since I watched a full NBA game. I understand. Shit hard to watch. It's definitely hard to watch that shit. A bunch of divas that don't appreciate their position. I know I don't want to watch. If I wasn't watching to give commentary and content on it, I wouldn't watch.
Forward a little bit.
If we can forget all this talk, player, who you picking in the East and the Western Finals, and you're going over when Jaylen Brown check Stephen A. Yeah, I'm gonna go over that when I get to my computer. Because Jaylen Brown, man, you know how Stephen A. is. Jaylen Brown was 100% right. These guys, what give these guys the right to talk? They haven't done anything. They haven't done a damn thing that anybody should respect Stephen A's word over anybody. That nigga said, shut the fuck up. I ain't never heard Jaylen Brown talk like that. I thought he was the educated one.
Hey, what does saying shut the fuck up have to do with being educated? I'm educated too, and I tell people to shut the fuck up when they talking stupid.
I'm educated. I tell people to shut the fuck up all the time.
Yeah. So it ain't got nothing to do with education.
Folks forget Jaylen Brown is from Atlanta. Well, he's from Marietta, but he's from there.
Close enough. Close enough. There, so, yeah, close enough.
He got that dog in him.
Yeah, well, I mean, being educated and telling people to shut the fuck up ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
What's going on with this thing?
All right, let's see. He got.
Oh, it's looking like they want New York and Tony win the ball better. Williams not playing.
Move forward a little bit.
So slide from the block to the corner. So the guy will drive. The New England Patriots, when they won, they were my team. And then Dallas Cowboys, they ain't winning. I told you, I want to be with a winner, Skip. At least I embrace my shit. Man, he could step out 15, 18 feet and hit that shot. And when he did that, plus the post up, it changed the whole game then. So that's why you know Tracy ain't like that, because he talk all this shit about if he would have had Shaq, you had a motherfucker that was just as good as Shaq. He wasn't as a physical force, as dominated as Shaq like that, but Yao Ming was a great player. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, I seen that Jaylen Brown talking about Stephen A. Let me go to my computer. I can play it for y'all. I think the boy Self Talk put it on. I don't know if Jaylen Brown flag or not, but I know Self Talk don't flag.
All right.
So let me enter the studio on my computer.
Let's move forward.
To me, if he went by himself, that's something internally that Minnesota should deal with. Yeah, Minnesota gonna deal with it. Houston, they might have a problem. Yeah, because internally, that might
hold on. I need to go back and cover this part.
Anytime I
vocal. I remember if he walk off the court at the end and then shake the hand and say,
Yeah, I gotta go over this part. This is the Anthony Edwards stuff. When he walked down and shook the whole damn team and coaches and everybody on the Spurs staff. 8 minutes left in the game.
BA Cinema guys, so we got to talk about this as Gilbert Arenas made a comment about Anthony Edwards in defense of him going down to shake San Antonio Spurs hands with 8 minutes left, and Udonis Haslem took offense to it because he felt like Gilbert was speaking to him and a slew of others who were very critical of Ant. And I think, Blake Griffin was a little critical, Dirk Nowitzki was critical of Ant in that moment, not as a basketball player, but just in that moment, and going to war with a group of men, that's not really the best look. You want to wait until the game is concluded, especially with the amount of time that was on the clock at that time. But, they saying in defense of him, which is what Gilbert Arenas is doing. He's saying that, look, I'm not going to want to go down there after the game, so let me go ahead and get it out the way now. So let's listen at what exactly Haslam said and what.
Okay, so I didn't see it. So the gist of what I'm hearing is that Gilbert Arenas is saying that Anthony Edwards is wrong, or somehow, I don't know, bad, or he should have went down there at the end of the game, but Anthony Edwards went down to shake hands with 8 minutes on the clock.
No, that's not exactly right, Kwame. Gil is saying that Anthony Edwards is actually right for it. Everybody else is saying he's wrong.
Oh, man. I couldn't imagine what Oak would have did if somebody went down and shook the other player's hand with 8 minutes on the clock. Damn. Yeah, I don't even want to imagine what Oak would have did, but it would have been pretty.
Exactly. And I agree with that. I mean, it shows a lack of leadership. You can't be the leader of a team and you quit on the team with 8 minutes left. We've seen a lot of things happen in NBA games in 8 minutes. I don't give a damn that they was down 30. If the coach decided to pull y'all out, it is what it is. But you, as the supposed leader of the team, you can't go down there and just be quitting with 8 minutes left in the game. That shows no support for the rest of the players on the team who have to play these remaining 8 minutes.
Gilbert said, and then we're going to get into Haslam's response to Gilbert on his Instagram post.
And what I will say is, as great as Ant is as a basketball player, there's still some growth for him as well. Because as a leader, I would not have walked down there and shook their hand. I would not have walked down there and shook their hand with 8 minutes left.
Like he said, the first thing he said, as a leader, I would not have. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole crux of the issue to me. I don't care about none of the sportsmanship conversation and none of that other bullshit they talking about. As the leader of the team, it takes more, and you are looked at differently when you are the supposed leader of a team of people, especially a team of men. They need to be able to look at you in a certain way and have respect for you and the way that you're moving and the actions that you are, doing out there, right? So as the leader of the team, with 8 minutes left in the game, you're not supposed to be over there dapping up the other team like it's all good. No, we still out here in the war. The war is not over yet. Even though the coach has pulled the starters off because they obviously weren't getting the shit done down 30. Let's say that the second team had a spark for whatever reason, decided to play better defense than the starters did, and actually brought the game back to be respectable, or hell, get the win. But do they even have the spirit to go out there and play when they see their leader has already quit on any effort that they're going to put forth? That's the problem. You, as a leader, you have to represent your team in a certain way. And the game was nowhere near being over. 8 minutes left. Hell, the fourth quarter is only 4 minutes old. So 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Hell, that Knicks game, when they came back from on the Cavs, they weren't down 30. I think they were down 22, and there was only 6 minutes left.
22 with 7 minutes left, bro. I was sitting here watching it. I was like, oh,
I watched
man,
that too.
Over. I went laid down in my bed. I was looking at my phone, and my cousin texted me question marks, and I was like, what's wrong? And then he said, Knicks. And I ran out to the TV, and I come and see them in overtime, and they up like 10. And I'm what?
Exactly. Exactly. And I think it was almost like perfect karma for it to happen so quickly after Anthony Edwards did that. I mean, not even a week after Anthony Edwards basically showed a lack of leadership on his team and that he had given up just because the coach decided to pull them out. He gave up on all the rest of the players as well. The Knicks pull off a 22-point comeback in 7 minutes. So approximately the same amount of time, slightly different score, but they were able to do it. Mm-hmm. So again, it's leadership.
Yeah.
Me, as a owner of a team, as a GM of a team, unless something changes, unless I see something different, And I'm an Anthony Edwards fan as a basketball player.
Same.
But I don't want him leading my team. Not until something changes in his mental.
I just got to say, man, that's just, folks forget that he is young, but that you can't use that excuse. And that's not what I don't want to go and like try to start making excuses for him or anything like that. But it's that he has to grow into that position. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at Shea in OKC, right? When he first got there, he couldn't lead them boys. He had to learn.
Right.
Eventually, he stepped into the
get
role.
that.
You know what I'm saying? He stepped into that role. I mean, look, LeBron had to do the same thing, man.
Absolutely.
He had to learn how to lead.
Absolutely. Leadership is not something you're born just knowing how to do. I get that. Shout out to 40 the Splatter on that $5 super chat. He said, didn't Kwame Brown admit to quitting on his team because of Gil? Hey, that's something he has to answer for. That's something that he has to answer. I'm not going to put words in the man's mouth, but that's something that he has to answer. But yeah, talking about the whole him being young, right?
Yeah.
He ain't young enough to want to be the leader of the team, be considered the leader of the team. He's not too young to want to take the most money from the team. He's not too young to want to be in all of the commercials because he is seen as the leader of the team. He's probably not too young to step into some of those meeting rooms and say how he would like to see the team go.
Right.
So when you have all of that power bestowed upon you, and then you go out and act in a way that shows that you quit on the team, again, me, if I'm a GM, if I'm an owner of a team, do I want to build my team around him as the leader? He could be another player on the team, another player on the team, but do I want to build it around him being the leader? Or do I want to build it around somebody else that's okay, for example, who's the leader of the Golden State Warriors?
Steph.
Is he?
In my opinion, yes.
I think Draymond's the leader of the team. Steph's the best player on the team. Draymond is the leader of the team.
I agree with you on that. I definitely say he's the heart. He's the vocal piece. He's the, the spark. But Steph still does have like a form of leadership. He may not be like
absolutely 100,000%.
I think that's why that's why how I see it. But I agree with you on Draymond. Like that, Draymond is the voice, and you need guys like that. And that's the thing when it comes to a team. You need there's going to be some guys that lead with their play. There's going to be some guys that lead with their, their voice, their actions.
40 to splatter. 40 to splatter. Enforcing and leader are very different. Who is the point guard of the Golden State Warriors?
Steph Curry.
Is he? Draymond Green's the one who brings the ball up and decides where it goes on most plays.
Yeah,
point guard is the person who is the point of the point. The one with the ball making the decisions.
Yeah, X's and O's now.
Draymond Green is the point guard of the team. Steph Curry is the best player on the team. Steph Curry is a leader in all rights. I'm not trying to say Steph Curry is not a leader and one of the leaders of that team. But the leader of the Golden State Warriors is Draymond Green. The point guard of the Golden State Warriors is Draymond Green. When you're talking about basketball, I don't care how they got him listed on the damn stat on the roster joint. It's all about how you play the game. The point guard is the person who brings the ball up and makes the decisions.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's Draymond Green all day long. Yes. Draymond Green is the leader of that team. Back in the day on the Miami Heat, Udonis Haslem was the leader of that team. Dwayne Wade was the best player on the team. I'm talking about past LeBron days, right? When the D Wade and UD and them were there, either before and after LeBron type of stuff. Udonis Haslem was the leader of that team. He wasn't even always in the starting lineup.
Shaq and who else was on that team? Jason Williams and who else? Who else was on that team?
Right.
On that Heat team.
They had a whole squad.
Antoine Walker.
Yeah, Antoine Walker, right. All of these people.
They had a good little squad back in the day, man. That one ring they got.
So for you are dismissing Because you want to put the title enforcer on these people, you are dismissing who the leader is. Leader ain't about who gets the most publicity, who gets the most shots, who's the best player on the team. That ain't got shit to do with the leader of the team. The leader of the team is the one who they're all following out there. And you can go back and ask D Wade and all of them who the leader of that damn team was, and they're going to tell you is UD. So don't sit here and just tell me he was just an enforcer. Draymond Green is not just an enforcer. He is the leader of that team. That team goes kind of how he is going because he's the one bringing the ball up and making the decision. Yeah, the players ran for Steph Curry. I get that. Why? Because Steph Curry is the best player on the team. But the leader of that team and who is going to be the one basically carrying the shield in the front is Udonis Haslem, is Draymond Green. Your strongest player on the team, your most powerful player on the team might not be the one that's at the tip of the sword, you know. It might not be the one that's leading the charge. Might not be the one with the shield in the front. That doesn't always translate that way. So again, if you go back and ask these players who is the leader of that team, they will tell you. UD can tell you.
As a leader of my troops and my guys, I will not show that weakness. The game is not over. I got 8 minutes left. I still got smoke coming out of my ears, so I'm so damn mad. We losing. Let me calm down for those 8 minutes.
Listen to him. As the leader of my squad, my guys, when has Udonis Haslem ever been the best player on the NBA team? Never. He's never been the best player on the NBA team, but he was the leader of multiple teams. And they will tell you that. They will tell you that.
Since I'm not in, and then after those 8 minutes, I'll go down there and I'll congratulate them and their coaching staff. But in the middle of the game, when I got guys that have sat the bench and cheered me on, no, I'm gonna sit there and cheer those guys on. I'm gonna put that energy back into those guys. And then when the game's over, I'll go over there and shake their hands. So that's just the way I.
Wait, so he got off the bench and went down there and shook their hand with 8 minutes on the clock while the game was still going on? Golly. Hell to the no.
For this splatter, you can use whatever terms you want. Elder, Miami native, enforcer. You can avoid using the term leader all you want. Ask the NBA players who was the leader of the team. You can disagree. You can use any other term you want other than leader, and you would still be wrong if you say he's not the leader of that team.
Things. I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit old school. I understand there's a different generation, but I don't think if they were beating San Antonio, Wendy would have went down there and shook his hand with 8 minutes left. I don't think I damn sure know Wendy would have went down there and shook his hand.
I don't even know if that's old school.
So for me, I love Ant-Man as a basketball player. I love where he's going to be as a basketball player, but as a leader, the next few steps he needs to make little small details and things like that because other people on your team, those guys are always watching you and they're following you whether you know it or not.
Let's go sportsman. Exactly. Other guys are always watching you and they're following you whether you know it or not. So being a leader is more about how you're carrying yourself. It's not about being necessarily the best player on the team. Being a leader is about how you're carrying yourself, what you're modeling for the people who are, quote unquote, following you as a leader. The actions that you are putting out there. That's what being a leader is about, way more than being the best player on the team. Now, yes, sometimes it goes hand in hand, but not always. It's not always the best player on the team is also the leader of the team. That best player on the team might be just focused on working on their craft. They may not even have a good relationship with the other players. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
And this is why
I'm high.
Being on this side now.
Yeah.
You can't pick and choose when you want to use sportsmanlike conduct. You can't use that. Don't now hate Ant-Man because he's shaking their hands. It don't matter when he know he was getting subbed out. He knows after this game is over, I'm not going to want to go down there. My locker room is right here, and I'm not, you know what, I just want to get the hell out of here. So in real time, he goes, everybody, good game, period. If he walk off the court at the end and they shake the hand, you're going to say he was a sore loser. Right? You know that Michael Jordan and Isaiah Thomas beef, not shaking hands. You guys pick and choose when you want to be all sportsmanlike friendly. And he showed the ultimate respect. Like, I don't see nothing wrong with it.
So
I just can't agree with that, Gil. It's 8 minutes left in the game. I don't give a fuck what you want to do when the game is over. If you go to the locker room, there's been plenty of times, they pointed it out on multiple shows, plenty of times where LeBron went to the locker room after the game and they shake nobody's fucking hand. There's a whole bunch of other players who just go to the locker room afterwards and don't shake anybody's hand and don't nobody give a fuck about it. Don't nobody care.
I saw that the first time I went to a Hawks game. It was Hawks Lakers. It was LeBron's first year in LA. And that was when Luke Walton was the coach and they had, all that dysfunction. And he had one of the most lackadaisical triple doubles I've ever seen in my life. I've seen a lot of live basketball, but after the game, he just walked in the tunnel, just walked off. He said hey to nobody, bye,
And I don't feel any way about that.
Nah.
I don't feel any kind of way about it. I don't feel that you are a sore loser or a bad sport or any of that if you just walk off after the game and don't shake anybody's hand.
He could always, Well, I was gonna say he could always catch him, in the tunnel.
Right. There's plenty of places he can talk to these players and say whatever he needs to say to them. Yeah. Right. But with 8 minutes left in the game, and you're going down there and giving up on the rest of your team who has to continue to play this game, that is a lack of leadership. That is not something that leaders do.
Yeah.
Post came across Udonis Haslam's timeline, and I know he felt like he was one of the people that Gilbert Arenas was talking to because he was the most vocal. I remember seeing one of the pundits saying they're ready to see what Udonis Haslam has to say about this, and so he goes on Gil's post where this video is posted on Instagram, and he says, "At No Chill Gil, man, stop it." So that means Julius can do it, McDaniels can do it. They all came out. Why didn't they go down there? Hell, why didn't Coach Finch go down there in the huddle and shake Mitch hand too? Are we saying anybody can do it? Because that's a problem. And if we're saying Ant can do it, then that.
40 to splatter. See, I'm gonna get you with this one. I'm glad you said that. You said Tom Brady a leader, his defense is enforcers. Really? So Teddy Bruschi wasn't the leader on that team? Teddy Bruschi wasn't the leader. He was just an enforcer out there, just some fucking random nobody enforcer. And Tom Brady was the leader. That's what you're telling me? Teddy Bruschi won't shit. He won't no leader.
Definitely those early years, Tom was just a quarterback.
Tom
maybe
was a quarterback.
Definitely in the later years, he was, the leader of that team or those teams. I'll say that. Later years.
Again,
but the early years when it really counted, it wasn't him. It was that defense. It was Jared Allen, Teddy Bruschi.
And let me ask you this.
McGinnis,
let me ask you this.
On and on.
You play football competitively.
Yes, sir.
You play defense.
Yes,
Are you really is the quarterback really leading you? Or is there somebody on your defensive side of the ball, whether it's a fucking linebacker, a DB, whoever, that is probably the leader of that defense?
There's a leader on the defense, whether that's me or whether that's, the team, but there's one person who is the communication to the sideline to us, you know what I'm saying? And that is who we see is the leader or whatever, or, they're the defensive captain, whoever. Right.
You ain't thinking about the quarterback.
No. Now I get what you're getting to, does he have some leadership of the defense? Yeah, because he can motivate. He could be from the sideline, but hey, man, let's go. Good defense, good stuff. Come on, let's go. Get out there and smack him in the mouth. Whatever, right?
Right.
But yeah, there's an offensive leader. There's a defensive leader. There's someone that's going to be. Look, if we're really going to get real, centers are usually
absolutely
the real leaders of offenses.
And you don't even know most of their names.
Right, because they're the ones who's really in control. The quarterback just lets him know, hey, man, everybody's set. It's on you.
Right.
The center's the one that's really calling the snap.
Absolutely. Yep. A lot of times, your best player on the team is the center. The smartest player on the team is typically the center.
The center has to know everything. Single job for that line at all times. But then also, too, they have to go out and they have to call out what they see from their front and their view. Like it's very, very, very complicated to play center.
Absolutely.
I played center before.
And so, I mean, the point that I'm trying to make here is anybody can just say whoever the best player happens to be on that team, whether that player ends up being a legend or whatever. Oh, that player's the leader of the team. No, if ain't nobody necessarily following that motherfucker, then he's not the leader of anything. He's just a great player.
Yeah.
He's a great player, period. But there may be a whole bunch of people that don't fuck with him. There's plenty of quarterbacks who have been in the league that they teams do not fuck with.
I was just about to say, I got a perfect example. Ben Roethlisberger. Everybody hates him. Everybody. Anybody who has played with him at any time or they hate him. They say he is the worst teammate ever. But he was still the quarterback, so they'll defend that. But it's other than that, nah, he's a shitty person.
Right. Exactly.
Joey
So-
Porter just said something about that like a couple months ago, I think, on a podcast.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw 40. He said something about Peyton. Peyton was different, man. Peyton always kind of was like, you know, Captain America for his team wherever he went, right? But that also too, that's some crowns are given, you know, they aren't earned.
Exactly. And I got much respect for Peyton Manning.
Of course.
I don't know what kind of leader he was of the team. I know he was a great football player. You know, he's a great football player, great football mind, all of that. I don't know what kind of leader of the team he was because Jeff Saturday was the shit.
Right.
Jeff
Dwight
Saturday
Freeney,
was, you know what I'm saying?
Bob
Jeff Saturday was the shit.
Sanders. Bob Sanders really was the real leader.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's my whole
Smallest
point.
motherfucker on the field. Was
That's my whole point. It's easy to say this person was a leader when you ain't in that fucking locker room seeing who people are following. That early Patriots team, they were following Teddy Bruschi.
Whoever the biggest crash out is on the team, that's who the leader is.
Yeah. They were following. Aqib Talib will tell you when he was on the Colts team, he was one of the leaders on that team. Now, yeah, they had Von Miller and people like that was leaders as well.
Oh, you mean
Peyton
the
was
Broncos?
old as fuck. Peyton, he said it here this past week. Peyton was game managing by the time he got to Denver.
Yeah.
That defense is what led them to that championship. So you think the leader on the team is probably not coming from the defensive side?
If Peyton threw a ball that caught any wind under it, it was a duck. That shoulder was gone, man. After that neck surgery, he couldn't throw no more.
Right.
He went from throwing like this to throwing like this.
Right. So a mind that just thinks that the player that's going to get the notoriety and stuff like that, yeah, Peyton is great. No disrespect to Peyton. But the leaders on them teams was other people other than Peyton in a lot of them cases. Because how approachable was Peyton? I don't know. But you see the Ben Roethlisberger stuff, Ben won't lead in them. He was just the quarterback. So you got to listen to the quarterback and, of course, play with them, coordinate with them and all of that shit. But he ain't necessarily leading nothing because, again, they had a defense that was crazy. Steelers have always been known for their defense. Most of the time, their leaders probably coming from the defensive side, other than these last few years, you know. But all of the really good Steelers teams, they defense has basically been the thing. That's why it's the steel curtain. You don't hear shit about the Office. The Office don't have no nickname.
Nope. Steel curtain.
It's a problem too. Ain't nobody picking and choosing a D thing. What's the rush? You got the entire offseason ahead of you. I'm an Ant fan, but the man should have waited till the game was over straight up. And some other people were coming at Udonis Haslam and were saying that his tough guy was an act and that he was very critical of Ant in the comment section. And UD says to one of the users, I'm on his back. Did I talk bad about him so he can't get constructive criticism? Did you see me speak on it? Praised him for multiple things before I even touched on that, which he did. Y'all just be looking for ish. Biggest Ant fan, but I'm also a real one and I stand on what I stand on. Simple. Ant a real one. So like it or not, I'm sure the young man wouldn't have a problem with it because I gave him respect off rip. Now, let me say this, you know, because
Yeah, UD never disrespected the man. He just said that he wouldn't have done that. And he's the leader of the team. He gave him his props as a leader. Damn, they would come weedy right now. But he gave him his props.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I agree with the UD perspective of it. I'm actually agreeing with what Kwame is saying on this stuff in reference to it just was not a good show of leadership. And it just opens up the door to questions of a GM and owner. Is this somebody that you want leading your team with just what you have now? Next year, he could come out, be grown up a little bit more mature and show all of the leadership qualities we're looking for in a leader and totally change your perspective again. But with just what we have right now, the way that he ended this season, that's the last memory we have of him is going down there and doing that, which looks like a lack of leadership. If he became a free agent right now, that's something that's going to be in the mind of some of the owners and GMs. Because if I'm going to be paying you to lead this team, I need to know that you have the qualities that this team is going to want to follow.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
you
the
can
thing
lead a
is
team.
also. Oh, no, go ahead, my bad.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say, well, there's already speculation that he wants out of Minnesota. So that's what I think all that also ties into. So,
Absolutely. 100%. And so he wants out of Minnesota. Let's say he does want out of Minnesota. Let's just say, for example, he does want out of Minnesota. if you are the owner or GM of another team, yes, you would love to have this talent on your team. I'm not taking anything away from that. Great basketball player, great talent, can score from anywhere on the floor, has that attitude on the court as far as, ferocity, dunking on people and shit like that, all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, if I'm going to bring me right now with the last image that I have of him and what I know, me right now as a GM or owner of a team, if I'm bringing him to my team, I need to make sure that I have a leader on that team.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would make sure that I would have somebody that can mentor him. Not in the way of like, all right, you got to hold his hand and you got to do this.
No.
Show him the way, man. Show
exactly. Modeling it. Modeling leadership and things that you can and cannot do. Why? Yeah. Because all of the rest of these guys on this team are looking at you and how you carry yourself. And if you going out, for example, if you the player that's out the night before the game at the strip club to 2, 3 in the morning, and then you roll into practice, right on time or late or whatever, things like that. It all matters. It all matters. If you are a leader that's showing up and you are early, just like how they try to question Lamar. They question Lamar Jackson and his leadership because he barely shows up to offseason routines. He barely shows up to OTAs, things like that. That makes people question his leadership ability and whether people are going to want to follow him into that battle every week when he's only part-time showing up, it seems. Now, what he's doing in his other time, I don't know. But again, the way you carry yourself, people are watching that. And the people who you want to follow you may or may not be willing to follow you based on how you're carrying yourself as a leader. Hey, 40 the Spider, I agree. Kwame is the leader of bus life stuff, right? He is the leader of that because that's his brand and, all of that stuff. The way he is leading and the way he does or does not speak on the things that happen with the people that he has in his aura claiming that bus life is a reflection on him. So if you got a Pedo 101 or whoever, they going out and talking about they representing bus life, but they're doing all types of stuff that you don't agree with as the leader and you don't say anything about it, then that must mean that you're okay with it. You just let them go out and represent your brand, represent what it is that you have as a, team or whatever in certain ways. That's the way you lead. You're just allowing things to go. You're not saying anything about it. You're not willing to check somebody or pull somebody back, rein somebody in, have a conversation with them about it. And we know it's not happening because they just go do it again and again and again, right? So you as the leader are responsible for how you carry yourself because it opens up the door for other people to carry themselves in a certain way.
As a leader. And he said that as a leader, that's not something that you should engage in. I don't understand what's wrong with that. That's not saying nothing wrong.
40 Spot, you said Draymond ran off Poole, TJ ran off a lot. Well, Poole ain't really been shit since he got ran off, so maybe it was good to run him off. Some of these people that TJ is running off, maybe it's good for him to be running them off. The fact that Kwame don't have people like, well, the pedo's still around, but like Garrick and some of these other people so closely linked with him as much anymore. That is a good thing. That's a good thing for him to be running those people off. Shout out to 40 to Splatter on that $5 super chat. He said, I fucks with Berg lit Sunday. Good convo, bro. All right, I think you're saying good convo there. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. I appreciate it. Now, again, yeah, Jordan Poole was playing good and all that. But the fact that that little altercation with him and Draymond Green basically fucked up all his confidence ever since, Jordan Poole ain't been the same ever since. Not on Golden State, not on Washington or wherever the hell he is now. He has not been the same. DC. He's still in DC, okay.
Yeah, nah, he
has not been the same.
Nah.
So
that just shows what happens when you get chin checked sometimes.
Right. Now, Was the way that Draymond was leading in that situation necessarily right? I'm not saying it was 100% right. However, he saw the weakness in him apparently, and would decided to check it.
He exposed it.
And he exposed it. And Jordan Poole has not recovered mentally from that, it seems, ever since.
That's a big thing. Damn, my bad. I was gonna say that's a big thing. What he was saying, what UD's talking about, constructive criticism. That is a big thing these days that people cannot take. I mean, we see that on YouTube, but we see it. I see it in everyday life.
Absolutely.
I'm a teacher, right? I'm a trainer, so I train people, and like I'll just correct somebody on something very simple, form, whatever, anything, and they can get super defensive, offensive, whatever, right? I'm just like, yo, you're not in trouble,
right?
I'm just trying to help you. That's all.
I'm seeing something that you're obviously not seeing yourself because you didn't self-correct it.
Right.
So you didn't self-correct. I'm making mention of it to you so you can think about that and improve yourself. That's what leaders do. They challenge the people who are in their aura so everybody continues to grow and improve along the way. A leader can't just sit back quiet and allow some bullshit to be going on with somebody that's on their team.
Yeah.
They got to say something about it.
And I mean, I know Gil got his perspective. I don't agree with him. I'm not going to disrespect him because then I know where everybody waiting. Anytime I say something, that means it's beef. I cannot agree with somebody and it not be beef. I just don't agree with his take on that. And I would more so gear towards Udonis' take because he's an actual NBA champion, something that I wanted to be, something that Gilbert Arenas wanted to be. So people should more so listen to a guy who's been in the foxhole, won a championship, and understands what it takes to win and what it looks like from the optics of a team standpoint. What did Udonis say? He said, you had teammates out there still fighting, and they were sitting on the bench cheering for you. So you don't give them that impression as a leader. And that's what he's trying to get him to understand. You're the leader of that team. So everything you do is going to be scrutinized more. So you can't go do that. And I just think that's a big brother, a winner, trying to show a younger cat who's trying to come into the league and win the right way to do it. If you want to listen to Gilbert, fine. But Gilbert is not an NBA champion. Udonis Haslem is an NBA champion. So I'm going to defer more to the NBA champion who is a proven winner. Not about stats, not about all that other shit. If you guys see the impact and the respect that Udonis get in Miami, you would change your tune on what you think about some of these superstar players because they don't.
And I agree. I mean, it ain't about the Gil stuff. I ain't talking about the Gil stuff. I ain't talking about whether or not somebody's a champion or not. I'm just talking about a leader. A leader. Udonis Haslem is and has been a leader of teams for years. He is trying to school the young boy on what it looks like when he does those certain actions and how it looks like for the rest of the team that is supposed to be following his lead. If the lead is that, all right, we quit because I got pulled out of the game with 8 minutes left, so y'all got to give up too. That's what the leader's saying. What does that do for the rest of the team? Because that's what he's saying when he goes down there and does that with 8 minutes left in the game. That I give up on this. Y'all got to give up too.
Yeah.
I ain't got no faith in y'all having any ability to come back and do anything because I have not prepared y'all as a leader to be able to do anything. That's what I'm getting from that. And UD is simply saying that's not the way leaders move. Leaders, you can't do that and expect the team to continue to want to follow you. It's that simple.
Well, I don't know why everybody's even, entertaining Gil on this whole topic anyway, because, I mean, Gil's not the one to talk.
Right.
About anything, because you made a point just earlier. You said, it's not about stats, right? Gilbert clearly was a stat stuffer. That's what he cared about. He may have some team aspect to how he played, maybe at some points in time in his career. I don't know, but I don't hear anybody screaming from the rooftops that Gilbert was, the best teammate or the best leader, this, that, and the third. So
facts.
That's just one of those things where you have to take his opinion as a grain of salt, or maybe even smaller than a grain of salt, because at least for me, because it's just like, yeah, man, like, we can't take you seriously, at least on that, can't take you seriously.
I mean, Gil, it seems like from his own admission, whenever he talks about his playing days or whatever, Like you say, he was out there trying to get his shots up. He's trying to get his shots. He's trying to take shots, all of that stuff. That's not necessarily being a leader.
No.
That just means you are a good scorer, a good ball player who can take a lot, take and make a lot of shots. Simple as that. None of that means leadership.
No.
None of it means leadership at all. I mean,
and if I had to choose anybody during those Wizard years with Gilbert, I'd say it was Caron Butler or was Antoine that went to Cleveland by then, I think he went
40 Spuddy, you're talking about Juwan Howard. If you're talking about Michigan Wolverines, you're talking about Juwan Howard.
Yeah, Juwan. He's coaching Michigan right now.
Yeah. Juwan Howard, that's who you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Get the respect that Udonis Haslam get.
I do think Udonis Haslam gave us respect off rip, but I think the way this question is going to be framed when it's presented to Anthony Edwards about shaking hands, they're going to say one of the OGs was very critical of it. You remember how he went and came around and he said F him, because it's going to be the way that the journalists present the question in a moment, and he's going to feel his pride having to say something a certain type of way when the question is presented to him rather than the whole thing. He talked about Anthony Edwards, and this is what he was saying was his next step of growth as far as maturation is one of the things. And you always can grow as a leader, especially when you're not winning anything yet. And even when you are winning, you're still going to grow because you're going to learn different personnel and how to deal with them and, how to kind of navigate that. But, I think Haslam's point is a good one. Now, Gilbert Arenas brings up something interesting. I remember recently, and I don't know who said this, but recently it was presented that maybe these teams should start shaking hands prior to the game. Now, I don't know if that was for amateur sports or was it, because I can see that for amateur sports because we see too many fights amongst the parents, amongst the coaches, amongst the players at the AAU levels and the high school levels these days. You know what I'm saying? But
I didn't know we had to line up and shake hands. Like, why is this even a thing? Kobe used to sometimes throw his hand up when he was mad. Sometimes he would just throw his hand up at the other coach and at the other players, and he gone.
Again, facts. Hockey is the sport where they shake hands. Like, I think it's built into their thing after the game where they, shake hands after.
Football
it's built
for
in.
sure.
Who?
I said football for sure.
Football for sure what?
That it's built in that you shake hands at the end of the game.
I mean, not everybody. It's not like they lining up and saying good game along the way.
Well, yeah,
it
definitely
congregate on the field, but there's other people that probably carry their ass to the locker room.
Yeah, definitely. No, they're in the professional setting, yes, but I'm saying just like in the culture built from Little League on up, it's always common to line up at the 50, walk down, shake hands with the other team, and then go from there. That's more or less what I was referring to.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just talking about on the professional sports level and
that's just congregation.
Why it became a thing. I think hockey may be one of the only sports that they have to shake, do the little skate past each other, shaking hands thing after the game. I think that might be the only professional sport where it's almost built into the rules, almost like a mandatory thing. Again, football. Go ahead.
Well, I know I've been watching a lot of hockey here recently, and I haven't seen that in the games. I know in soccer, before the game, before the match, they line up and they line up and then they shake hands with the refs and then they cross each other and they shake hands. And then after the game, if you want to, congregate, jersey swap, whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what they do. But hockey, I haven't seen, at least not here. I probably haven't been paying attention to it, but
right. And
they don't show everything these days.
Right. I don't know if it's a mandatory thing or not in hockey specifically. I've seen them do it before, and in the playoffs, they probably wait to the end of a series, not after every single game.
Probably.
But, in regular season or whatever, I think they may do it. I'm not 100% sure. But again, we don't get to see all of that on TV necessarily.
No,
They're not showing the damn, they back in the booth talking about what happened at that point.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, that's why I've been watching a lot of playoff hockey. And usually by the end of the game, they're back in the booth, in the studio, wherever, covering. And now they got the, the post-game interview with the players.
Exactly.
And all that stuff. So yeah, we probably don't see that. But me as a sportsman, I've always gone, I don't like, even in arena right now, right? Like we don't line up and go just shake hands. Like, we just go, all right, game over. Hey, good game, man. Hey, good game, good hit. That's just me. And then there's other players that they just, all right, man, I'm about to go say hey to my wife or my girl or my mama or whoever.
Exactly.
So
exactly. There may be certain players that you have camaraderie with. Y'all may have played together on certain teams in the past or whatever. You go holla at your boys. If it's a player that y'all been locked up all game long, you might, have respect for him. He have respect for you. So y'all go dap each other up. But, Ain't no requirement for me to go down, shake everybody on the team. And, bro, you ain't even getting the game. I don't even know who the hell you are. Like, why are we shaking hands? You know? So it shouldn't even be a thing, you know? And I don't think either way, I don't think it means you are more sportsmanship or less sportsmanship because you choose not to go shake hands after the game. You know, if you after the game and you pissed off because y'all lost by 1 and you missed the last second shot, you might not be in the right mental space to be talking to anybody. You know what I'm saying? You might need to go in the back and get your shit right, you know, because that was a tough game. You scored all these points and y'all lost by 1 point and you missed the last second shot. That just might not be the time to go talk to you.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Or
it ain't got nothing to do with sportsmanship.
Loss, big championship loss or something like that, you know.
Right.
You see that a lot, like during the Super Bowl and stuff. A lot of guys, they'll just sit there on the sideline or whatever, and they won't go, you know.
Right.
Some people are run over, and they'll personally, it may be a player. They may be, you know, like, hey, man, you know, good game, whatever. But, you know, they do all that congratulating and all after the game.
Right.
That's usually when you see stuff like that.
We'll see. Look, see you in Cancun.
Yeah. I see you at the training facility next week or wherever.
Exactly.
You know?
We got
because some of them dudes, they off-season training with each other. So
right. We got the same trainer, so we're gonna see each other next week.
Same
We
agent.
both, our families going to Cancun. We ain't together, but we both gonna be in the same place. We already know our wives done booked the shit. We gonna be there with our families. So I see you there. We'll talk about it then. I don't need to talk about you right now. Right now, I'm not in the middle space to be talking to you about this shit. I'm mad right now because you beat me. You know? And I'm allowed to feel that way.
You are.
You don't got to go shake nobody's hand, period. What the fuck you mean you got to shake your hand? This ain't Little League. We in the business of basketball. I can shake your hand when I see you out in the summertime. I don't got to go shake your hand. I could, like I said, I've seen a lot of players just shoot the deuces up to the other coach, show their respect, show the salute, and walk their ass off. Or if they respected somebody on the team individually, they went and hollered at them. But that's it. Players, this is not Little League where they make us line up and get in the line and go and shake hands. This ain't no motherfucking hockey.
So this is exactly what me and Coach Splitter was just talking about. And like I said, I agree with them. Like that's why the title is what it is. Even giraffes are correct sometimes because I don't have any disagreement with what he's saying at all.
I definitely don't, man. I definitely don't. It times evolve, but certain aspects of leadership or of team or whatever, like nothing changes. You know what I'm saying? Like you being a military man, have the core values of the military changed over the years?
No,
it's all still the same, whether it's, you know, Navy, Army, Air Force, or Marines, you know, they all have the same core values they've had since the branch was instituted.
Right.
And they still stick to it. They've grown with times, technology, demographic changes, you know, all that stuff. They've grown with that, but it's still rooted in, okay, this is the Army. It's either you gonna get with it or you gonna get gone. One or the other.
Right.
You know? Or the military, excuse me. I want to say just the Army.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Honesty, integrity, selfless service, things like that, you know.
Yep.
No matter what it is, no matter how the military itself has evolved over time, the leaders still have to exhibit all of those qualities for the people that are behind them to follow them. Whenever you see that leader do something that you see as lack of integrity, you can't unsee that, number one. They got to do some work to make you want to continue to follow them when you see them leading in a way that you don't respect yourself.
Right.
Yeah, right, Paul. It's so many players. You know how many times I see Kobe walk off the goddamn court, don't shake nobody's hand, don't even shake our hand. Nigga. Nigga, Kobe wouldn't talk to us for 2-3 days until we won again. You want to talk about sportsmanship? Nigga, your own teammate won't even talk to you until you win. Come in the next day, bust your ass in practice, won't say a word to you, nigga. You say good morning. Not only did he not speak to the other team, nigga, he's not even speaking to you. So damn all this sensitivity. If he get waved, cool. I mean, if he gets sensitive, cool.
And see, that's facts. That's facts. Some leaders are that way. And you got to understand the leader that you have. If you're following this leader, because leaders lead differently, but if you're following this leader, you got to understand that's who they are. So for Kwame and them that played with Kobe at the time, they understood that about him. If we go out here and lose this game, he ain't gonna want shit to do with us.
To snap on. Yeah.
Yeah, he ain't gonna want shit to do with us
He
for a
was ready
couple
to
days.
snap on anybody at all times.
Right.
What was it? They got that video of him calling them boys soft as Charmin after practice because he played the whole starting lineup and played them with like the twos or something like that, or the threes, and
busted their ass.
And busted their ass. And he was just like, yeah, y'all boys soft as Charmin, man. Y'all soft as Charmin.
Right. Exactly. So hey, I respect it.
Yeah, man.
It is what it is. Udonis was trying to tell him in a nice way that ain't what you should do in front of your teammate. And if they turn this into beef, I don't think Udonis meant it as beef, but that'll just be stupid.
I agree. There ain't no beef there. Yeah. Udonis made a statement. Udonis is known as a leader. He's respected as a leader across the league. He saw something from a leader point of view that did not appear to be leadership from somebody who is being put in a position to be a leader.
I mean, who else is the leader on that team?
Right. Yeah. So
who else? It sure ain't Conley. It ain't
Gobert.
It ain't Gobert. It ain't Julius Randle.
It ain't DiVincenzo. Nah.
Even though he was the spark. He was the spark. Yes. He was the spark.
He was the spark till he got hurt. He was definitely the spark until he got hurt.
Boy was lethal from that corner.
Yes.
This playoffs, he was lethal.
Yeah, him getting hurt was one of the biggest things that, messed them up. Of course, Ant was hurt as well. He was coming back off an injury, but DiVincenzo going out. Once that happened, I didn't give them a shot.
Yeah, me neither.
I didn't give them a shot once, they said he was out and won't coming back. Ant, he rushed himself back essentially to try to get out there. And look, I respect that. But again, that whole thing, that getting up at 8 minutes left and going down there shaking their hands is the last image we have of you as the leader of that team right now.
Yeah.
That's what we're left with going into the summer.
Yeah.
And it's not a good look as a leader.
They talked about, players potentially shaking hands prior to the heat of battle. And I'm going to say this, I'm not all the way opposed to that. I'm not all the way opposed to that. But, as adults, I think we should be able to shake our hand because, to the victor goes the spoils. And so at the end of the games, I should be able to look a man in his eye after a long series, after a game and say, you got that's a part of the sting of it. So when you on the right side of that, it's such gratification, that you rose to the mountaintop. But I did see that floating around as an idea, but maybe that's just for youth sports, again, because we see it too much go on at that level where things are turning physical far too frequent. And I don't think, with the fines that would be in place for these guys, I don't think that'll be a problem. So I think they would, I think they are going to be okay shaking hands after the game. Anthony Edwards going over into the huddle and doing that. I would love to know how his teammates truly felt about that. Just going over there in the heat of battle and shaking their hands and congratulating them. It was a wild thing for me to see. It was a wild thing to see. We know Ant-Man has always done things a little different, done things his way. That's a lot of the reason why people like
it. Yeah. So I got to agree with what Self-Talk was saying there. It's just wild to see. And as a person who considers themselves a leader myself, it's not something that I could look at this person. Again, this person's going to have to show some change in their actions, their behaviors and stuff like that for if it was somebody that I was supposed to be following. I'm going to have to see some change in their behaviors and actions in order for me to still consider them my leader, the leader of what I am, following behind or whatever. So we're going to move on really quickly. And again, I don't know if Kwame is listening at all or anything. If not, it is what it is. But if he wants to come and add additional insight.
Good morning. What's up? We back?
To anything that we're about to hear, he's more than welcome. He had another video. This one is short. It's only 15 minutes and change long. And it's called Stephen A. Proves Everything I Said About Him Was Right. And again, the title of my live stream and in the description of my live stream, I say things in there for a specific reason. I'm trying to show and prove to whether it's Kwamites or anybody else who is hearing my voice that even with the disagreements that Kwame Brown and I have on many subjects and on many things that he's done, and he disagrees on things that I've done, I don't disagree with everything that he does. I can be unbiased. Yeah, we all still have a level of bias in everything we do because of our experiences. But even somebody who I don't consider myself really rocking with or anything like that, I can still find the right in the things that they say. I can find the positive in the things that they say, the things that I agree with. I'm not always out here looking for disagreement with people. I can find the places that I agree with the person and highlight and show that because the message, needs to be shared. So let's check this one out.
Video. Shout out to Self Talk. This original content is on Self Talk, and the other original content is all First Take with Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. pretty much admitted to everything I accused him of when I first came out. I don't want to hear nothing about Kwame be crying, Kwame be doing this. I said this was Stephen A.'s job. I want you to pay attention to what he admits that he can do. This guy openly admitted, do you want me? This is supposed to be just a basketball journalist. He's just supposed to be reporting on the game. His job shouldn't be that significant, right? Stephen A. is harmless. He's just focusing on X's and O's in basketball, the game he knows and loves, that he couldn't play with a damn. But he says in this video everything and how systematically he tear down players' contracts. And he's always a friend to white folk, but he's always aggressive towards black folk. Every time a black male athlete, a black person, period, says something to Stephen A., they're met with a threat.
See, Kwame, that's your problem. You can't do these absolutes again, brother. It's not every time he says something, and it ain't necessarily about white and black specifically here. That's my issue with what you're saying right now about it being all about white and black and you using these absolutes of every time Stephen A. does something that's tearing down the black folk, blah, blah, blah. I can't go with you on that part of it, but let's continue.
On First Take. And then now he goes over to his own channel and do a whole segment on it. But
yeah, I can't agree that every single time it's all about a black person because it's just not true. It's not every time.
It's just more that black athletes are more in the limelight, and that's my opinion, at least.
Well, and in the sports that Stephen A. talks about the most, black athletes are the stars of those sports in a lot of these cases.
Also, yeah.
Yeah.
The majority. Yeah.
They're the majority of the sports, and they are a lot of times the stars in the sports. So if we're talking about basketball,
yeah,
you're going to be talking about a lot of black athletes because that's mainly what's in there. You got your Jokic and your Luka and all of them people, but most of the people that are playing NBA basketball that are somebody that you would actually talk about on a show is a black athlete. It is what it is.
good morning. What's up? We back. Stephen A. Smith, you just vindicated me. All this Kwame is just mad about his basketball career. I feel sorry for him. Don't feel sorry for me. First of all, there's a God up above who I serve that's watching over me. You should know that, dummy, because he's supposed to be watching over you as well. So don't ever think you have that type of power and authority that even if you block somebody in your world that you live in sports, God will open up another door. So people that live like that and live by that, they don't give a damn about your threat, Stephen A. Smith. You're a small peon. So be careful with all that macho man mouth you got. You should probably humble yourself a little bit. But let's let Stephen A. tell you exactly how he got paid.
Saying F Stephen A. Smith.
Fuck Stephen A. Stephen A, Stephen B, Stephen C. Like, my offer still stands.
And Stephen A. Smith responded back to that on First Take, and I want to highlight a little bit of Stephen A. Smith's response. So let's check out what Stephen A. Smith said, man, because he sent Jaylen Brown a warning, pretty much saying that, hey, I can destroy everything that you got going on in Boston. I can destroy your relationship with Jason Tatum. I can destroy your relationship with the owners. I can also even destroy your relationship with the city, the fans. Are you really trying to go here with me? Like, what are you trying to do here? So that's Stephen A. Smith and Jaylen Brown a warning. Let's check out this clip right here. I'll come back with some more commentary. And if you can, be sure to give this video a thumbs up. That really does help support my YouTube channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
But in the end, Jaylen Brown, be careful what you wish for. You really want me to start reporting on that level? You understand? Locker room, how the organization might think about you, how the city may feel about you, how Jason Tatum may or may not feel about you, sneaker deals, endorsement deals, the list goes on and on. The season is over, bro. You on Twitch trying to do what I do and talking about me needing to step away. It makes no sense. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm simply making the point that it is not wise after 24 hours of having your season over in the first round for you to be coming out talking about that's your favorite season. It ain't the smartest thing in the world to do.
And there lies the problem. That's an opinion. That's not journalism. That's the same opinion I can have. I can say, damn, I can take him out of context and say, damn, that's not really smart to say that, because that would be me making an assumption that I know what he's talking about. Journalism is if you get him on your show and say, Jaylen Brown, I didn't understand this statement. Can you explain to me and explain to the people what you meant by that?
That would be you doing investigative journalism. You're seeking the knowledge. You're seeking the answers. You go up there and give out theories based on your opinion over what people said. How is that journalism? The man is right there available. You seem to have a back and forth with him every other time y'all say something about each other. So I'm pretty sure Jaylen Brown, he came and asked you straight up, who's your source? And it doesn't seem like he have a problem talking to you. So instead of hearing what Jaylen Brown is saying and going up there on First Take and just making an assumption, why not ask Jaylen Brown? Why not tweet to him or something? There's so many ways to get in touch with people in today's age that you don't have to just gossip in that way. Because when I heard Jaylen Brown say why he said the statement, it all made sense. And so you're already, in my opinion, running the smear campaign on Jaylen Brown just by inserting the fact that, oh, you said it was the best season because you were the only one there and Jaylen Brown was, not Jaylen Brown, but Tatum was hurt and all these other things. No, he said that because the Boston Celtics was written off. And then nobody thought that they were going to be as good as they were. They were written off. Jaylen Brown played exceptional basketball. So did his teammates. Did you hear how selfless he sounded when he said it was great seeing people that were unproven start to come into their own and prove themselves? People that's fighting in the foxhole together, something you've never done, Stephen A. So the only thing you can do is go to gossip and mischievous shit where you're thinking about putting people against each other. You've never experienced what Jaylen Brown has experienced. So all you're relegated to is gossip. I wish you would do more journalism because that's what he called into question. Your journalism. You're taking attacks at a man that called your job into question the same way that you call other people's job and profession into question. So we would think that you would be a little more educated in your response and not just threaten to ruin somebody's life. You're starting to sound like the same elitist that you say you're not. And you talked about me? Well, I'll ruin your life. I thought you was the pro-black man. You know, you down with the bros. You know, I thought you was a cute dog. But the first time a black man say something to you, you want to inhibit his way of making money. That's the first thing you said to Kyrie Irving. That's the first thing you said to Kevin Durant. You don't want me to come down there. You always threatening these black men. Serena Williams' husband came up there. You was small as a church mouse. You wouldn't even bring your ass to the studio. But all these black men, you got this so much bravado for. It makes no sense. And me, I still been raising my hand. I'm waiting for our conversation about you and Disney and all these places that you went to speaking on me. And maybe
So, again, I can't necessarily disagree with what Kwame is saying here because Stephen A. does use that tactic. He does feel like he can say whatever he wants about whatever player, come and say, I'm not being disrespectful when you can't tell a man whether or not you being disrespectful to them. If you say something and they take it as disrespect, then it's fucking disrespect. If you're talking down on this man's words he's saying, his career, or anything like that, and he receives it as disrespect, then it was damn disrespect. Simple as that. You, as Stephen A., don't get to say whatever you want and then tell that man that he can't accept this as disrespect or can't receive this as disrespect. Because if he received it as disrespect, then that is exactly what it is, disrespect. You need to go look in the mirror and see how he could see that as disrespect, and maybe it would cause you to move differently in the future if you're not meaning to be disrespectful towards a person. But again, he's gotten into these battles with Kyrie, with KD, with Jaylen Brown, we see, and multiple other athletes who are on the court, you know, putting out their effort and all of that stuff, some of them leaders of their teams, and he, with his platform, has threatened to diminish that player, diminish the words of that player. That player saying that what you said is disrespectful to me can't have any value because Stephen A. Smith said so. That's not okay. I don't agree with that at all. Jaylen Brown can say whatever the hell he wants to say. If he feels like that was his favorite season for the reasons that he gave, he's allowed to feel that way. Stephen A. Smith can feel the way he wants to feel and say whatever he wants to say about it. But what he cannot do is tell Jaylen Brown that he didn't disrespect him, because he obviously received it as disrespect. And the fact that he comes back and says this stuff that he's saying now, talking about, you don't want me to tell you what the reporters and the locker room and the players on the team and all that are saying about you. Really? That means that you claim to, whether you have it or not, have some negative information about this man. You're putting it out there on a national platform, but at the same time saying that you're not disrespecting him. How does that work? You don't get to have it both ways. You're being blatantly disrespectful of him. You're being disrespectful to the people in that locker room as well, because you're saying that you have reporting of people in that locker room saying negative stuff about him. When he comes to you and says, all right, what's your source? Because y'all know in these last few weeks, I have been trying to reiterate that sourcing matters. If you have someone come up here and they tell you that they are a leader of you, or not telling you that they're a leader, but they are putting themselves out there like they're a leader or like a mentor or whatever, but they're not willing to tell you who are the people that are mentoring them, where they're getting their information from, then you yourself have to question whether this information has any value. Now, I understand that in media, journalism, and all of that stuff, you have all of these contacts and you can't give away all of your contacts and stuff like that. However, if you're going to come out and make these blatant claims and stuff, you got to put some kind of name on it, on something. You say that you got all of this information about all of these players and coaches and people in the locker room and people in the organization that had negative things to say about Jaylen Brown, but you won't put a name on one of it. Have somebody that is one of them sources that's willing to speak up and say, yeah, I said this, or I have this information firsthand. You know, you're getting it from some unnamed source. So it could just be some made up stuff. The same way that people have made up narratives about me on these YouTube streets. You got people saying that Lovelace is a man, and at the same time saying that me and Lovelace are married. They ain't got no sourcing of any of this. It's all obviously false. But they are allowed to put this narrative out and have other people not only believe it, but carry that narrative forward and repeat those same things. Same thing happens with Kwami's chat sometimes. He may put out a narrative on somebody, and then those people go around other places, not only believing it, but repeating it, spreading that narrative. So they spread narratives about me and all types of stuff about my life. I'm trying to keep me as the example in this stuff because I'm not trying to bring other people into it. But Mom Boss, they spread narratives about Mom Boss. They have for 5 years now spread narratives about Mom Boss and her family and all of that stuff. Don't mean any of that shit is true because ain't nobody got any of that information from actually having interaction with Mom Boss or Lovelace or Iceberg or any of these people. But if you get on a big enough platform and spread it to enough people, some of those people will go and repeat that same nonsense. Right? So again, Kwame, while I agree with what you're saying about Stephen A. Smith, at the same time, you have to understand that you have done very similar things with your chat. It may not be the exact same, but you have done very similar things, as in spread a narrative on somebody with zero actual facts or evidence to support it, but you have a big enough following and people who will fanboy over you, therefore believe anything you say, whether you show any facts or evidence to back it up, that they'll just go and repeat and spread that same narrative to other people as well.
Maybe not Disney, but I want to know who paid you to go to those colleges and high schools to speak about me, because I think that's your stick. That is your only stick, to take away from black men that are better than you. Now, they pay you more because your job is actually quintessential. You tear down contracts, especially black men that got brains in their head that's not out in the streets trigger tai chi and all this other stupid stuff. You tear these men down in order to make yourself look good in your white zaddy money. Notice, you have your own platform, but guess where you responded to Jaylen Brown? ESPN. Stop the whole segment to respond to one player. Amazing.
I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was trying to sit up there and look out by letting you know this is not a good look. It's not wise. That's all. And I would have respected Jaylen Brown more, Big Perk, Jay, had he come at y'all, had he come at everybody.
And so here's a problem with Stephen A. Smith. You said it. You said these things. Now you got a problem with who Jaylen Brown's deciding to respond to. Stand on your words. I mean, yeah, I got issues with Perk and Jay Will too for sitting up there and allowing you, Stephen A. Smith, to get away with spreading narratives like that without citing any sources. You haven't cited one source that has given you information saying all of this negative stuff about Jaylen Brown. Not a one. But you got Big Perk, Musso Bronze, what up? You got Big Perk and Jay Will sitting up there, letting you say all of this stuff, not challenging you on any of it. I got a problem with them for not challenging you on any of that, for letting you, as former basketball players themselves who have been in that locker room, for allowing you to sit up there and spread that type of narrative on Jalen, or allowing him, Stephen A. Smith, to spread that kind of narrative on Jaylen Brown without citing one source. And y'all don't question it. Y'all essentially go along with it. Whether you think it's a good look, a bad look, or not, all of this stuff that Stephen A. is doing, talking about he got all these sources saying negative stuff about Jaylen Brown and he hasn't cited one source and y'all don't challenge that, makes me lose respect for Perk and Jay Will.
Trying to look out for the guy who went to NASA. Don't you think this guy knows what he's saying? Don't you think this guy is smart enough to formulate his own opinions, his own thoughts, and that if you don't understand what he meant by what he's saying, newsflash, have you ever thought to ask him before you go and make your own personal assumption? Have you guys that are on a lower IQ than Jaylen Brown, that's proven, this is a fact, that Jaylen Brown is a very, very smart guy. Have you ever sat down before you start opening your fat mouth talking about what this man said? Did you ever give him the benefit of the doubt and bring him on and ask him a question? No? Yeah, journalism.
Who said exactly what I was saying. But evidently, you understand, when you're talking about clickbait and all of that stuff, somebody told you one of the best ways to get it is to bring up my name. And that's what you did. So who's really looking for clickbait? Is it me or is it you? And
the fact that he went back on First Take, because this is the second day, I believe, of this whole Jaylen Brown, Stephen A. Smith saga and all that stuff. So the fact that he continues to go on an ESPN show and say this stuff, but act like he is not looking for clickbait, like, bro, you don't get to be on both sides of it. Maybe both of y'all are looking for clickbait. But Stephen A. Smith, you don't get to sit here and act like you are the attraction and only Jaylen Brown is looking for clickbait. And you're not looking for clickbait. The whole reason you even bring this stuff up on a platform like First Take is for clickbait. Because people come there to hear you argue with people about whatever. And again, the fact that Perk and Jay Will are not challenging any of this makes me lose respect for them.
obviously, you would think you wouldn't need it. $304 million, NBA player. You don't need it. What you doing it for? Before I even get into it, could you do me a favor, please? Get your ass a studio. You looking like you in some dungeon, a little room or whatever. You make it 54.
So now on ESPN, he is going to disrespecting Jaylen Brown's studio setup. Clickbait. We talking about clickbait or who wants clickbait? He's disrespecting Jaylen Brown's studio setup. Why? Are the words that he say what matters, or all the shiny bright lights and all that stuff behind him what matters? Is that what made Stephen A, all the shiny bright lights and all of that? Getting pushed by ESPN and, you know, the different platforms. Is that what made him? Yeah, Lovelace, professionalism matters. Absolutely.
1 million a year. You're going to make 57 next year, 61 the year after that, 67 the year after that.
Why are you counting the man's pockets? How much money he makes don't matter. Is what he's saying right or wrong? You're on $1 billion platform saying all of this stuff. Not that it came out of your pocket. Stephen A don't pay for First Take to exist, so it's not coming out of his pocket.
No.
But he's worried about the studio that Jaylen Brown has. Focus on the words that Jaylen Brown said. Challenge the words he said.
Midst of a $304 million contract. Get a studio with a director and a producer. Calling up clips of mine. Computer ain't even working right. Can't even get the full sound up in there. Get that together. That's number one. Stop being so damn cheap. You got the money. Pay it, okay?
Get out that man's pockets. You're not paying for First Take.
Get out his studio.
Right.
Hell, you don't even pay for a studio for your own show. You use ESPN studios for your show, your YouTube show.
Right.
Your radio show, everything. Like,
exactly.
Yeah, man, shut up.
But he in this man's pockets. Rather than focusing on the words that he actually said. Jaylen Brown directly challenged Stephen A. Who's your sources? Oh, you don't want to share none of that. Okay, fine. Then I don't want to hear the shit you're saying because I believe it's BS.
Right. Better production. Number one. Number two. I'm not going to disrespect Jaylen Brown.
Too late. You already disrespected Jaylen Brown. Don't tell us what you're not going to do. You already disrespected Jaylen Brown when you opened your mouth about him. The way that you did it. Look at Kwame. Even Kwame. Like, we all having the same reaction. You hit your face, Ayo, when he said that. Kwame hit his face. I'm in the same place. I'm just speaking on it. We all in agreement on this. Stephen A. full of shit.
Bro, I've been done with Stephen A. for a long time.
Facts.
Long time.
So after saying all that, man, excuse me, you cannot make this up. After saying all that, counting this man pockets, worry about this man paper. I'm not gonna disrespect Jaylen Brown. That is disrespectful. Why are you worried about his money? And he's actually Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown can stream outside in the backyard. Nobody would care. They're caring about what he's saying and what he's talking about, what he's doing. What'd I say? Focus on the words. Gina with a J. Welcome back.
Focus on the words.
Focus on the words. But Stephen A. doesn't want to do that. He wants to distract and talk about all this other stuff. He wants to talk about all the money that's pushing him out there. If all of that ESPN money and ABC money and Disney money goes away, who is Stephen A. Smith?
Nobody.
Whenever Skip Bayless,
a journalist.
Whenever Skip Bayless left ESPN, he went into the shadows. Then he came back out. Then he came back out on Fox, and him and Shannon Sharp had their show, Undisputed, right? Mm-hmm. Back out there. And then that show went dark, and what'd he do? He disappeared.
Now he on the arena.
And now he on the arena, getting pushed again by another media company. Stephen A. Smith is very much the same.
Yep.
Ain't nobody going and looking for Stephen A. Smith's word. Stephen A. Smith get like as many views as Kwame get. And it's here. Damn near, I'm damn near competing for Stephen A. Smith with views on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because ain't nobody checking for damn Stephen A. Smith. But ESPN and ABC and all that's pushing them out there, giving them the platform, putting them on these national media airwaves to be this disrespectful to players.
Have to have a studio production and all that. He doesn't. He can just hit a live button because somebody is interested in what he has to say. He don't need all the bells and whistles. All he has to do is do something that you can't do. Talk actual basketball. The guy got stars in the ceiling, first of all. And you don't need all that. Whoever told you that? I went viral with an iPhone 8 in a truck. They were caring more about what I was saying. Now you guys have an algorithm that you can control where people don't even get the messaging or the notifications on their phone. So we all know the game and how it works. So, but to sit and pretend like you some type of algorithm that people need to talk about, Stephen A., you talk about people all day long. Your whole job is to talk about other men that are doing something. Why can't you be talked about without you acting like you got to ruin people's career? Imagine LeBron.
I agree. You sit around talk about people all day long, but as soon as somebody says something about you, now it's a problem. And now you want to talk about ruining their career and bringing out all these dirty, quote unquote, secrets you claim to have from unnamed sources about how they don't mess with this person. And you get to spread that narrative because you have, again, the machine behind you. So you have enough fanboys out here who will believe, oh yeah, Stephen A. really does have these sources that said such and such.
Well, that's the problem though. But he's doing that for clicks, views, and monetary gain because no one watches First Take anymore.
But he wants to accuse Jaylen Brown of doing what he's doing for clickbait.
Exactly. People are doing what they're watching you right now, right? Like I'm watching you. I'm on your panel. I'm on your show.
Right.
People watch Kwame. People watch all the people in the sector, all the people on YouTube. I get so much content from YouTube on a lot of things that I like that I don't have to go and turn on cable TV anymore.
Facts. Facts. Only time I really turn on the TV is when I'm watching a live event, a game.
Yeah.
That's typically the only time I really turn on the TV these days is when I'm watching the game.
You can get all the news sources live streamed on YouTube. You can get all every major, newspaper or journalistic platform or whatever, or something like that. You can get all that on YouTube. Hell, you get all that on your phone.
On your phone. Absolutely.
You got an iPhone, you got Apple News, you can get the Washington Post, New York Post, USA Today, everything, every Sports Illustrated,
all right to your phone,
everything.
Yep.
LeBron, you just got mad at LeBron for saying or alleging that LeBron tried to do that to you. Then you turn right back around with the same threat to somebody else. So how are you any different than the allegations you put out on LeBron? This makes no sense. You did not like it when you accused LeBron James of it, trying to get you fired. And now you go out and use the same tactic saying, I can ruin your relationship with Tatum. Why? Because he said something about your little sensitive ass? I can ruin your relationship with the city. Why? Because he said something about you. He asked about your journalistic integrity because he asked who your source was. You think you're that high and mighty that you're above a conversation. You act like a female, maybe, because a man should be able to have a conversation with another man without trying to take food off his table. You treading into dangerous waters when you start taking food off men's table. That's crazy to me. But hey, live your life how you want to live it.
I can't disagree. I again, even giraffes are right sometimes, correct sometimes. I can't disagree. I cannot disagree with what he's saying. Stephen A is actively trying to take food off that man's table, talking about how he could ruin his reputation and all of this stuff that he's saying.
It wouldn't work. He got a contract. He can say whatever he wants. Boston locked into him regardless. That's the thing. It's saying like the NBA the players have more control in the league, you know, with the association and the players association and stuff like that. They have way more power. This isn't like, you know, the NFL, you know, where you get a traffic ticket or, you know, domestic violence case, something like that. You know, you'll be off the team tomorrow. You know,
Right.
the NBA, you got to really do something really bad. I mean, look at Ja Morant. Look at Ja
Right,
Morant.
right.
Look at all the stuff he's done. Look at Zion Williamson. All the
Right.
stuff he's done.
And they're still right where they are.
They got to ride with you. Them
Yeah.
contracts are different in the NBA. So it's just
Right.
like Stephen A can do whatever he want to do. It's just going to make him look bad.
And that's all it's
Boston gonna
doing
keep
right
him.
now.
Even if they trade him, he still got to get paid.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. But all this is doing is making Stephen A look bad.
Yeah, man.
Amazing to me, Jay, Big Perk, Shay, how Perk said all the things he said. You said all the things you said. Wilbon said all the things. Everybody said something. And I went on, you know, I've spoken on it on numerous occasions. And you picked some 20-second clip of me talking about how Jason Tatum showed up on First Take, but not your podcast. Stop it. I'm not going to get into all of that. With Jaylen Brown.
See, Stephen A not want to stand on his words now.
No.
Because Stephen A is the one who brought up that Jason Tatum has not been on Jaylen Brown's podcast. Stephen A said that.
Why does that matter?
It doesn't. But now he's trying to play the victim because Jaylen Brown heard what the hell he said and responded. So now he's saying, oh, you want to play some little 20-second clip of me saying this and that? Yes, because it was disrespectful. It's you trying to cause division between two teammates, trying to act like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum got some kind of beef that probably don't exist. Jaylen Brown could have talked to Jason Tatum on the phone prior to him ever going live and been like, hey, I'm about to say some shit. We good. Ain't none of this got nothing to do with you. Stephen A brought your name up, so I'm going to say what I got to say, but it ain't got nothing to do with the relationship you and I have. That could have happened. We don't know. We don't need to know. But Stephen A is out there putting these narratives out there, trying to cause division between two teammates.
I'm bringing up the fact that I wasn't reporting when I was raving about him all season long, when I was talking about him for the most of the season as a top 2 league MVP candidate, when I was pissed off and I raised holy hell on the air when he got ejected from the San Antonio Spurs game and he didn't deserve that, when I talked about him leading the pack and doing the things that he's done and solidifying his greatness as an athlete that he could play.
Everyone does that. They say something nice about a guy so they can cover up for all the BS that they want to say. They use that as an excuse. No, that's the same thing that the white guy used for the Clippers after he said the N-word. Hey, I bought them cars. I bought these guys cars. What the fuck did they want from me? I should be able to say the N-word. So no, that is the same BS Stephen A. Smith is doing.
Where's Kwame wrong in that? Mika, grand rising to you. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for being here. Where's
What's up,
Kwame wrong?
He's not, man. He's not.
Again,
He's spitting facts.
He's spitting facts. He is spitting facts.
Two things can be true. You said things nice to him or nice about his game after he was written off already. After their season was written off as they're not going to do this, they're not going to go here. He did everything he said he was going to do. He came out and kicked ass. Matter of fact, he wasn't even talking. He just put his head down and kicked ass. So yes, he made you look at him. He don't owe you nothing. He's talking about when you make up stories, you won't talk about that. Don't try to switch gears into something else. When you make up stories and when you do all these things without following up and asking a young man a question, especially a young man that can articulate himself like that, you are pushing a narrative. That's not journalism. Anybody can do that for clicks and views. I can take anything somebody said, don't ask them a question and just spin a narrative about it. That's the same thing you doing. So Stephen A., humble yourself, man. All this, be careful threatening to take food out of other people's mouth because it happened to you. So by your own admission, this is what you said. You said LeBron James tried to take food out your mouth. Shame on you for now getting on open airways saying that you are going to try to use the same tactic. Why should anybody feel sorry for you now? You're an idiot, Stephen A. Smith. But have a blessed day nonetheless. And if you
I mean, again, I can't disagree with most of the things that he was saying there. Yeah, I had some disagreement with some of the things he said, but I'm looking for the places I can agree, because it's not necessary for me to be going back and forth with him constantly. And it's just really to me, a lack of integrity for a person to sit and act like every single thing that a person says is wrong in any instance. There's not any person out here that is just always wrong about every single thing they say. So I can look for the places where we have agreement on subjects and, highlight those things. Because, again, I don't have any real grudge, again, I don't like the way that he carries himself in certain situations. I don't like some of the people he associates with. And I'm very vocal about that. But at the same time, he's not wrong about every single thing he says in all instances. So I got one more video I want to review. If I can find it. Which one is it?
What's up with my facial expressions? I tell stories with my face or facial expressions. I get it from my parents.
What's the name of this video? Was it
somebody time Lovelace out? 5 minutes.
What you doing, Lovelace? Why are you telling you people to time you out? Here we go.
Time out.
Why you want you timed out, Lovelace? What you down there doing?
She said I sleep with my eyes open.
Yeah. All right. So this video.
She talking about I'll do it.
This video here, on Gil's Arena, they cover the topic about the whole Jaylen Brown, Stephen A. Smith situation. And Rashad started it off in terms of the conversation. He was the first to speak. Kenyon and Brandon Jennings were also on the show this day. Of course, Josiah's there as the host. Kwame did a reaction to the Rashad part of it. So like I said, Rashad started it off. Depending on how long this takes, I may go and show some of the actual Gil's Arena part to show the Kenyon and Brandon Jennings response as well. But he mainly just talked about the Rashad McCants part of it. So let's just take a listen. Let's take a listen and see how it goes. Get it right. And again, Kwame, if you're out there and you're listening and you want to add additional context or anything, you're welcome to hit the link.
Because they're talking about this Jaylen Brown situation. Let's hear it.
I didn't expect you to throw a fucking mountain. Now that the mountain's on top of your fucking head, you're like, hey, man, he's attacking you. How? You threw the rock first. But leave my name out your mouth, right? That didn't happen, but they did have a sit down where it was an apology and all this clearing up type shit, right? So Stephen A. has an opinion on what happened at the end of the Celtics season and Jaylen Brown going out there and feeling the way he felt and voicing his opinion on his circumstance on his own stream. You made your opinion, but now we're in a landscape where Jaylen Brown can now voice his opinion. We supposed to all respect your opinion based on what you say about other players. And it's supposed to be, that's it. I said what I said. Now Jaylen Brown says something back. Now he's attacking you. How? You threw the rock first. I never understood how somebody can tell someone else what's disrespectful to them. How can you tell me what's disrespectful to me? I didn't disrespect. Yes, you did. I just told you you did. You disrespected me. You can say I didn't mean to disrespect you.
Absolutely. How can you control what I feel is disrespect? I can articulate to you what I feel is disrespect. You can't tell me what is disrespect to me. You can only adjust down to what I'm saying and don't say what you said. or I didn't mean it that way, so let me try to adjust. You don't continue down the path if you respect somebody and say, fuck it. And so what the real issue is that if Stephen A. Smith is a journalist, he don't make these assumptions. Jaylen Brown is there for you to ask him a question. And if you had any journalistic integrity, this young man asks, who's your source? So clearly he's ready to have a conversation with you. But what do? You threaten him. You act like you some tough guy. You act like you bigger than life. And you do not have a conversation with another black man. But all the white boys, your friend. All the white boys that do anything, you cool with them.
So outside of the black and white stuff, I'm agreeing up to this point with what Rashad is saying and what Kwame is saying in terms of Stephen A. Smith wanting to be able to say whatever he wants. And now he has a problem because athletes actually have their own platforms where they can say something back. He don't like to hear the athlete say something back. He don't like to hear the athlete challenge him and say, what's your sources? You saying all this stuff about me, then give me a source that said something about that. You know? I need to know who the people are that are in my camp. If you got somebody that's in my camp that's supposedly your source, I need to understand and know that. What's your sources? But instead of him, Stephen A., seeing it as that, he decided to double down and talk about how he could do all of these things to ruin his career. I don't respect that.
White boy pulled up on you, ain't show up on the show. You know how to dumb yourself down for the white boy. And it's sad. Rashad called it out, which I've been calling out this whole time.
You can say that wasn't my intention to disrespect you, but you can't tell me that I wasn't disrespected. You disrespected me, bro. So the fact that Stephen A. gets back on the show to corroborate all the fucking rocks that he threw, I just see too many people doing this type of shit. Like, there are people throwing rocks at me, but then when I throw the rock back, it's like, I didn't expect you to throw a fucking mountain. Now that the mountain's on top of your fucking head, you're like, hey, man, don't make me do some real journalism and really go after your character. And really, why does it have to go that deep? Just shut the fuck up. He said what he said. You said what you said. Leave it at that. You did. We have platforms now that we can say what we want to say now. You don't control the narrative no more, bro. You can't control the narrative no more. The athlete can say what they want to say now. That's been the freedom that we've all been talking about with the athletes having a podcast after the games. Melo said it. Hey, I'm glad that we can do this because now we can take the reporter's pen away from them and we can control our own voice. And this is what Jaylen Brown did.
And that's what they don't like. They don't like that the players can say something back. They don't like that they can snap back. These were former players at one time. Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith, as much as they want to say they're journalists, they're wannabes. They wanted to be basketball players. So you should respect the fact that you guys are wannabes and you should have been and could have been, but never was. And then you shouldn't talk in that way. You're just normal, regular people that got an opinion. Stop trying to act like you're so important. You know, the reason why these NBA players can speak, I know they're not going to give me no credit, but it's because I believe that Kwame Brown came out and spoke. And if you look at the wave of podcasts that came after me, Gil's Arena included, there's a wave of athletes like, oh, shit. If Kwame can say all this, then I can say some shit. I need to get a podcast. And again, then probably will never give me no credit for that. And that's cool. But the timeline say that I could be right.
Hey, fuck Stephen A, B, and C. What you talking about JT didn't want to come on the stream? Now you're starting another narrative. Oh, now Big Perk come in. He say, man, I got people don't like you here. People don't like come on, man. As players, bro, it's one thing to stick together, but it's one thing to pin everybody against one guy that we know has just took this team from non-existent to number 2 in the East, and we're gonna motherfucking pile on him like he did something wrong by saying I had my best season ever. What's wrong with telling the truth?
And that's where Rashad is based at. I like the way he's based like that. Like, no, I heard what he said. And he didn't just talk about his best season ever. He was talking about his teammates. The maturation process of seeing an unproven guy turn into a proven guy. And I know all the old heads talking about, oh, we didn't win it. This is not. You don't win every year. He's talking about building blocks. Jaylen Brown is smart. He's talking about building blocks for that next season that now we got some scar tissue that we can trust with some of these other guys. So now when Jason Tatum come back and we can gel for real through playing and not just throwing somebody in, now we got other players that done got a taste of it. Now they know what it's like to win, even shorthanded. So this guy is talking about the future. So when you have older players
talking about, oh, well, I would never do that. We would never talk like this. This ain't your team. You not in the locker room.
So let's say let's say for, example, and I don't know what is 100% true or not, but let's say what Kwame is saying is true in reference to what Jaylen Brown's explanation for why he said this was his favorite season is, right? Because they went most of the season without Tatum. He was injured for most of the season. So other players had to step up. For them to be a playoff team, other players had to step up. Other players had to develop more. Other players had to, like you said, get calloused and stuff like that from the experience of going through a season without one of the best players on your entire team there because he wasn't available. He was injured. It made other players more developed. It made them have to step into bigger roles so the conglomerate of the team could fill that void that was left by Jason Tatum being injured. Why would that be a bad thing for Jaylen Brown to say? Why would that be a bad way for him to feel?
Locker room is the most sacred, intimate thing. It's only certain people that's now talking about what's going on in the locker room. This is Jaylen Brown's time. This is his team. And he did rise that team to a level that no one thought it would go to. And so for him to be proud that his guys responded and not hang his hat and hang his head down because they overachieved. This team overachieved. So when somebody want to talk about their overachievement through their hard work to get to where they got, you can't disrespect that. Especially not no punk ass journalist that's not really a journalist, that's picking a bone with a guy that's intelligent, that's a good player, that goes against everything that ESPN, First Take, Disney, all of them, in my opinion, won't. Jaylen Brown shatters their whole narrative. He's not difficult. It ain't because nobody like him. It's because he in a racist ass city like Boston that call black folks Mondays as a trade out word for the N word. And Jaylen Brown is talking about Black Wall Street. Why don't they ever talk about the things that Jaylen Brown is doing in the community like they do LeBron? Anytime it's time to give LeBron the benefit of the doubt, they talk about what he do for his friends and what he do for the community. But with Jaylen Brown, he got to stick into the mold of the bad guy because some fantasy people that don't like him and the fantasy people of a team that don't like him. Do you know where this fucking team is at? It's in Boston, where Kyrie Irving said they was shouting out the N-word to him. So who gives a fuck if some people in Boston don't like this man? We love him. This is a black man who's educated, who go to fucking NASA if he want, that is a really good player. So you can't talk about basketball. And Stephen A., you are a peon when it comes to this man. So why is you even talking? You got fired for saying your truth one time, nigga. You not the boss. Nigga, you got to ask permission. You a ask permission ass nigga. Jaylen Brown don't ask for no permission. He's a boss for real. Nigga, you had to go on First Take and ask for a segment. You was too pussy a weenie dog to even do it on your own show because not enough people would have even heard it. You responded to this man saying what he felt off of his show that you dissing. How you going to diss a show that you watched? You talking about his background and all that. Nigga, you still watch. You responded to his opinion, clown. And yes, he has every right to feel like this is his favorite season. Notice he said favorite season. They didn't even win the championship. This guy came, if he was worried about his own personal accolades, don't you think that he would say his favorite season is when they won the championship and he was MVP of the playoffs and all this other shit in the playoffs? Don't you think he would have said that was his favorite season where he had the most accolades? No, his favorite season, he's talking about his team, not him, his team superseding expectations. I know that's hard for some of you to fathom, but it's hard for your buddy, your co-host, your other superstar to go down. That would be like Michael Jordan going down. Well, we don't want to compare Tatum to Michael Jordan, but it'll be like another star player going down and you carrying the season by yourself to the second best record. That is important. So that's his favorite season because of the overcoming the hardship. But Stephen A. don't understand that because he is.
And so again, earlier we were talking about leadership when it comes to the Anthony Edwards situation, right? Jaylen Brown, already an NBA champion, MVP of the NBA finals, all of that stuff. He has all of those accolades from previous seasons. And he said this past season was his favorite season. What do you think that looks like to the rest of his teammates as from a leadership perspective. Because whenever Jason Tatum went out and we knew he was going to be out for the majority of the season, people pretty much wrote that team off. You know, nobody expected them to have the record that they had this season when it came to once Jason Tatum went out. But they did. What does that mean for the leadership of a Jaylen Brown? What does that mean for all of the rest of the players on that team who contributed to them having that record without Jason Tatum being there? What does that mean as a leader going into next season? The players who remain on that team from this past season, and they see Jaylen Brown there, how are they going to look at him as a leader when he comes out and say, huh?
They trust him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They trust him. Why? Because he don't throw them under the bus. He won accolades in a previous season, but he don't throw them under the bus. He said, this was my favorite season. Why? Because he got to be a leader. He got to watch other players develop and they still had the second best record in the league without having who a lot of people put as their star player. I mean, whether you put Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum number 1 or number 2, one of them's number 1, the other's number 2, or vice versa, 1A, however you want to call it, right?
A and B, yeah.
So by not having one of your top 2 players on the team and you're still able to lead that team to having the second best record in the league, you do a little bit in the playoffs, all of that stuff, it just won't enough. But it makes the rest of the team respect you whenever you come out and say things like, this was my favorite season, as opposed to getting up with 8 minutes left in the game and going down and quitting on the team. It's 2 different looks of leadership.
Dummy. He's a dummy. And you guys that never asked this intelligent brother a question, you guys that just put your narratives on it and just spun it, you guys have just contributed to going against a brother that's helping the community more than you guys are. They always want to talk this pro-black shit. They always want to say Kwame going at somebody. You guys are literally going after a guy that said the word Black Wall Street. You guys are literally giving your opinion. Nigga, shut the fuck up with y'all opinion on Jaylen Brown. You know why you should shut up your opinion? Because LeBron don't sound like Jaylen Brown. LeBron don't talk about Black Wall Street. He talk about his homeboys getting a job. LeBron talking about a school that's failing. Jaylen Brown said the word Black Wall Street and he putting his money behind it in Oakland and certain places. How the fuck are you niggas talking against him? So what? You didn't like what he said. Nigga, shut up or go hit him up behind the scenes and ask him what he meant by it. And then come.
And again, I have to agree with a lot of the stuff Kwame is saying here because, again, it's how I'm trying to attempt to carry myself. Like I said, he was on the link earlier, and I told him that I would like to actually have a discussion with him about some stuff that is not for YouTube consumption. Behind the scenes conversation, you know, about some things. It is what it is because everything ain't about clicks and views and clickbait and all of that stuff. Some things are about just real life, man to man, having a conversation on some things. And again, it's a part of the reason why I can't respect Perk and Jay Will and all of them who sit up there and allow Stephen A. Smith, who never was in that locker room like that, to say this type of stuff unchecked, without any pushback, without anything. I'm not saying they got to fully disagree or anything like that, but the fact that they let Stephen A. Smith say that stuff and then double down on it, talking about how he can do things negative to this man's career, and they don't have anything to say about it, it makes me just feel like they're bought.
Come out and tell the story in a beautiful way, as if it was intended, nigga. You clowns always want to act like y'all so pro-black. Y'all the first ones give y'all opinion. I was right this whole time. I said they keep black faces in place to say what white people can't say. Every story, every narrative, everything about Jaylen Brown come from you niggas. It don't come from nobody else. We can't tell if white people got a narrative about Jaylen Brown because Stephen A. keep running his mouth. We can't tell if white people got a narrative about Jaylen Brown because motherfucking fat ass, goddamn, big ass baby mama body Kendrick Perkins keep running his mouth. We can't
see. I mean, I agree with him on the Perk stuff, man. I don't even take Perk serious.
Yeah, me neither. Never really have.
Right. I've never taken Perk serious as far as a analyst or anything like that. But he's getting paid. He's cashing them checks. So he can be a good boy, stay in his place, and shut the hell up. And let Stephen A. Smith run things.
Yeah, it's the same thing with Jay Will.
Exactly. And that's why I got a problem with them, and that's why I can't respect them. Because they just sitting up there being good little quiet boys, letting Stephen A. Smith say whatever the fuck he wants. Old school FCFS, salute. You said hopefully me and KB get a better understanding of nothing else, just on some real shit. I agree, old school. I agree 1,000%. And Dino, you said KB is a real one, but he wrong about the Gills Arena crew talks about him. That fathead Carson always feeding Kwame Gill mess. So if I understand your message correctly, I kind of have to agree with that as well. And is why I've talked about, again, for these last few weeks, who are your sources? Who are the people that are feeding you information? Where are you getting your information from? If you are listening to somebody else and they refuse to tell you where they're getting their information from in terms of who are their mentors, who's feeding into them, then you might want to question whether or not you can really put any value into that information that they're giving you. You know, the people who are mentors in my life, I know where they're getting some of their information from as well. Why? Because they don't hide it from me. It's not a secret. They share where they're getting their information from. You know, when they have books like The Magic of Thinking Big, that was suggested to me from a mentor. All these other authors and people that I read, a lot of them are suggested to me from mentors.
Tell if the white folks mad in Boston because you Negroes keep talking. Why don't you niggas shut up and let the white people say it? This is the only brother we got that's smart enough to go to NASA and that's smart enough to put his money into the hood. And mighty funny, white folks got a problem with him. Mighty funny. Yeah, we know about Lake Lanier. We know about a lot of places where black folks rised up and did what Jaylen Brown did, and somehow there was a problem. So why don't you Negroes shut the hell up and let the man do what he gonna do? And if you have a question for this man, ask him the question. Be better than that. Don't put your fucking opinion on it. Hit him up. He's articulate enough to tell you what he meant. You hit up every white boy. Stephen A. Smith said he didn't want to get it wrong when it came to the white boy that got traded from OKC. What's the little point guard name? He didn't want to get it wrong when it comes to that point guard and what he did. He wanted to make sure. But you can't get it right with your brother, you fake ass Q dog. You can't get it right with your brother first. You got to axe the grind. You got a personal. You supposed to be a journalist, but you getting personal with KD, Kevin Durant, and now motherfucking Jaylen Brown. You personal with everybody black, you punk. And you still scared to come see me. Yeah, Josh Giddey.
And see, so 40, I can, I can respectfully disagree with what you're saying there. I mean, yes, he's definitely been a joke. To say that you would never side with somebody means that even when he is right, you're going to go with the wrong answer. Again, you gotta be careful of these absolutes, because not everything he says is going to be 100% wrong. And what you're saying with a statement like that is even when he's right, just for the sake of going against him, you're going to go with the other side. I can't respect that. I can't respect that. I can't respect somebody that's just for the sake of the person who said it, I'm always going to go against what they said, even if they're right. And that's my whole point of what I'm doing with this stream. The history between me and Kwame is 4 years long. You know, we don't agree with each other on very many things. We've said all types of things about each other. But I can also recognize when he's saying something that is actually correct. I'm not going to disagree because he's the one saying it. I don't work like that, and I don't respect somebody. I can't respect the opinion from somebody who is openly willing to say that I don't give a fuck anything he says, I'm going the other direction with it. He can say, like the damn thumbnail, 2 + 2 is 4. You're gonna say, nah, that shit's wrong because he said it. You see what you're saying when you make statements like that? If he says 2 + 2 is 4, you're gonna say he's wrong because it's him saying it. You got to watch making statements like that.
Kendrick Perkins, all of you guys that said something, Will Bond, you meat neck punk, all of y'all who said something, y'all are sick. Jaylen Brown has done more for the black community with his salary than you clowns will ever do. Why don't y'all shut up and stay out the way of this man? If you got something negative to say based on what he said, why don't you use your journalistic integrity and ask him a question? It's a shame you Negroes is coming at a dude that spoke Black Wall Street that got $300 million on his own. A guy, an athlete who didn't kneel down like your punk ass motherfucking king, LeBron James. He stood up and he's putting his money where his mouth is. He's showing us strength that them white folk don't want us to see. He ain't kneel down, he's standing up. And you guys are coming to disavow this man because you don't understand what he's saying on one little point. That's all it takes for you fake ass Black Power Negroes is one disagreement about a damn game. When this man is trying to empower the community, you clown ass niggas.
I'm about to be done here in a few minutes, Ears. This video only got about 4 minutes left. I don't even know if we'll go through all 4 minutes, and then I'm getting up out of here. So yeah, Ears going live afterwards, y'all. He gonna be talking about some current event stuff. I think I saw Chud and stuff like that on there. So you said including him. Or you may be talking about the video.
It's a shame, man. Y'all claim Black Lives Matter when somebody white unalive a black dude, but when it's time to show Black Lives Matter, when it's time to show a little grace, when it's time to show a little discernment, you niggas just get up here and threaten each other. You get up here and take away and disavow another man that's doing twice as much as you. Clowns. Y'all some clowns. And I ain't Jaylen Brown. I don't got nice words for you. Fuck you. Y'all some clowns. But that's my time, man. I don't want to go off too much.
All right, so he's done on that one. We're not going to go through the whole Gills Arena video this week. If we want to get back to the conversation on it, we can, but we're not going to do it right now. But yeah, my entire point with this live stream, the reason that it's titled the way it is, the reason that the description says what it says, is because of me trying to share, express, whatever you want to call it, that even somebody who you have had immense disagreements with for however long, I don't care how long it's been, doesn't mean you have to always continue to disagree with that person on every single thing they say. Nobody is always wrong on everything they say and do. Nobody's always right either. There's plenty of things that he does that I don't agree with. There's plenty of people that he associates with that I don't agree with. Ears, you said, why does he hit up LeBron and ask him what he means? And Mamba says, why didn't he ask me what I meant when I said Black Boy Magic? Those are all great questions. Those are all great questions. I don't know if it's a situation of him being a hypocrite. I don't know if it's a situation of him living and learning, and maybe he feels different today than he did when all that stuff was said about Mom Boss and the way that he references the LeBron stuff. Or again, I don't know. I really don't know. Those are questions for him. Maybe we'll get to ask him at some point. Salute, Ears. I see you. I don't know if you want to stay on camera or not. Got the homie Ears in the building. What up? Can't hear you if you're saying anything. I don't know if Ears is saying anything, y'all. I can't hear him right now. But yeah, so I don't know the answer to those questions that you have, Ears, in reference to him hitting up LeBron and asking what he means, or in reference to Mom Boss and why he didn't ask you what you meant. I agree. Yes, Mom Boss, yes.
I couldn't hear.
What's up? Bad. You good, you good.
Now, I agree with you, like, everybody can't be wrong about everything. I agree there. But what bothers me about what he says is it's so hypocritical. Because, everything LeBron does, we know he has the access to probably, I don't know if he does or not, but you think he has the access to say, hey, what do you mean by taking that kneel? Or what do you mean by what you said or whatever? You don't hold the same energy for everybody. So, that's the only problem I have with what he says. I mean, he does make some good points, but what I'm saying, it's like, it's very hypocritical in my opinion.
I agree 100%. And like Mom Boss said, he's right on some things, but he double talks a lot, and that's what she means. And I think that's the exact same thing you're saying. You know, it's a lot of double talking going on when it comes to him. So again,
Yeah, it's about, like he said, it's about who you like. Obviously, he don't like LeBron, so there's nothing LeBron can do that can be right, and you can say, "Hey, he said this, and I agree with him." It's just always about your envy, and a person can always be wrong. Hell, we can even use me as an example. You know what I'm saying? We'll hear him say some of the same things I say, like, well, we'll talk about trades or whatever. You was the trades and codes guy, but now that you don't like somebody, now the trade ain't shit. So it's like it's a whole bunch of double talking.
I agree. I agree 100% with that aspect of things. He definitely does a lot of double talking, and he definitely looks for the areas of disagreement with a person as opposed to any agreement that he might be able to have with a person. Again, that was a big part of the reason for why I did this live stream. I mean, the description in the live stream. That's why the description in the live stream is what it is. Because I am attempting to not just always be somebody that only has all the negative things to say about him. Only finding all of the stuff that he does that I disagree with and putting that on display. I'm trying to really, for the people who follow him, more so than people out here who have been in a position where they've separated themselves from him and been able to think on their own. The people who follow all of the words that he says, all of the narratives that he spread on me, all of that type of stuff. I'm trying to educate them on what it means to be unbiased, because some of them have chosen to believe all types of things about my character and all types of stuff from people who never met me, don't know a thing about me. But I'm trying to model the actions of what it means to be able to look for the places that you have that you can agree with a person, that a person actually can be right about things, but I still disagree with him on certain aspects of it as well. And it don't have to be a whole bunch of disrespect or anything like that. We've done plenty of disrespecting on one another. But there are certain things he can say that I can agree with. But I also know that he can do some double talking at times as well. So while I'm saying that I agree with some of the things he's saying, I'm not by any means saying that he be right on all of his stuff or that I'm, in his camp or any bullshit like that. No, we ain't doing none of that. But I can look for the areas that I have of agreement with a person, with another man, for example, where we don't have to always be negative, and finding all the areas of disagreement. Hell, it's easy to find areas of disagreement with a person. So let's talk about the things that we can actually agree on. And, that's all that this live stream really was the intent of it when it comes to the title, the thumbnail, all of that stuff. Even giraffes are correct sometimes. Even him, the person who I vehemently disagree with on most subjects and most of the things that he says, we damn sure don't agree on politics. I have no desire to ever have a political conversation with him. There's a whole lot of conversations that I have no desire to ever have with him. But there are other conversations that I believe we can have, not because we're going to necessarily agree on it, but because we can respectfully disagree if we do have a disagreement on that subject.
And see, when it comes to politics, now you do have, I ain't gonna say you have to, but sometimes you should talk to people that you totally disagree with to kind of get a clarity of what's being the misinformation.
So here's the way I look at that. Number one, the way he speaks about politics, I just don't respect. He just speaks from a place of ignorance when it comes to a lot of that. That's why I don't have a desire to have that conversation with him. Right. Number two, I get one vote. Everybody else out here that gets the vote, you get one vote. And in most cases, people get so entrenched in whatever they're believing politically that they're not even listening to what the other person is saying. That's why I typically don't participate in political conversations. Now, if we want to talk about a topic of something that is going on and it may have some political inferences to it, that's one thing. But I'm not about to sit up here and have no whole conversation on Donald Trump, for example, with somebody else trying to convince me otherwise. All of the things that I know and believe about Donald Trump, I believe based off of what I've seen him be. If you got people out here that want to be MAGA and still follow all his bullshit and be fanboys and think they're getting something out of it, fine. I have no desire to talk to you. I'm not trying to change your mind on it, and you damn sure not about to change my mind on it. You know, but I understand what you're saying by having conversations on politics with people who are coming from other points of view. Absolutely. There's just certain people that I have no desire to have those conversations with because I've already seen what they've put forth as their opinion on the subject. And it shows me that they really don't have a good opinion. They're just following what they hear other people say.
True.
Yeah. So that's the only reason, you know, and again, there's certain other subjects that, you know, I can have a subject with somebody on religion if we want to, but at the end of the day, you're not changing my views on religion, and I may not be changing your views on religion. So is it worth having that conversation at all or not? You know, that's we only have so much time, and I don't have a whole lot of time to waste trying to basically argue at a brick wall, trying to change their thoughts or open up their mind to see a different point of view if they're so entrenched in their point of view that they're not even going to be hearing what I'm saying.
I agree with that. Hey, y'all boys, I'm about to hop down off the panel. I got to go get some stuff done, but salute to Ears, salute to Iceberg. Appreciate y'all.
Salute, bro. Appreciate you rocking out with me.
Yeah, you know it, man.
Check you out later, man.
Yeah, you know it. Y'all stay safe, man.
Yes, sir. Always appreciate the conversation with you. You're welcome anytime.
Appreciate it, bro. Y'all.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Ayo Splitter, Coach Splitter out here. You know, always coming, giving a good point of view. He coming from working in semi-pro and pro sports and stuff like that. Also working with the kids and all of that. I always appreciate different points of view. Again, different points of view out there help, you know, shape me, help me grow and see things from a different perspective. Dino, you crazy. But yeah, you gonna talk to me about aliens, Mika? I don't know what conversation we're gonna have about aliens. I mean, I don't know what conversation we're gonna have about aliens. I don't have a whole lot to offer to a conversation about aliens. But maybe you can come from a perspective that I can, you know, have that conversation. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to offer you about aliens and other life forms in space or whatever. You know, do I believe in energy and all of that stuff? Absolutely. You know, but as far as other life forms and stuff, I haven't seen proof of any of it, so I don't have a whole lot to offer on that conversation. You know.
All that's about to start coming out. I mean, the more and more bullshit started coming up. We're about to get some aliens in a minute.
Hey, you never know. And when we see them, then I might be in on that conversation. As of right now, I don't have a whole lot to offer to that conversation about aliens. Real talk. But yeah, hey, you get ready to go live?
Yeah. I'm just finishing up. I'm just washing up my hair, man. I'm going live about 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
That's what's up. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get up out of here. We approaching 6 hours, so I'm gonna get up out of here.
Damn, it's been that long?
Yeah, man. It's about to be 2:30. I started at 8:30. So I started at 8:30.
Okay. But salute to you, man. I get back in the bush and finish what I'm doing so I can set up this live. I'll see y'all in the live.
All right. Salute. Appreciate you. Ear's gonna be going live, y'all, in 30, 45 minutes or so. 40 to splatter. What do you mean by that? What's out there that's supposed to make me believe in aliens? 40 to splatter. Say what you got to say to make me believe in these other life forms from other planets or solar systems or whatever. Say whatever it is. Change my thinking on it. I mean, I study science. I don't believe in these pagan religions and all of that stuff. Oh, hell no. You can get the hell on. Change my thinking on it right now. So men built precise pyramids I don't know. You're telling me that aliens did? Are you telling me that men didn't? And aliens did? Is that what you're saying? I mean, tell me. I don't fucking know. You weren't alive then either. Do you know? 421 TV, salute. Salute 421. Chauncey, why you over here saying just crazy stuff? You said no, hold on, no angles, knowledge, material from different areas. You say how? I don't know. You tell me how. Nothing that you're saying is reason for me to start believing in aliens. You're asking a bunch of questions, but none of that is reason for me to start believing in aliens. Who did it? You tell me. Don't ask me a question. Tell me. You're asking me a bunch of questions. Tell me who did this stuff. That's my whole point. You don't get to ask me a whole bunch of questions, and that's supposed to convince me of something. Tell me something that helped change my point of view. One planet ever? Is that what I believe? That doesn't even make sense. There's more than one planet in the solar system now. I'm not sure that there's no life anywhere else. I never said that. You never heard me say any of that. But you convinced me that there is life somewhere else. You show me what you have that says that there is life somewhere else. That's all I'm asking. So nothing has been here before this world. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that by any means. Your statements are not doing anything to prove the existence of what you say exists. That's all I'm getting at. Have we been to the bottom of the ocean? I personally have not been to the bottom of the ocean. Have you? I personally have not been to the bottom of the ocean. I personally have not explored all that there is in the expanse that is outer space. I've not done any of those things. If you have, and you have something that can convince me that you've seen these things or whatever, then I am all ears. I'm looking for the people who have seen these things, the bottom of the ocean and the outer reaches of space, and they've encountered all of these things. I'm looking for the people who have encountered these things to educate me. But right now, you're just asking me a bunch of questions that I don't have the answers to, and apparently you don't have the answers to either. They're just a bunch of questions. So it's only human race on this planet? I don't know. Tell me the other races that are on this planet. That's my point. The same way that people are willing to believe that some white man, as the King James version of these things tries to show it, walked around this earth and is the savior of all people and the creation of all people and stuff like that, is the same way that people are willing to believe in extraterrestrial things that they've never seen. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. You can only tell me what you've seen, and that's not going to make me believe. What have you seen? What? That's the question. What is it that you've seen? Why can't it be shared? Do I believe we're the only ones? What? Here's the deal when it comes to all of that. I don't give a fuck whether we're the only ones. I don't give a fuck whether we're the only human type life form in the entire galaxy of the world or not. I don't give two fucks about it. Nobody can prove to me that we are. Nobody can prove to me that we are not. Only thing y'all can do is ask a whole bunch of questions, but can't prove any of it. So I don't really give a fuck whether we are the only life form in the only human type life form in the galaxy, or if we're not the only human type life form in the galaxy. I really could care less, because none of that has anything to do with how I live my everyday life. None of that has to do with the purpose of my life on this planet. So just like I don't believe that some fucking man that they try to paint named Jesus walked, even though they try to paint him out as being some white man walking around in an all brown fucking area of the world, is the savior of the world and the creation of all human life. Just like I don't believe that, I don't waste my time believing that there's some other life forms out here that nobody has shown any fucking proof or existence of. I don't waste my time with it. I don't waste my time with it. That's what I believe. That it's a waste of fucking time worried about whether there's alien life forms out there. Until you can make some kind of communication with them, why does it fucking matter? Why are we wasting any time thinking about it? We have purposes in life, and people are worried about whether or not there's fucking extraterrestrial life forms out there that don't give a fuck about us. But we spending all this time giving a fuck about whether or not they exist. What is that accomplishing? How is that benefiting anybody? That's what I believe. That it's a waste of fucking time for people to sit here and try to convince somebody that there's some extraterrestrial life forms out there that they have no way of fucking proving. Just like I think it's a waste of time people running around saying that some dude named Jesus that they paint as white but patrolled a whole brown area is the creation and the savior of the world. I think it's all a fucking waste of time. I think it's all a waste of time. That's what I believe. If you want to know what I believe, that's what I believe. That sitting around worried about whether or not there's fucking extraterrestrial life forms on different planets and different galaxies is a waste of fucking time. I think that getting up every Sunday morning and going and giving your money to a person that stands behind a pulpit and tells you that some white man named Jesus is the savior of your fucking existence and spirit and soul is a waste of time. That's what I believe. I believe that the energy that we give out has impacts out here in the world, because energy can't be created or destroyed. It's transferred. So I believe that if we give out certain energy, things are going to come back to us in a certain way. That's what I believe. So again, if you want to spend your time worried about and believing in and all that, I'm not telling anybody what to believe. Y'all gonna believe in Jesus. Y'all gonna believe in extraterrestrial life forms. Y'all gonna believe in whatever the fuck you want to believe in. I believe it's a waste of time. I believe it's all a waste of time. Yes, I can go outside in a clear night and look up. I see fucking stars and all types of shit in the galaxy. I also know that stars are made of gas. I also know that what we see is only an illusion. Just like the ocean is not blue. So you believe everything your fucking eye sees when you look up at the sky. You don't even know what color that is. You don't even know what the fuck that is. You say it's something flying by. You don't know that that's something flying by. That's some shit that your eye is telling you you see. Again, your eye tells you that the ocean is blue. But if you scoop up a fucking glass of ocean water, that shit ain't blue. Because it takes the damn shape and form of whatever it's in, the container that it's in. Water takes the shape and form of the container that it's in. So, again, I'm not telling anybody what to believe. You believe whatever you want to believe. If you want to spend your life chasing extraterrestrial life forms that you're probably never going to make contact with, have at it. That's not my purpose in life to be worried about that type of shit. That's a waste of fucking time. It's a waste of time. Right. Knowledge. Right. It's a reflection. What you're seeing through your eyes is all a fucking illusion anyways. So the same way that the ocean is not blue, that shit that you're seeing in the sky probably ain't the color that it is either. For the spider, you're making assumptions. You keep saying that. You've never heard me once say that. That's what you want to believe. If you want to spread that narrative about me, fine. But that's what you're saying. You're the one that's saying that human life is not the only life form, or human life on Earth is not the only life form, or whatever. I'm not saying I believe in any of that shit. I'm saying I don't waste my time worried the fuck about that. I'm a human life form on Earth. So that's what I need to be concerned with. Because I'm a human life form on Earth. Whenever y'all start making contact with the human life forms that are on different planets, let me know. Then we can have that discussion. Let me know what the fuck they told you. Until then, I don't want to hear it. Until then, I don't want to hear it. As soon as y'all make contact with those human life forms from the other planets, let me know what the fuck they told you. And let me know how I can start communicating with them too. I ain't saying I do or don't believe a motherfucking thing. I'm saying I don't give a fuck about any of that because it ain't for me to be worried about. What I'm reporting to the office for, Lovelace? What am I reporting to the office for? I mean, that is exactly what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about human life forms on some other planet in another galaxy. Because I ain't ever made contact with them. And from what I can tell, ain't nobody on this motherfucking planet made contact with them. What is Area 51? I ain't ever been to Area 51, so I don't give a fuck about it. Me being a military man ain't got nothing to do with it. I've never been to Area 51. I don't give a fuck about Area 51. Area 51 is some shit that the government told you. That's what it is. It's some shit that the government told you about. And they got you guessing about. Got you wanting to question and what is it and all of that. That's what Area 51 is. That's what Area 51 is. Some shit that the government has you questioning. Just like they got you questioning what's going on in outer space and other life forms on other planets, rather than focusing on your purpose right here on this fucking planet. You're not on any of those other planets. If they got life forms there, great on them. I'm not saying I don't believe they exist. What I'm saying is that ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with what we're doing here. We're destroying this planet, but y'all worried about life forms on some other fucking planet. Y'all worried about what's at the bottom of the ocean and what's in Area 51. I'm saying I ain't ever been to Area 51. I don't care about Area 51. I don't know what the hell they got at Area 51. Area 51 could be nothing. Area 51 could be a hole in the ground for all I know. I ain't never been there. If you've been there, tell me about it. If you haven't been there, then you're just guessing about it. Why are you worried about it? How does Area 51 impact your life or your purpose? Are we the only ones ever? I don't know. And guess what? Neither do you. I don't fucking know. And neither do you. And I don't care. Why would I care? Whether or not there's other existence of life ever in the history of the existence of the world does not matter. It don't mean shit to my purpose on this earth. My apologies, Mika. So are we the only ones ever? I don't know, and I don't care. That's my answer to that question. Are we the only human life forms ever? I don't know. I could care less. Because that has nothing to do with my purpose on this life, in this life. I could give two shits of whether there's been other life forms ever in the entire existence of the galaxy. It's just that simple. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for you either. Because your life is going to continue to go on, whether you believe those other life forms have existed ever, whether you believe they exist now or not, your life is going to continue to go on. Whether those life forms exist or do not, your life is going to continue to go on here, where you are not making any contact with any of those damn life forms. That's what I believe. That it's a waste of your time to be worried about that. That's what I believe. You are wasting your time worried about whether or not there's ever been other life forms in the existence of the world. That's what I believe. If you want to spend time and effort searching out those life forms and seeking them because you feel that's your purpose in life, go right ahead. That is not my purpose in life. My purpose is to be concerned with the people that are here right now, trying to educate them on taking care of this planet, as I believe Mika said earlier, about educating themselves about how they can properly feed themselves off of the land. Stop believing the lies that they get indoctrinated in through the schools and the churches and the government. That's what I'm saying. You're not making any sense, 40 to Splatter. Do I think the spirit of the world can affect the real world in my reality? Absolutely. Because I believe all things are about energy. I believe all things are about energy, Mika. So yes, I absolutely believe the spirit world can affect real world and reality. I believe that us making contacts with our ancestors through different forms of media and stuff like that is positive. We can learn things from that. I absolutely believe that. Whether or not there's some quote unquote alien life form out there, as y'all like to call it, living on some different planet, maybe in a different galaxy or whatever, I don't care. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That does not have shit to do with me. Them motherfuckers trying to destroy the sun, then yeah, that's a problem. But otherwise, it don't mean anything. So again, 40 Splatter keeps wanting me to look at the sky and all of that stuff. Again, I've told you, I don't know how many times, and this is maybe what you need to understand. What you see through your eyes is an illusion. So if you want to believe everything you see, go right ahead. You're going to lie to yourself a lot because the ocean's not blue. The water in the ocean is not blue, but you see it as that every fucking time you look at it. What you see through your eyes is an illusion. Your eyes can make you believe anything if you don't know better than to think beyond that. So you look up at the sky, you see whatever the fuck you see. You can believe it to be whatever the hell you want it to be. Does it have an impact on you and your purpose in life is the question. That I hear China built an underground sun back in 2020. Now that's some bullshit I cannot believe. Knowing the power and energy that the sun harnesses, that's not anything I could ever believe. If that were the case, then the earth would implode on itself because of the gravitational pull that this underground sun has. Haywood, Canada, you said they say aliens are smarter than us. So how come the only way we find them is a crash on Earth? Think about it. Yeah. All these other life forms are so smart, but we see crashes and you let somebody tell you that that crash is from some alien spaceship life form. But yeah, if there was an underground sun, the earth would implode on itself because of the gravitational pull of the sun. So I can't believe no dumb shit like that. You know, if you want to believe Chinese propaganda, go right ahead. Yeah, Lovelace, The Magic of Thinking Big. That's the book up here this week. Magic of Thinking Big, David J. Schwartz, PhD. We can get up out of here, y'all. Didn't expect this to continue going. We went another about 15 minutes or so. Y'all wanted to talk about aliens and my beliefs and all of that stuff on it. I don't give a fuck about aliens. They ain't doing shit to me. Let them, if they out there, let them live in peace. They not bothering me. I ain't bothering them. I don't know how to communicate with them. They don't know how to communicate with me. So you say you're not saying you believe in God, but if earthlings are the only ones ever, well, there's a lot of explaining to do. Okay. Okay. You said they built several reactors, called them artificial suns. So, I mean, calling something an artificial sun just because it's a reactor producing energy is different than building a sun. Yeah, you can build and produce things that produce energy. But is it producing the energy that the sun produces? No. That's a whole different thing. But shout out to the chat, man. We gonna get up out of here. Y'all make sure y'all have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. I appreciate everybody that came in, hit the like button. Everybody who sent them super chats. We had Hemi McFly and Trey Spectives. They've been members for a minute. Carl Belton sent the super chat. 40 to Splatter sent a couple super chats. I always appreciate the conversation. Whether we agreeing or disagreeing, I always appreciate the conversation with y'all, man. Y'all could have been anywhere else in the world, and y'all chose to take this time to spend it with your boy Iceberg. So I appreciate y'all. Y'all said you enjoy my cussing. Hey, I grew up around cussing people, man. I grew up around cussing people, so it's just natural. It's a part of who I am, you know. I don't mean any disrespect with the cussing. It's just the way I speak, you know. It's just the way I speak. Tanya G, I appreciate you. 40 to Splat, I appreciate you. Lovelace, Mika, 421 TV, Ayo was on the link. Ears came up on the link. I appreciate all of y'all who came through. Everybody who hit the like button. Everybody who commented. Like I said, hopefully me and Kwame get to have that conversation at some point in time. I would like to speak to him about some things that's not really about content, you know. It's not about making content, us having a conversation in front of a whole bunch of people on YouTube, you know. So hopefully we get to have that conversation. If not, it is what it is. I'm not gonna cry about it, right? You know. But y'all have a wonderful Sunday. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and then do something good for somebody else. I'm telling you, I believe in energy. Above all things, you know, above your God and your aliens and all that stuff, I believe in energy. And I believe in spreading positive energy out here if you expect to get good things back in your life in return. Hey, 40s, but I always appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Always, never go away from doing exactly what you did today. Share your own mind. I appreciate that. I definitely do. Ain't no cults over here. I want everybody over here to share their own mind. Stay live. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you so, so much. But yeah, I believe in energy. Do something good for yourself. Do something good for somebody else. That positive energy you spread out there in the world will come back to you when you least expect it, but most need it. That's the way that I try to live my life, going out here spreading positive energy, because I want that energy to build up, all that positive energy to build up. And then just whenever I needed that energy, it's going to come right back into my life and be there for me. You know, that energy protected me when I had my car accident, right? I believe in that type of stuff because I'm going out here trying to spread good energy to people. And hey, I just encourage you to do the same. No matter what you believe in, whether you believe in God, whether you believe in anything else, just spread good energy at the end of the day. Do good to good people. Shout out to 40 the Splatter, man. Always being comfortable giving the pushback. I appreciate that. I salute that. Because again, I'm looking for people who are free thinkers is the way that they try to say it. You know, you are free to think the way you want to think and what you think, and you should feel comfortable expressing that in a conversation. We can have a respectable back and forth dialogue conversation, whether I believe in what you believe in or otherwise. So y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all Sunday. Do something good for yourself. Do something good for somebody else. Enjoy all that good, positive energy that's going to come back to you. And until next time, good people, I'm out of here. This is Iceberg. Salute.
Now, as they say in your country, let us be out.